Welcome to America's Day at the Races, a jam-packed Saturday show as we kick things off here at the Big A, where Downtown Mischief, she will step out of State Bred Company for the first time in today's Cicada as she looks to go 3 for 3 for a hot barn in Linda Rice, who is riding a 7 for 8 win streak into today's card. Oaklawn Park, it's Hall of Fame Day, and the legendary Hall of Famer Dwayne Lucas, he sends out Last Samurai as he looks for his 4th win on the Hot Springs Oval. Tejano Twist, he's one of 2 Chris Hartman trainees in today's Whitmore. As this one, though, he looks to benefit from some hot fractions up front, lots of speed in that Whitmore coming up. As always, we are brought to you by America's Best Racing. If you love the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. As it is a beautiful day here in South Ozone Park, Queens, I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and I'll be joining you for the first half of this card and show as we have lots of racing from around the country. As today's races, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We'll take you through the entire card here at Aqueduct. Races 1 through 10. Don't forget the start of the cross-country Pick 5 kicks off in race number 8. Cicada Stakes, our feature, and then Oaklawn 1 through 10 as well. The Whitmore and the Essex, 2 grade 3s, as we are fast at both racetracks. Welcoming in my co-host here today, Anthony Stabile, Naira Handicapper. Good to see you, my friend.
You
Sun
too.
shining. I mean, your face is smiling at me. What more could I want?
Magentany today, apparently. Not Magony. Well, I mean, you came up here. You lit the room up. You always light the room up, Mag.
Oh,
but
thanks.
Today was, you're dazzling today. And this is great. We don't know if it was cloudy, you'd be lighting this place up today. Fun card. Listen, if you're a horse racing fan, or obviously watching this program today, if you say the name Whitmore and it does not bring a smile to your face, turn the channel.
Yeah, bye.
I mean, really.
Bye.
Okay,
I love
bye.
Whitmore.
Okay, bye.
Okay,
I
bye.
mean, really.
Yeah, his namesake, the 2nd annual running.
Yes.
They've also named a barn after him.
Moquette named the house after him.
Exactly.
There's a dog probably running around Hot
There
Springs.
might be a donkey. There's
Really?
a donkey in their
A
backyard.
donkey.
Maybe that's mini.
They've named a donkey
mini
or 2 after me, I
Whitmore.
believe, too.
We'll take a look at the ABR race of the week. It's the race after the Whitmore, always also known as the Grade 3 Essex. And we will see Last Samurai from that outside post. He is the horse to beat coming in here off a win in the Razorback, as we'll check that out. And Anthony, I liked him going into this race because I thought he was just on the upswing. But first, we'll check out Forza Dwaro here as he's looking to get back on track. And as he makes his 3rd start for his 3rd trainer of his career, he's shown signs of brilliance. Could today be the day he steps up?
This is the race of the week over at Naira Bets as well. I blogged this earlier this week, and he had very little excuse in this Louisiana. Unless you want to say he didn't want to be cutting it on the front end. Now, he went soft fractions, 25.49. This was his 2nd start for Brad Cox off of July, a summer layoff. I believe it was July. Florent Drew had him on the lead that day. He can't see the lead in here, Maggie. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe him getting a trip off of the speed.
I think he's better having a target.
When Bill Mott had him, he won the Discovery right behind us here. And it looked like he was going to go on to some pretty big things.
Yeah.
And he just he was a hard horse for Bill to keep on the racetrack. And
He
like
is.
you mentioned, he's seen a few different barns now. He's wound up with Brad. Brad has yet to take a win picture with him. He hasn't taken a win picture in a long time, almost 2 years. It's right around 21 months. If he can get there today, and I think he's definitely a contender in that Essex today. I love that little stakes program down there, too, by the way, for the older horses. 5th season, Razorback, Essex, wrap things up with the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Last Samurai can win. Problem with Last Samurai is he paid double digits last year when he won the Oaklawn Park Handicap. He paid double digits last time when he won.
That's insane.
The Razorback.
He was such an.
Huge
Maybe
overlay
I'm
last
blinded
time.
by the fact that I really liked him, but for me, he was an overlay in this field. And I even thought he ran better because this race didn't necessarily set up the way I thought
No.
it would. I thought we'd see quicker fractions. And ultimately, West Hills Power and law professor West Willpower, ran 1-2 around the racetrack until he just looped and swooped him.
And now He's 5-2 on the morning line. You're going to ask him to win back-to-back for the first time in his career. It's a lot to ask him to do.
Oh, so you don't like him?
I think he can win.
Okay.
Cross-country pick 5 ticket that we may see later, I'm using him. But do you want him at $7 if you've cashed on him at 28 and 18 in his career at Oakland already? I don't know. I mean, I guess if you caught him both of those times, he doesn't owe you a penny. I didn't catch him either of those times. So I'm not going to try him today at 7 when I didn't get him at 28 or 18. So that's how I kind of look at him today.
Well, looking forward to hearing from his Hall of Fame trainer on Hall of Fame Day out there. We'll also have Paul Lo Duca on the scene, who will be talking to a lot of those faces that are very familiar to this sport. But if you want to play today's action, do so with a Naira Bets account. Keep the money in the game. And new members, when you use promo code BONUS200, you will earn that $200 deposit match bonus. Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As I was mentioning, Hall of Fame Day, who are you looking forward to seeing? And maybe we can put our request in to Paulie to get them for an interview.
When I was born, Angel Cordero's flowers beat certain people to the hospital room. So I was like seeing Angel.
Oh, yeah. There he is. There he is.
Yeah.
Angel Cordero, Pat Day, the winningest rider at Oaklawn. Just to name a
That's
few,
Santos?
looking forward to Lafitte Pinkai Jr.
That's
We'll
Santos,
see.
right?
We will also see Bill Mott out there as well. And we'll bring in, well, Hall of Famer of a different variety, the baseball kind of sort. Paulie Lo Duca, also a Hall of Famer on the show. And Paulie, who are you looking forward to talking to? And tell us a little bit about the day out there in Hot Springs.
Well, actually, it's a kind of chilly day, but the sun is out. There is no rain, but it's electric. It's already packed already. In the Hall of Famers are signing. You did mention I'm pumped. Gary Stevens, one of our own colleagues. I'm going to interview him first, and then we got a little Alex Solis. Steve Cawthon's going to come up here, Lafitte Pinkai as well. So we're going to do interviews throughout the day, and some other Hall of Famers as we go through. I'm a little bit surprised, Big A, that you don't want to ask McCarron a question about your favorite horse of all time, which was Easy Goer. But, if you want me to ask him something, you could always just give me a shout. But, the racing day today is good. The betting card is tough. The last 2 days, Mags, it's chalked out kind of bit. I mean, it's been a little bit chalky. It's played towards form. I think today is a monstrous card. I think both pick fives could pay. I'm hearing whispers from every trainer that they like their horses. When that happens, you know the way that goes. It could be chaos. So I think Last Samurai, listen, the thing about Last Samurai is the horse loves Oaklawn. I don't care who you put on the horse. The horse has won $1.1 million at this racetrack. And you worry about the bounce a little bit, and I completely get it. This horse hasn't won 2 races in a row. But the Lucas barn is rolling right now. And, Christian Torres seems like he's just in a groove, Max. And I think Last Samurai is the horse to beat, but maybe the horse to bet against.
All right, so Paulie's trying to buck the trend that we've seen the last few days with those favorites. Delivering. Paulie, thank you. We'll be checking back in with him in a moment, but first we got to get to live racing action here. We kick things off at the Big A with this maiden 25 going the mile. Currently we see 3-1 on number 2 in here, Reunion Tour. He's had his chances, Meg, though he stretches back out in distance. Is there anybody down there catching your eye?
Yeah, Maggie, I tell you, for lower level maiden claimers, 25,000 claimers, they look, tremendous. The group in general. I mean, we got a beautiful day, and the sun is bouncing off some of these shiny coats. The 3 West Star certainly making a really nice impression, dropping back to the $25,000 level he was claimed at 2 back, and really well-bred son of Candy Ride, a Chester and Mary Broman bred, and I like what I'm seeing from him. I think the miles suits well, and he's obviously a major contender, and in the very fine health the way he looks. The 2-horse Reunion Tour making a nice impression. A consistent sort, check getter. I mean, he's earned $85,000, but he is 0 for 25. But Jimmy Ferraro's got him looking good, and I like what I'm seeing. I think the standout, though, for me, Maggie, is the 9-horse Sorpreso. I like the way this horse framed up, and I really like him getting the outside post. I think he's going to be able to get into the race the right way, get in a really good rhythm, and he's just very well turned out. He's got a great coat on him, that rich, hydrated look that we look for, and it's just great to be back on the show with you guys, and I got to say hi to Lord Anthony James.
We're going to debate that lordship from Lord Anthony James. I know, it's a serious thing.
I have
Oh my God,
the
I
certificate hangs in my room.
We're not on camera, but I literally just got daggers through my heart with the look you just threw me with your eyes. Anyway, number 9, Sorpreso, 9-2 currently. He'll go second off of the trainer change to Rafael Romero here. We'll bring you the opener from the Big A, kicking off this early pick 5 on this 10 race card. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's a Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for joining us here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including our home track here at the Big A. As we kick off the action, we're about 6 minutes away from the opener. It's a maiden 25 going the mile. And Anthony, we see number 1 on the rail at 3-1 steerage for lower profile Connections, as he comes off a disappointing effort as a favorite.
I don't get this at all.
Nope.
I really, this is his head scratch. I don't want to mess my hair up, otherwise I'd be scratching my hair.
You got enough gel in there. You're
my
fine.
head. I do have a lot of gel in my hair today.
Oh, there he is on the track. He does get that ultimate equipment change with gelding, coming in as a first-time gelding. Blinkers off, too.
Yeah, hit the blinkers off. Yeah, he'll show some speed, I guess, with Eric Cancel. You don't say that often. Stretches out to a mile. I don't think he wants any part of the mile.
Stretching back out to miles number 2, Reunion Tour.
0 for 25. I'm never going to pick a horse like this. The bug stays. I don't know.
Trouble out of the gate consistently, number 3, West Star.
Yeah, went from the Canamachis to a low-profile barn last time. Didn't do much running with the blinkers on. Another one. This horse can win, though, and get a decent price at 5-1.
Boys Code ran well, I thought, last time, but just has no speed at all.
0 speed. That was not a good bunch. This is a little bit of a tougher bunch. I can't believe I'm saying that, but compared to the last field, it is.
Well, here is a 0 for 10 maiden number 5. Tizza Brown does get Lasix.
First time Lasix, and this is the one that the Randy man usually wins. This could be.
It's the Randy
This
man.
got 4980 written all over it.
Number 6, So Mama Beach, goes from Randy to Rachel Sells.
So Mama Beach, I have no idea what to do with this horse. As you get to hit the board in 5 starts, beaten just about 90 lengths in those 5 tries.
Number 7 at 12 to 1, MC stretches out, and arguably Anthony's best race came going the 7 furlongs.
Blinkers come off for the first time since the sloppy track debut way back in June at beautiful Belmont Park. Over 6 here at the Big A.
Here's the drop down, Volker Rules.
This is where I landed. Ran well enough first time out for 40. Stretched out in an impossible special weight spot last time. Drops for the bottom. Maybe today's the day.
Overlay at 7 to 1, you could say, is number 9, Caught Mig's Eye. That's Suppresso in here, the gray son of Frosted.
Yeah, this horse gets a key rider change to Trevor McCarthy. Has the race under his belt over the course last time out where he showed speed. Now, second time Lasix, second time off of a December break. I think he makes a lot of sense. I picked the race 8-9. Public's telling you the race could very well go through the shipper.
Chaos often happens when you're dealing with these 25 maiden claimers, but if you want to follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys, download your free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download them now. Big A,
Yes,
lay
ma'am.
it on me. The ticket.
Easy. We got a, what do we wind up with here, boys? $54
Early
ticket?
pick five.
Yeah. 389. We're going to use a little West Star. Vocal Rules, the top pick, and Suppresso. Next race, we trimmed it to 2. Got the gold. Give me back my bullets. The number 6 is very interesting. I did not have the guts to put this one on top, but we'll use both of them in the pick 5. 2, 3, 4. Hot Fudge, customer experience. I'm not letting one Linda beat me, the other Linda, if you will, and then Lilu. Then we'll come to 2 and 6. Cumberland Blues. Linda, we'll see if the streak continues. And Frenchboro. I almost singled Cumberland Blues, but I just didn't feel comfortable with any singles in this sequence. And then 4, 5, 6. I'm going to try and beat the morning line favorite, number 7, Diamond Collector. Run Devil, George Weaver, and the assistant there, Blair Golan, have done a great job with Run Devil off a 2+ year layoff. Save Grace and Reigning Chick, the other 2 for me. $54. Get over to NYRABets.com and get involved in today's early pick 5. Over 176,000 and 180. Look at
That was
that.
a big jump.
Boom. Play that ticket.
Well, you brought up Linda Rice. She has a strong hand in that 3rd race. She also will send out the even money favorite in today's featured $100,000 Cicada for the 3-year-old fillies going the 6 furlongs. The daughter of Into Mischief. She's gone 2 for 2 in her young career so far, albeit those wins came against State Bred Company, though. She was flattered yesterday when Midtown Lights came away an easy winner.
Good track and debut. Here's a sloppy seal track in the A other than against State Breds. Open company. I don't think that's too big of a deal. I don't think the fast stretch would be a problem either, Maggie. I don't think there was that much moisture in her debut wins in the track, so I'm not too worried about it. She's a nice filly. She's coming along, progressing. She takes another step forward. And the filly to her inside, who I guess would be considered her main rival, Hot Little Thing, we haven't seen her since October. So I think recency certainly on her side. At the end of the day, talent she could just be the best filly in the race to begin with.
It could be a battle of state breds, though, one an Indiana bred who will step out of that state for the first time for Rudolph Brissett as we bring Richard Migliore back in to the show. He's standing by trackside. Mig, do you have any thoughts on the Cicada coming up, and what have you seen from the warm-ups as far as this first race is concerned?
Well, just going back to the first race, I mean, we got a favorite here, the 2-horse Reunion Tour, who is 3 to 1 and he's 0 for 25. I'm looking elsewhere. He looks great. I can't fault him from a physical perspective. The 3 West Star looked good in the paddock, continue to look good on the track. It is a little problematic how he just doesn't seem to be able to get out of the gate on time and gets himself compromised. Horses are like water. They run to empty space. If a horse breaks a half a step slow, a lot of times they're going to get pinched back at the break, and I just don't think anybody in this race is good enough to overcome a lot of adversity, if you will. The 8-horse, Volker Rules, liked the way he warmed up. This is a laid-back kind of horse. Jose Gomez kind of tapped him on the shoulder, asked him to pick it up, and he's got a beautiful way of going. But just really laid back about everything, very relaxed. And then the 9-horse, Suppresso, continued to like what I saw from him. Was impressed in the paddock, loved his warm-up under Trevor McCarthy, and I love the outside post position for him. And he's vying for favoritism now with the 2-horse, but he's going to be my top selection, number 9, Suppresso.
And with that, he jumps to favoritism at 3-1 on the outside, a horse that you use. But your top selection in here, Anthony, Volker Rules, he started for 40, and then he had this, like, huge gallop out, but he was on the good rail that day back on January 27th when doing that, and then he was just completely overmatched last time in special weight company.
When you walked into the studio today, I asked you if you wanted to ditch the show and go to the Palladium, go dancing today. Appropriate, because Volker Rules is dead as disco on the tote board right now.
That was an interesting.
I know it took a while.
cognitive-
We have they're walking to the game.
Yeah.
7-1. I just thought he made so much sense in a field of horses that have disappointed so much.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, 8 starts for Steerage, 25 starts for Reunion Tour, 6 for West Star. Now, Suppresso has only had 5 starts at this point. 2 have come on the grass. He's not a grass horse. Of the horses taking the money, I want Suppresso.
Are you concerned at all that many of these horses that are 3-year-olds are actually stepping out of restricted age company for the first time?
You and I talk about this a lot, and
It's
I think
still a touch early.
being barn rats, it probably bothers us more than other people.
Right.
It's still a little early.
I just think, especially at this level, sometimes special weights at 3-year-olds are just going to be better than those horses hanging around, but sometimes age does.
I think people think it would be the other way around, where the lower level horses would be less affected. I agree. I think the more talented a horse is, the less they'd be affected. Well, I'm just better.
Exactly.
I'm just better than you. Down here, that might not be the case.
We'll see if the favored 3-year-old can win. That's Suppresso on the outside as we send it up to Chris Griffin, who has the call of race 1.
All set. And they're off. Good break from MCRR. Got early speed. Suppresso is going to be in the early mix as well. They're tightly bunched. Down towards the inside, here's Steerage, who's at the rail, and Steerage will take the front, is now ahead in front. It's going to be Steerage to bring them out of the chute. Reunion Tour is going to be in the 2 path, but they're well off the rail now out in the center of the racetrack as they come out of the chute. Suppresso is to the outside of MCRR. They're 3rd and 4th. Saving ground of the inside is Tizza Brown. It's another 2.5 lengths back to Somama Beach, who's towards the back end of the field with Volker Rules. The 2 trailers, West Star and Boys Code. They work up the backstretch here in the opener. 23.71 for that opening quarter mile. And to the inside here, it's Steerage. To the outside, it's Reunion Tour. And Reunion Tour is ready to challenge for that lead. Suppresso is comfortable in 3rd, but is now still 2.5 off the leaders. Still saving ground to the inside is Tizza Brown. Also trying to run on is MCRR, and here's the move from Suppresso. 48 seconds flat for that half-mile time. They're going to be 3 across the racetrack. It's Reunion Tour who's taken the lead, but for how long? Suppresso has got this run up on the outside. Losing ground there is Steerage from the back. Here comes Boys Code. Jackie Davis and Boys Code, they're on the move as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Suppresso is in hand. Reunion Tour is battling on. It's now Suppresso who's taken the front. Suppresso now kicks for home. Boys Code is trying to rally on the grandstand side. West Star has got some late momentum as well, but Suppresso has got the jump. It's Suppresso who's now up by 4 widening lengths and just striding away. Suppresso got a nice journey this afternoon, is inside the final 16th, and is going to win this one easily. It's all Suppresso and Trevor McCarthy. They win the opener. Boys Code for 2nd, then came West Star and Reunion Tour in 1 minute 41.38 seconds.
Easy victory for the favored Suppresso. As Trevor McCarthy, you mentioned the rider upgrade, Anthony. He was in cruise control, sitting in that catbird seat right behind the early leaders, and delivers as your tepid favorite at 3-1. Nicely done, Mig, for sussing this one out.
He got a couple of professionals in steerage and reunion tour to set things up for him. Just sat the 3-hole trip and was able to cruise on by it around the quarter pole and say sayonara in the opener. You got 3-1 as the co-favorite. The fact that him and reunion tour were the same price
Yeah, reunion tour, FYI, for 26 now.
blows my mind. And
And
believe
he's
me,
never been favored.
it's at
before
this
today.
at this point in my life, it's getting harder and harder to blow my mind. But that kind of blew my mind.
Yeah, that was a weird co-favorite. But weird things happen in these types of races
Not
as
kidding.
Sorpreso returns to the winner's circle. Trevor McCarthy aboard for Rafael Romero, and Richie's World Stables will bring you official prices at its 9-4-3-2 in the opener at Aqueduct. But over at Oaklawn, Chris Hartman sends out a formidable duo in today's Grade 3 Whitmore Stakes. Tejano Twist doesn't have gun night to face this time around, and the speedy edge to edge will be blitzing on the front end. Looks to have some company there. Stay tuned to America's Day at the Races.
An obligatory goes by the ball. Then Winston. Here comes Malatha. Here comes Clariere on the outside, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Outside it's Malatha coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? Here's the wire. Oh, the wish has come true. That one's for you, Cody.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007 we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Tuning into the program, which is always brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the unusual very well, as they also are very good at producing baby horses, which we love to see frolicking in the fields. But back here on the show, we saw Sorpreso get the win in the opener here at the Big A. He went off co-favorite in this as he broke from the outside, and Trevor McCarthy just always had him in the right spot. He took over at the head of the lane. It was all she wrote.
Made 3-1 look like 3-5 from the quarter pole home. See Trevor, a little left-handed encouragement. What's that movie? Couples Retreat? Encouragement, my friend.
I mean, your ability to quote movies, I just bow down to you because I can't do that.
Well, I have very little to do with my life, Maggie. I don't have 2 little ones running around. I don't have a husband. I don't have a wife. I don't have a wife, actually.
Well, a lot of things would change. Sorpreso returns 8-10 over Boys Code, who that exacta returns $37.50 for $1 over at Oaklawn. Their card is getting underway with a maiden special weight going the 6 furlongs. Even money on Commerce Comet in his 3rd start of his career for a Hall of Famer, Steve Asmussen. And He looks to show speed again in here, Anthony, and he was just run down by Easy Action, the favorite in that last race. But we'll kick things off here with Stormin' Army, who does turn back in distance and gets back to a fast track.
Yeah, tried the blinkers last time. It kind of keyed him up a little bit. Went to the front end, stopped. He's had trouble sealing the deal. We'll see if he can do it today.
Holy Key Race. That's what number 2, Soybean Man, comes out of.
Yeah, Iron Clover was part of the pace here in our Gotham. He ran a good 4th. Maybe it's appropriate Ron Moquett kicks things off on Whitmore Day with a second-time starter.
First-time starters, number 3, Patton's War, Son of West Coast.
Taking a little bit of money at 4-1. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux gets Lasix. Cost $120,000 at the OBS Marchdale, which kicks off soon.
Looks to be the speed in here and back to a fast track. Commerce Comet.
He didn't improve much speed figure-wise in the 2-month break between his debut at Churchill and his return. He caught a sloppy track that day. They forgot to turn the faucet on a Saturday at Oaklawn.
Shh, I'm not there, that's why. Number 5, Intuit went by, adds blinkers for the second start. Macho Villa, he's had his chances, but he's run against some nice horses.
0 for 10 is yet to hit the board. A couple of 4th-place finishes for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, who, like Paulie mentioned earlier, having a nice little meet down in Hot Springs.
That is your field for today's openers. We still see even money on number 4, Commerce Comet. As we'll check in with Paulie. Paulie, what do you see here in this first race? Interesting affair here to kick things off with this maiden special weight.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit more contentious than the board is saying, at least when it comes to some of these horses. You know, it's only a 6-pack, but I thought it was a quality 6-pack. Now, Commerce Comet, the 4, you just never know what you're going to get from the 3. But from the other runners, it looks like that he's going to go to the front end. And now, the other a couple times he went to the front. He tried to go to the front end last time, and he got in a wicked speed duel, and he got run down by Easy Action. His first start, he kind of broke a little bit flat-footed, and he was actually really athletic to get back in stride. He almost got up that day at 15-1, and then I would think they something went amiss, and that was his first race since November. So he's probably going to be a lot tighter today, the 4. So I can understand, but I don't understand at even money. I can understand the horse can be the favorite here and probably your most likeliest winner, you know, if he can get to the front end. You know, Stormin' Army has been working so well in the morning, and I've heard it from a couple people, and the horse just hasn't performed over a sloppy racetrack. Maybe with a dry racetrack today, that might help a little bit. I think that horse will outrun his odds a little bit. And then Soybean Man, I was talking to Ronnie Moquett, and he showed me a video this morning of Whitmore out on the farm just bucking and running around. They had him out here last year, but he wasn't going to come out here this year, so they took a video of him. It was actually a pretty cool video. And he said, listen, my horse is ready. He comes out of a live race, and I think he's going to run big here today. And again, when you try to read these races in the Brad Cox first-time starters, I try to read the board. Now, this horse was up to 5-1. Now floating down to 3-1, and especially on these kind of big days where a lot of people are, you know, I call them the Super Bowl days, or, you know, where the public plays in. They look at Brad Cox and he gets played. I just have a feeling that this 3 is not the same quality as the 1, 2, or 4. So I think the 4 is the horse to beat, and I think the 1 or 2 are going to give a very, very good account of themselves.
Paulie, I'm kind of with you. Yeah, the 4 is dangerous in here, Anthony, but I think the 2. And yeah, it was a big margin of defeat, but we saw all those horses come back to run and run well. Their quality, and he was hustled the whole way. He kind of was up close, and he had to be hustled the whole way. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him a bit more forward in this second start.
Me too. I don't. I'll tell you what. I don't really like the 4.
Yeah,
I don't like Commerce.
You know, he kind of stopped pretty badly. Yes, as Paul said, he may have needed the race, but the head went up. And it was just like, whew, I'm done.
I would subscribe to that theory if he didn't run as well as he did first time out. He didn't do that first time. And you would imagine that.
So is that why he was gone, though? Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't like his last race at all. And I think a function of his price. And now the first are starting to take some money, but I'm not thrilled with his work tab.
And there's no pedigree.
No pedigree.
He's by West Coast, who is an a 9% first time out 2-year-old stallion best. He hasn't had any first time out 3-year-old winners yet. The dam went 0 for 8. Some of the siblings were okay.
Let me ask you this, Maggie. Doesn't this cry out, hey, doesn't this let's do a little role play here.
Oh, okay.
Racing office. Hey, Brad, a little light in the maiden race Saturday.
It's only
got
got
anything?
4.
It's only got 4. I got one training in Kentucky that I could throw on a van and ship down. This horse was training at Churchill Downs Training Center. Yeah, I got one for $90,000. I could ship one down for $90,000.
Look, they paid $120,000 for him at the OBS March sale. He worked 10 flat, which time-wise is good. I'll tell you what, I watched it, and yes, that was over just exactly nearly a year ago. He was washed out. He was on the wrong lead. The rider was encouraging him quite a bit. It really wasn't that good of a work, to my eye at least. Now, a lot can change, as always, in a year, but I do like to look at them at least just to give an inkling as to how the horse travels. I was intrigued by the 2 going in here. I like what Paul had to say. I liked what I've seen from him on the racetrack, as we have briefly seen him out there. And yeah, I just think he's a viable alternative to your even money favorite.
Yeah, I do too. The other horse that I thought was a little interesting was Macho Villa.
Yeah.
The
Woke
Lasix
up last time, I thought.
Yeah. The Lasix really seemed to help last time. 2 starts back, jogged, tight 7/8, stop, jogged, whatever happened. But the 7 weeks, back to the sprint last time. This horse ran the race of his life, a 73 at a giant price.
So Gabe Sayers did, he gave him a good trip for what the hand he was dealt, because he broke slow, turning back in distance, which often can happen. And then he got over to the rail. He saved ground. And then, as it happens when you commit to the rail, you don't often find a seam. So he ran into a wall of horses. He had to tip out about 3 times, but he never stopped, coming, never stopped running. So if somebody decides to apply some pressure to the favorite in here, maybe he's the one to make the last run.
Right. If Soybean Man's a little into the game, if Patton's War shows some speed. Right. Stormin' Army, it was going long, but he's chased some fast paces. Maybe those blinkers have kind of clicked him on. Now, he's under the gun a little bit from the rail. Nick Juarez is aboard. We'll see.
Yeah,
I like Soybean Man.
All right, a lot of weight on Soybean Man here. As Ramo Quet looks to kick things off here on this, it's a kind of a Co-Whitmore Day card here in the opener. Jim Byers will bring you the call from the first from Oaklawn Park.
Macho Villa heads forward. They're in the gate. And they're off. Commerce Comet with a nice start. Patton's War came out quickly as well. And those 2 hook up. Patton's War, Commerce Comet to the outside. Length and a half then, and Stormin' Army is racing in 3rd and is being steadied right there on the inside. Into it is 3 deep on the outside. Soybean Man in between horses, and tucked in now is Macho Villa, trailing a tight pack of 6 with a half mile to go. It's the first-time starter Patton's War with a very narrow lead up to the outside Commerce Comet, and they have been matching all the way here into that turn, then a length and a half. Things got a little tight, it appeared, for Macho Villa. He's right up in behind the leaders. Into it is wide on the outside and only a length or so off the lead. And then comes Stormin' Army in the bright orange, and shuffled back to last is Soybean Man. They're in the stretch. Commerce Comet still battling with Patton's War. Patton's War, Commerce Comet, Patton's War the inside. What a match. Commerce Comet the outside, the debuting Patton's War, the slightly more experienced Commerce Comet. These 2 coming to the wire. Commerce Comet, slight lead. Patton's War, super game in his debut. Macho Villa was 3rd, Soybean Man 4th.
Ding-dong battle around the racetrack as Patton's War, he broke sharply in his debut and was relentless against the 4-5 favorite in Commerce Comet, who just eked out the victory in the end.
Maggie, they were never more than a half length apart from the time the bell rang until the time they hit the wire. And it looked like for a second Patton's War was going to take this debut. But Commerce Comet and the little bit of experience going to prevail by a little bit of a margin here and get the job done in the opener at Oakland.
Favored over the second choice as it went 4-3. This past Monday, many from the racing industry gathered in Albany to ensure the future of horse racing in New York with plans to revitalize Belmont Park.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Thanks for tuning in to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, and we have live racing coverage from the Big A Aqueduct, as well as out from Hot Springs in Arkansas at Oaklawn Park. As welcome back to the show, I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and this past Monday, we saw people from the racing industry, whether feed suppliers, blacksmiths, veterinarians, to trainers, gather in Albany to push through Governor Hochul's plans to revitalize Belmont Park and ensure the future of the racing industry.
And we are here today to ask our state legislators to support Governor Kathy Hochul's executive state budget proposal to modernize Belmont Park at no cost to taxpayers.
On Monday, March 13th, hundreds of diverse representatives from the horse racing community and beyond made their way to Albany, rallying behind Governor Hochul's plan to create funding for NYRA to build a new Belmont Park, which was last renovated in the 1960s. The rally drew the support of many key elected officials representing a variety of regions throughout New York State.
This industry is important for us statewide. It is hotels, it's restaurants, it's small businesses, and that's what horse racing supports.
The modernization of Belmont Park would complete the revival of a historic property on the border of Queens and Nassau County, which brings world-class events and tourism revenue to the region.
With the UBS Arena, the transportation hub, and now a new Belmont racetrack, are you kidding me? This is a jewel for New York.
And can you imagine how great it would be if we got the Breeders' Cup back in New York?
So what's good for Belmont is good for Elmont. What's good for Belmont is good for Long Island. What's good for Belmont is good for New York State. And so ensuring that we have a modernized facility is what we are here standing united. And there's a lot of us, right?
It's a annual $13 billion industry. Revenue created, over 19,000 jobs. We need to ensure the future of the racing industry, and by doing these improvements to Belmont Park, I think we'll do that.
You know, it's one of my favorite places on earth, but it needs to be done. It's time to it needs to be done. And yeah, what it'll do for the area and for the sport is there's no price that can be put on what needs to be done over at Belmont Park, and I think it'll happen. And I look forward to what that vision will be in the next few years. And I really want to see the Breeders' Cup back.
Yes, and it has been announced that we will see the installation of a synthetic torpedo track in a mile on the inner. On the inside of the inner turf course there at Belmont.
You can say it. Everybody wants to hear the inner track again. We all want to hear it.
Yeah. I mean, it'll just keep a lot of those New York-bred turf horses around, and it will create a lot of opportunities for the horsemen, especially here in the state of New York, as horses are hitting the track for today's second race, Non-2 Life, 16,007 furlongs, kicking things off with the second time for the Ray Handlebar, number 1 got the gold.
Had a little bit of trouble last time. The line looks worse than the trouble was. Blinkers go on. We'll see if this horse can get the job done second time off the claim.
Speaking of trouble, the Cobbler had a lot of it unseating Jackie Davis at the start. More on him. Jet Speed went by, could show some speed. And then there's BC Glory Days, who Anthony hasn't missed this condition since September 1st.
Yeah, cuts back an eighth of a mile. Just missed last time. 0 for 16 in his career here at the Big A.
As number 5 comes out, he was a major player. As number 6 is Give Me Back My Bullet.
I think he's a little interesting, cutting back in some distance here. He got the job done for Rob Atras. He's been claimed since. Eddie Bucker, Joey Martinez, they teamed up to win the finale a few weeks back.
Also turning back here, number 7, Poppy on Ice.
Another race that has Randy Prasad written all over it. We'll see if Poppy on Ice, who got his job done in his 14th start, 2 back out of the maiden ranks, can go 2 for his last 3.
That is our field for race number 2. But Richie, you represented us well up in Albany this past Monday. Talk a little bit about the rally and what you got from it and what you're hoping to see in the future.
Well, Maggie, first off, I got to say how proud I was of all the men and women that, were able to make it up to Albany, and the enthusiasm and the energy level there. I was asked to speak kind of last minute, and I talked about, walking around Belmont in the evening. And, we have an opportunity to piggyback on the excitement level that the UBS Arena has brought, this brand new state-of-the-art facility, and how, Belmont can become a complete destination with that renovation. When we talk about all the jobs created and the economic engine that racing creates, you think about all the different directions you can take this, from feed stores to tax stores to blacksmiths and veterinarians, the multitude of jobs from every facet. And I'm right in the heart of it in the Hudson Valley, so I see the guy I buy my hay from and where I go to get my supplies from. So I think people that maybe are less understanding of exactly how many jobs are created there. And the other thing that I was really taken with, Maggie, was just how strong a lot of the politicians were in favor, being a pro-New Belmont, and understanding just how important that is.
That is great on so many levels to hear. And talking with Governor Hochul, I mean, last year at Saratoga, it's nice to have somebody at her level having our back.
Support. It's really, really nice to have somebody who you feel like is going to go to war with you.
Yeah.
And that's a strong word. And you and I have talked about, I don't like using those terms, boots on the ground, but it is, we're fighting for our lives here. And again, you don't want to get too romantic about it, but the history and the beauty of Belmont Park, it's a century. There's the history.
In a country where many racetracks aren't unique, Belmont is unique.
It's the best. It's the best kept secret. It's the best museum. It's the best piece of history on Long Island. Now we're racing fans, so we're going to say that. But the truth of the matter is, it's time for some change there.
Yeah. Well, speaking of change, the cobbler, he's hoping to stay together with Jackie Davis this time around. As Richie, what are your thoughts on this guy getting back to the races off of short rest? He didn't have to carry any weight around there, but he still ran with the field.
Yeah, I tell you what, I like what I see from the cobbler on the quick turnaround. You know, one thing I look for with horses on the quick turnaround is, you know, the weight they're carrying. And I don't see a horse that tucked up a lot. If anything, he's a horse that, you know, carries a lot of weight, a lot of condition, probably pretty good in the feed tub. I like what I'm seeing from the cobbler. Ultimately, I'm going to pick the 3 Jet Speed because I like the 6-1 there better than the 5-2 on the cobbler. And I just was taken with him from a physical perspective. He is absolutely 100% a physical pick. Not, you know, sometimes you like what you see on paper, you like what you see from a physical presence. This one is a complete physical pick. Love the way he warmed up, like what I saw there. Interesting, though, guys, the 4 BC Glory Days. We saw a horse take a lot of money in the first that was 0 for 25. Well, we got BC Glory Days who's 1 for 26. He looks great. I mean, for a horse that races quite often, he's another horse that carries terrific weight. He's adorable sort, obviously, but I just have a hard time taking 2-1 on a horse that is 1 for 26. So I'm going to go with the 2, Jet Speed, and we'll see how it shakes out.
Jet Speed dropping back down to the 16 level for the MIG. Marcus Thompson, the trainer here, teaming up with Romero Mirage. Did not show much when in for the 25 last time.
Yeah, Charlie's a tough guy to claim horses off of.
I agree.
A tough guy to train horses off. The hunter, I like to call him.
He did only have him for 1 start there.
Bruno Tessori's kind of tough too, and Bruno only had the horse for 1 start. Listen, good luck to the
This is
connections.
Todd Pletcher horse way back when.
Yeah.
9-5 on Got the Gold. Do you think that's warranted as the blinkers go on?
No, nobody in here should be that price. So for me, and this is something I shouldn't say never. I don't believe in absolutes. I'm not a Sith for you Star Wars fans. At 16-1, I have to bet a few dollars on Give Me Back My Bullets.
All right, I like it. As Got the Gold, he did break through the gate prior to his last start, and then things just went from bad to worse throughout the running of that race. See if he can rebound here from the inside. Dylan Davis aboard for the Ray Handlebarn, and we head up to Chris Griffin, who brings you the call of the second.
Bullets, Papillon Ice to the outside. All in line. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. The Cobbler's got early speed, and there's BC Glory Days in between horses. Now asserts it's going to be BC Glory Days, who's up by 3/4 of a length. Tight hold here for Joey Martinez on Give Me Back My Bullets, and here comes Jet Speed, is trying to push through, is not going to get through there, as holding that position was the Cobbler at the rail. So up front, it's BC Glory Days with the Cobbler. It's mild pressure on this leader as BC Glory Days lets it out a notch again. Up on the outside there is challenging for that second spot is Jet Speed as they work up the backstretch in 24 seconds flat. That easy opening quarter mile. Getting off the rail was Dylan Davis with Got the Gold, just muscled on through, and here comes Got the Gold as they move towards the far turn. Less than 4 furlongs to go. Give Me Back My Bullets has lost quick ground, and Papillon Ice is now out of last, tightly bunched. Any one of them can win it here. It's BC Glory Days in front. Got the Gold made that big move going into the turn. Dylan Davis got off the rail and is coming right after BC Glory Days as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Under a drive is the Cobbler from third as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. 48.58 for that half-mile time, and they are head and head here at the top of the stretch. BC Glory Days and Got the Gold is up on the outside. Also in the mix is the Cobbler, who's back for more to the inside, and here comes the Cobbler. It's the Cobbler who's ready to challenge BC Glory Days, just grinding away on the outside has Got the Gold. Inside the final 16, saving all the ground, it's the Cobbler who's loose on front. The Cobbler up by 3/4 of a length. The Cobbler gets the victory over BC Glory Days, then Got the Gold. And Papillon Ice in 1 minute 27.13 seconds.
A little redemption for what we saw last week when the Cobbler stumbled badly, losing Jackie Davis at the start. They stayed together. She stayed to the rail. Results in a win.
Yeah, there was a lot of movement on the front end here, and the Cobbler looked like he was going to drop back, approaching the far turn. Able to hang around and re-rally, get the job done as the third choice at 5-2 over the second choice. Boy, got the gold. No excuse. Perfect trip off the speed. Maggie just hung like a chandelier for the last 3/16 of a mile.
And you know what? Jaime Torres, I think, was worried about Got the Gold when they came off the turn, and so he drifted out to meet the challenge of that runner. He surely did his job intimidating him, but he let the rail up open for the Cobbler to scoot on through.
The rail and about 3 other pads. Could have drove a Mack truck through that hole on the inside.
You need it. The Cobbler's a big horse, so. Jackie, I mean, she's almost scraping paint there with her boot.
Yeah. 4-1. So all the horses that kind of figured.
Yep.
Put in a little bit of a different order.
Showed up with the best price of the 3 logicals, getting the win 5-2 over 2-1 over 8-5. 2-4-1-7 in the second. Congratulations to Jackie Davis, Neville Henry, and Brook Falls Racing Stable. Hall of Fame Day over at Oaklawn. It's just getting underway, and we will check back in with our very own Paul LaDuca. We'll have some Hall of Famers standing next to him. We're going to catch up with a lot of the jockeys and trainers that were on track today out at Hot Springs. Stay tuned. America's Day at the Races continues.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
Bet the racing action at Aqueduct, Oaklawn, and Santa Anita to score a $15 bonus each Sunday in March. Bet $50 on each track to take home $15, win or lose. Opt in at NYRABets.com. The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every Saturday. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop. He leads all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector. Gunrunner.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back here on FS2. America's Day at the Races continues as we're brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Second race in the books here at the Big A. The Cobbler gets his picture taken here in the winner's circle / paddock of the Big A. This one for Neville Henry, Jackie Davis aboard.
They're kind of a one-stop shop here at Aqueduct.
It is. It makes my job very easy.
I know it does.
Yeah.
You just like kind of walk across.
Yeah. This is why I get out of shape when I'm over here.
Yeah. How do you look me straight in the face and say that to me? Anywho, here's the Cobbler rallying along the inside. Jackie Davis getting down and dirty.
Yeah, she bided her time on the rail, patient, and it paid off.
Nice exacta there, Max.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
Right for two of the favorites.
Yeah.
Good triple, too.
Exactly. as the Cobbler returns 7:30 for the win. Well, they are hitting the track for today's second race over at Oaklawn. It is a state bred claiming 12.5, going the 6 furlongs, 9 to 5 on KJ's Pistol Annie, second at this level 2 back. Tried Allowance Company last time and just really didn't have a chance there.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a tough road to hoe last time, but
yeah,
I think it's going to be a little bit of a different story this afternoon, back with her friends.
We do see many of them coming out of that Derby Day Lassie race, which that runner was able just to wire the field that day. And KJ's Pistol Annie did put in a good run, I would say, to the finish line, making it fairly close in the end.
Yeah, she almost got there that afternoon, and she's run since, wheels back pretty quickly, and we'll see if the quick turnaround plays into the results of this afternoon's Segundo from Hot Springs.
Yeah, just a week after that somewhat non-effort does attract David Cabrera to the irons just to sweeten the deal a bit. But we'll kick things off with a gray. That's number 1, Miss Rita. She was 5th behind KJ's Pistol last time we saw her.
She was looking for a little place to go in that heat last time out, as were a few of these. She's run okay in her last couple.
Yeah, same thing can be said for Courageous Cap'n as well.
Yeah, she broke her maiden in start number 11 on a sloppy sealed track last time out.
Yeah, she was game to the wire. Number 3, Miss Dutton. Ugh.
Kelsey Haas sticks with the deuce, so Gabe Saya is going to pick up Miss Dutton for the first time.
As number 4 is your favorite, KJ's Pistol Annie.
Yeah, David Cabrera going to ride this one for the first time. And another one coming back quickly and back into the claiming ranks.
She's amazing. Has a nice little bonnet on today.
Yeah, she got the job done last April. We'll see if she can get the second win of her career off the trainer change.
To Jamie Gonzalez, as number 6 is Guest in My Heart, one for 34.
Back to Jamie Gonzalez. In fact, yeah, this horse was is dropping down. Was 4th in the Derby Day Lassie race.
Sweetness 2. Coming out of that same race.
3-time Kentucky Derby winning jockey Calvin Borel going to climb aboard, looking for his first win. Wow, at the Oaklawn meet.
Number 8, Little Rocker does have some speed.
Didn't show it as much last time when they kind of ran away from her in the Derby Day Lassie race. Well, Derby Day Lassie ran away from her. Maybe she takes on that role today, Maggie.
Yeah, they did go pretty quick, too, and Derby Day Lassie was able to see it out. As number 9 is Jerry Dawn.
Yeah, Jerry Dawn has also come back to run in the Derby since the 6th place finish in the Derby Day Lassie race. She didn't run that well at all. 0 for 14 in her career down in Hot Springs.
That's horses for today's second race as we jump on out to Paul LaDuca, standing by trackside. Paulie, do you think the week rest is cause for concern with your favorite KJ's Pistol Annie?
Well, I mean, that's a tough question to answer. I don't know if you want to take KJ's Pistol Annie at 8 to 5 right now. Now, when she lost 2 back, Derby Day Last literally opened up 10 on the backside on her, and Eric Medellin was on her, and it was holding on for dear life. And Chelsea Bailey was encouraging, and the horse really just missed at the wire. Then they stuck the horse in a race that the horse had no chance in that race. A state bred, $100,000, allowance, non-winners at 2. Those horses are just the different types of horses. Now she drops back down to the kind of the same level. Now she's been beaten by a couple of these horses in here, Jerry Dawn and some others. She's amazing. So I don't get the 8 to 5, but maybe she sits that good trip. And, I think Chelsea Bailey's a good rider. David Cabrera, obviously, a very good rider, too. So maybe people thinking that's an upgrade. I don't know. I mean, I think Chelsea does a very good job. So at 8 to 5, I think KJ Pistol Annie is the horse to beat. But I think you can go other ways in here. If the speed does go a little bit, Little Rocker could run, I would think, early. Broke her maiden and then came back in a 20 non-2. Now drops all the way down to 12-5. Jerry Dawn That race 3 starts ago, this horse launched from so far out of it and just came up slow. Has issues at the gate, but this race feels like it could break down. And I think the 9's sort of your long shot horse in here. So, I'm not giving you guys much. I think the 4 is the horse to beat. I'm not in love with the 2. There is money on the 2, but first time against winners, when we talk about these horses repeating races, I just don't think the 2 can come back and repeat. So I do like the 4 at 9-5 tepidly, but I do think the 9 at 13-1's got a good shot maybe to light up the board.
I like it. Paulie with Jerry Dawn looking for win number 2 and start number 19.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a head scratcher.
No kidding.
Mr. Obvious, Anthony Stabile.
Calling Captain Obvious here to the set. But I do agree with Paulie, and he taught me this when I was out there, that these Arkansas breds, no matter really what the level, and you have to be really good. I think you have to be a stakes horse. Obviously, Garhole comes to mind as far as horses in recent memory. But them pairing wins back to back often doesn't happen.
No.
And for that, it just kind of makes KJ's Pistol Annie that more enticing. But I thought Little Rocker really deserved a chance. Now, what do you get from her? I mean, she looks pretty, slow from a buyer speed figure standpoint. But maybe she just clears. She's taking play at 5-1.
See, I kind of feel like the way Derby Day Lassie got the job done last time, I want to know who the replacement is here, Maggie. Who's going to do what Derby Day Lassie did last time?
Right.
Common sense dictates that it's Little Rocker. Little Rocker was closest to Derby Day Lassie last time. I don't think that's the case. I think it's going to be Miss Rita.
Yep.
She's kind of under the gun from the rail.
Mm-hmm.
I think Louis Quinones is a little bit more aggressive than Rafael Bejarano is.
I agree with you.
Historically. I think she's faster.
Okay.
She's 5-1.
And she's inside.
She's inside. So, after stating the Mr. Obvious comment that this is a little bit of a head scratcher, I have decided that I am going to try to just replace Derby Day Lassie with Miss Rita. And I'm going to try to bottom this bunch out.
Okay. Does it bother you at all that she was nowhere near her last time?
It does. Period. End of story. But I'm just hoping that now Louis is more conscious of that and knowing from the rail and kind of having that same mentality. I would hope the Connections have the same mentality to just say, well, we kind of got beat that way last time. Let's try and be the replacement. You look at this race and you see 7 horses coming out of the race, and you say to yourself, got to try and fight fire with a little fight. Lord Anthony James.
Oh, jeez.
Got to try, Tribal Chief. You have to try to just be aggressive here and go.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the inside post, take advantage of it. But as we look forward to this Oaklawn card coming up in the Whitmore, did you have any thoughts and opinions about that race? And, we talked about dynamics here in this second. Isn't that race supposed to feature a fairly quick pace?
That's a fun race. And yes, they're supposed to be a little hitting up front, a little rubbing his racing, as Harry Hogue said in Days of Thunder 30 years ago. Yeah, and it's funny. I know we're going to talk about the Chris Hartman runners a little later on, but he kind of has them surrounded with edge to edge, the speed, and Tejano Twist, who figures to come from off the pace. But you have edge to edge, who has some speed. You have Empire of Gold, who has some speed. Cogburn came back from the layoff with speed, and then our buddy, who's been banging around these parts, Pirate Rick.
Yeah.
He's going to bring some speed down there. So, yeah, I mean, Mags, we don't see it often around here, but if there's not some pace on down, and we see it down there, they speed duel down at Oaklawn Park.
They don't mind.
It's the Wild West. It's the Wild Southwest, if you will. They'll hit down there. So, yeah, it should be a fun renewal of the Whitmore. We say it's the second running, but it's really not. Was that the Count Fleet sprint?
Yes, it was Count Fleet, which he won 3 times.
3 times?
Yeah.
He ran it at 5 consecutive or 6?
Yeah.
So, Yeah.
So will not see, he led the post parade last year. He's not going to do that. The Moquettes left him in Kentucky just to kind of give him a year off. As Laura was saying, he's a horse that has struggled historically with his feet, and she wanted to give him the opportunity to be barefoot. And she said, got him out of the glue-ons finally. He's in regular shoes, and she's hoping to start jumping him when she gets back to Kentucky.
That's awesome. I think I told the story last year when 4-Star Dave retired. Leo kept him around to jump him. He liked to be at Saratoga.
Yeah.
So when they brought Howard Battle in to be the racing secretary at Saratoga, he was the Keeneland racing secretary for a long time. Leo decided to break Howard's chops and nominate. It was formerly the Daryl's Joy, and Leo nominated 4-Star Dave to the 4-Star Dave, and Howard hit the roof when he saw the nominations come out.
Jim Byers will bring you the call of race 2 from Oaklawn Park.
There in the gate. And they're off. Very awkward start for the 7 Sweetness 2. Little Rocker on the outside, Miss Rita on the inside. It's going to be Miss Rita early on. To Little Rocker, KJ's Pistol Annie in a good spot early. Third, nestled right in on the inside. Then Jerry Dawn to the outside and Guest in My Heart. That pair 4 lengths off the lead. Courageous Cap'n has a spot at the rail in the orange. She's racing in 6th into the turn. 3.5 to the good of She's Amazing. Then it's quite far back to Miss Dutton and Sweetness 2. As they take that turn, Miss Rita is bounded clear, and she's leading Little Rocker by some 2 lengths. Then Jerry Dawn to the outside, KJ's Pistol Annie. KJ's Pistol Annie into 3rd now. Jerry Dawn to the outside is next. Then comes Guest in My Heart. The others with quite a bit of work to do as they straighten away. Here is Little Rocker gaining on the outside of the leader, Miss Rita. KJ's Pistol Annie on the inside. Miss Rita desperate. To the inside, KJ's Pistol Annie. To the outside, Little Rocker. And Little Rocker is taking the lead. Final 16th, it's Little Rocker. Drawing clear just a bit. Over Miss Rita, who was very game. Then Jerry Dawn and KJ's Pistol Annie flattened out late for 4th.
As you suspected, but we did not suspect that number 8, Little Rocker, would be able to rate and win, but she did.
It's amazing. Rafael Bejarano's passiveness got him the win here.
It
annoys me. I'm aggravated by this because I bet Miss Rita because I knew Bejarano wouldn't be aggressive with Little Rocker. And everything played out except Miss Rita couldn't keep going. Yeah, sometimes common sense doesn't work at the racetrack. That was one of them. When Miss Rita gets an easy enough lead, and the fact that he was able to stalk with Little Rocker, and she did a good job today being able to stalk.
8-1, 5-4 in the second at Oaklawn. Back over here at Aqueduct, race number 3. Optional allowance claimer going to 6 furlongs. Hot Fudge, she came off of the year plus layoff to get the job done last time out in a game victory. She's your current 7-5 favorite as we get it down to Mig with this paddock report.
Yeah, Maggie, coming off that extended layoff that you talked about to win the way she did, quite impressive, a terrific training feat there. But when I look at horses again that have run a big race off of an extended layoff, I want to see what kind of weight they're carrying. And she's had plenty of time to recover from that. That was about 6 weeks ago. She's carrying good weight, and she's a standout in the paddock from a physical perspective, along with the 4-horse, Lilu. I love what I'm seeing from Lilu. Dave Duggan does tremendous work. Was talking with Dave last time. She had the inside, kind of was under the gun from the start. Feels like she's a little bit better when she gets to kind of get up underneath herself a little bit. And I really like the weight she's carrying. I think she's in fine form, and I think just a better post today, she projects to get a better trip. But those are the two, to me, physically here in the paddock that certainly caught my eye.
Thing with Lilu, she looked like one that would benefit being drawn outside a bit more, as we will have more on this 3rd race coming up from the Big A, as well as Hall of Fame Day over at Oaklawn. That's him. That's a legend. He's still getting on that pony. I find it incredible, and he's still winning some of the biggest races around the country, and he'll try again in today's Grade 3 Essex.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be cow bred.
America's Day at the Races continues here on FS2, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account. We just saw a bit of an upset over at Oaklawn. Horses are on the track for today's third race at the Big A. Hoping you had Little Rocker on your Naira Bets account. Anthony didn't. I'm sorry, you took a tough beat there, my friend.
Anthony bet Miss Rita.
Yeah, of course you did.
What else is new?
Post Parade here for race number 3. Hey, Mama Luke, kicking it off here.
What a great name. Hey, Mama Luke figures to be aggressive from the rail under Jose Gomez. Off the board in her last 2 money allowance tries down at Parks.
Hot Fudge, number 2, looks to go back-to-back off the layoff.
Yeah, almost 15 months she was away. She's perfect in 2 dirt sprints. The lone defeat on dirt was to the hands of Echo Zulu in the Frizette going a mile back in October of 21.
Customer Experience is the other Linda Rice. Number 4 is Lilu.
She's first off the Linda Claim. Lilu looking for another win against Open Company. She was second to Let Her Inspire You, a fellow New York bred, last time out in this condition.
Near 6-month layoff for number 5, Sweet Solari.
Yeah, she hasn't done well in her last 3. That freshening may be very helpful here.
Another pace presence could be the outside runner, number 6, Unsolved Mystery.
She didn't get the lead last time when shipping up from a couple of tries on the all-weather at Turfway Park. Local debut was okay. She's going to need to do better, though, to handle Hot Fudge.
Yeah, she had every right, or every reason to get by Lilu, and she just couldn't in the stretch. And
agreed.
It just makes Lilu that more enticing. As your favorite at 9-5 is number 2, Hot Fudge. Let's take a look back at this race. First off the layoff, an open allowance. Not the toughest open allowance race, but not the toughest thing to do to come in off of a, 14-month layoff?
Yeah. And, you know, she battled from she was involved from the bell.
Yeah.
But she really battled from the 3/8 pole home, Maggie, and she was able to get the job done over Kitten's appeal. They beat the field by a long way. 4th place finisher on Buzzy came back to win any other than. Yeah, I mean, it was a nice effort. I think she's had enough time to rebound. Linda's Barnes on a heck of a roll right now.
7 for their last 8 heading into today's card.
I mean, I think she's tough to ignore. And she came back off of that layoff a little bit faster than she left. She was more tactical than when she left, and I think that's that bodes well for her. More often than not, they leave and they don't come back as fast. She
I
came
agree.
back faster.
Yeah. We'll see. I know they had high hopes for this daughter of Liam's Map when she started her career as a 2-year-old. Looking forward to seeing what she does here as we check in with Mig, who's trackside.
Yeah, Maggie, just getting back to the 2 Hot Fudge. Really calm, cool, collected in the paddock. Got a little bit worked up when she was coming up the ramp. Now, it is a bit of a narrow space. Could mean nothing, but just an observation. Got to the racetrack and was really on edge. Galloped off with the pony and looks like she settled back in now. The 3-horse Customer Experience, the other Linda Rice, an 8-time winner. And I got to tell you, in the paddock did not grab my attention. In the warm-up, she certainly grabbed my attention. I love the way this filly really started to extend herself, especially after she pulled up after her gallop around to the backside. Her jog was just such a beautiful, floating, free-moving kind of jog, and Customer Experience really elevated in my mind. I was struck with Lilu in the paddock, the 4, and I continue to be impressed with her. I love the way she galloped off, got that Kendrick Carmouche warm-up. Love the way she framed up. She checked all the boxes for me. She's a contender on paper, and she certainly looks the part on the racetrack. She will be my top selection.
The New York bred Lilu looking for win number 5 in 12 starts so far. I thought she was the best alternative to your favorite in here, though you're interested a little bit in number 3, Customer Experience.
I got a 3rd. No surprise to me. I like Hot Fudge. You like Hot Fudge?
I love Hot Fudge.
Do you really?
Yeah.
That your go-to on an ice cream sundae?
No, honestly, Oreos. Crushed Oreos are my...
Really?
Yeah, that's my jam. How about you?
Hot Fudge and wet walnuts.
Ooh.
That's it.
Cherry?
No.
No. Whipped cream?
Not on ice cream.
I'm weird. I like marshmallows, cookie dough.
Marshmallow like fluff or?
No, actual marshmallows.
Actual marshmallows.
You know what? Tom's the weirdest though. He likes gummy bears.
Gummy bears are okay. I'll use that on
Froyo.
Froyo. Yeah, Froyo. Me too. Good
Yeah.
job, Lord Morley. Your fellow lords like Tom and myself.
Just have exquisite taste in ice
We have
cream
exquisite
flavors.
taste in our
And
frozen
toppings.
treats, Maggie.
Oh,
you
I
wouldn't know.
Yeah, I'm just a mere peasant. They are heading into line for today's 3rd race. Hot Fudge, 8-5, looking to go back-to-back, get Linda Rice her 8th win in her last 9 starters, but she also has a backup plan and Customer Experience. First off, the Claim stepping up in company. That is the gray daughter of Kyra Prince heading into line now as we head up to Chris Griffin, who brings you the call of this 3rd.
Goes in. Sweet Solade. Unsolved Mystery. Last to load. All in line. All set. And they're off. Good break towards the outside from Sweet Solades with the early kick. Also in there is Hot Fudge in between horses. And Hey Mama Luke, they fly early up front 3 across the racetrack. In behind them is going to be Lilu, who's going to track to the inside here of Unsolved Mystery and the Triller. Customer Experience. Hey Mama Luke has got the front, but Hey Mama Luke had to work hard to get there. Is approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Is up by 3/4 of a length. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Hot Fudge is right there in the 2 path. Here comes the run from Sweet Solade, who's back for more for Manny Franco. Saving ground to the inside. Kendra Carmouche and Lilu. They are progressing. A wide run here for Unsolved Mystery, and Customer Experience is now within range, but Hey Mama Luke is letting it out. It's Hey Mama Luke at 11-1, who's approaching a quarter mile left to go. It is now a length and a half clear. Hey Mama Luke, and Jose Gomez gives the cue. 47.44 for that half-mile time on the grandstand side. Here comes Unsolved Mystery. Hot Fudge is not giving up the chase. Hey Mama Luke is trying to still hold them all off, and here comes Hey Mama Luke down to the line, a 16th to go. Unsolved Mystery is up on the outside. Hey Mama Luke wanted the front end, got there, and Hey Mama Luke at a price. Hey Mama Luke over. Unsolved Mystery, then came Hot Fudge and Lilu in 1 minute 12.73 seconds.
Okay. Hey, Mama Luke. Not only a good name, but good today. As Jose Gomez sent her straight to the lead, she did not look back after two very disappointing efforts behind eventual stakes winner Disco Ebo. In her last two, she pulls off the upset, longest price on the board, Anthony.
You know, Maggie, and this is a bit of a red board, this happened last year. She came in here off a terrible effort at Parks, and she looked like she was going to get loose on the lead. She did, from the rail, and she went wire to wire at a big price. She's the biggest price on the board today. She was either the biggest price on the board or the second biggest price on the board last year. Deja vu all over again, as Yogi Berra would say.
She clearly likes Aqueduct. Why are they?
And that's the other thing.
Pennsylvania. She's now 2 for 3 with 1 second place finish here at this Queen's Oval.
Yeah. Hot Fudge, boy, she broke out of there beautifully under Jose Lezcano, while Jose Gomez was scrubbing to get out of there. Sweet Solari and Manny Franco scrubbing to get out of there. Lezcano left out of there beautifully, was in a catbird seat. I shouldn't even say stalking. He was just laying there. She had 0 when they turned for home. Hey Mama Luke just ran away. Nice late run from Unsolved Mystery, but at no point was Hey Mama Luke in trouble.
No, it kind of, I mean, this race felt like in hindsight, and as you said, not to red board, came down to class and to who these horses were facing. Like I said, Disco Ebo in her last two is a stakes winner, posting 93.96 buyers. She got the job done today. Hey Mama Luke at 11-1. Well, over at Oaklawn, Paul LaDuca, he standing by with a Hall of Famer.
Hall of Fame day here at Oaklawn Park. We got our own Hall of Famer on our own staff here, Gary Stevens, the Fox team as well. And Gary, this has just been unbelievable to see all these guys together. And you know, I know you so well. You're such an ultimate competitor. Are you guys talking trash already?
No, I mean, it's been a lot of fun. We had a dinner last night, and legendary, trainers and jockeys, and just telling old stories, listening to old stories, and these guys are legends to me, and it kind of takes your breath away.
One of your best moments here, and you were just telling me, it was your first $500,000 race, was Tank's Prospect. Take us through that, because I know you got a memory when you win these races like this.
It was special. It's still very special to me. Flew on a private plane for the first time out here. Wayne Lucas dropped me off at the front gate here. And he said, "You like traveling like this?" I said, "Yeah, I do." He said, "You win the day." He said, "Get used to it." That was kind of the formation of the Gary Stevens, Wayne Lucas team that we formed, and winning my first Kentucky Derby for him. But I'd never ridden in a $500,000 race, and he won easy and came back, and he gave me my first mount in the Kentucky Derby as well.
What makes Oaklawn so special to you, Gary?
I think the fans, everything about it. I like to call it the Saratoga of the South. These racing fans here, they know their horses, they root, they cheer, they come out inclement weather, and they run on, it's just a phenomenal show that they put on, and the people here are so kind outside of the racetrack as well.
You made, in my last question is, you made such a great point. You're signing autographs against some of your mentors and some people that learned from you as well. That's got to be just unreal.
Yeah, I mean, I had Alex Solis. They did in alphabetical order the lineup, but to look down that row and see the legends that are down there, Solis on one side of me, Nick Zito on the other side, and we were talking as we were signing autographs, and it was a lot of fun.
Well, I got to give you credit. Well done on the Carnation. You did it well, Gary.
Oh, they hung them all on all of us.
Hall of Famer Gary Stevens. We love him. I love him.
Great to have Gary on the show and out there celebrating with all the fellow Hall of Famers. And yeah, it was cool to watch Tank's Prospect. That was kicking off that relationship, as he said. 3 years later, they would win the Kentucky Derby with a filly.
1985, amazingly. And now he's sitting in line with the coach, and that's almost 40 years ago.
Ooh, don't remind me. I was
What
born
are you worried about?
I'm about to be 40.
in like 3 years. It's like this is like when Harry met Sally.
Anyway.
In 10 years.
Anyway, we will bring you the official prices from the third race at Aqueduct with Hey Mama Luke, and we'll also get to the third out there at Oaklawn as they are in the paddock for this third race. Looking forward to this Claiming 10 here on America's Day at the Races. Stay tuned.
Caraconte has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. Well, this week kicks off the OBS March sale as, the under tax shows are in the books. They will gear up to sell starting Monday as we will look forward to checking in with Acacia. I think Acacia's going to bring us some bites there from tomorrow and what she's thought of some of these horses selling at OBS. And we also will take a look at some special horses that have worked at the OBS March sale.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Do you know about this?
Oh, I do.
Anthony's horse.
That's right.
Or one of them from his Game of Silks stable is Hip 580.
Not
this
Stabile,
is a son
stable.
of M. Shawish out of the German mare Katanga. Does work 10 and 2 here, Anthony. What did you think?
He's got a big stride on him, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, to me, he looks like what his pedigree would suggest, which is long on turf. You know, just kind of big, long, very professional, too.
He doesn't look like a 2-year-old.
Solid.
Yeah,
he
does not look like a 2-year-old. That's a big boy.
That's a big dude, man. Holy smokes.
He, perhaps appropriate, he's in my stable. That's one of the biggest 2-year-olds I've ever seen.
Name him Stabile Jr.?
If he doesn't have a name, maybe the Big A. Maybe he should be the Big A.
Yeah.
Because that's a big boy. Yeah. I don't know how far, how short he's going to go. But it looks like he hasn't missed a meal.
As I joked with you, I thought in 4 years he'll win the Belmont Gold Cup going the 2
Perhaps
miles.
appropriate. Yeah, I bet you he cleans his feed tub every night.
Oh, yeah, he
Yes.
definitely looks like it.
As
Randy
do I.
Miles, co-signer there, does a great job at prepping his 2-year-olds too. And if you want to play, make sure you check out silks.io and you'll get some more information. As you said, that website's tremendous.
It is, and I can tell you that Big Slick, who our friend Ronnie, we talked to Ronnie a month or so back here on America's Day at the Races.
Yep.
Big Slick is doing fantastically.
Wait, who's Big Slick?
Vino Rosso.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a Vino Rosso.
That's right.
Yeah.
Named
that's
very cool.
I run Eddie Baez's racing I'm the racing manager, and he is doing amazing. We let Ronnie and I kind of named him in, Big A. Ronnie goes by Slick on Discord, which is the social media platform for Game of Silks. Jump on there if you're not there already.
I love it.
He's doing amazingly.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, a special rooting interest for you is Hey Mama Luke. If you had her, you were rooting big time at the head of the stretch as she took this field gate to wire back in today's third race beneath Jose Gomez.
Yeah, great job by Jose getting him out of there. It's been a little bit of a tough run for Jose since he lost the bug, but this was a very good ride. And his bread and butter has been he's an excellent gate rider, good on the front end. And he was able to get Hey Mama Luke out of the gate, right to the top. And if you cashed at 11-1, you got a lot of the 11-1 at 24.80.
7-year-old PA-bred mare conditioned by Patty Farrow. Congratulations, 24.80 for the win. The field for today's third race at Oaklawn, they're hitting the track momentarily, and we are hitting a break here, but more to come on America's Day at the Races. You're checking out the current even money favorite, Mulberry Street.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Action continues here on America's Day at the Races. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Anthony Stabile, also veteran champion jockey. Richard Migliori joins us here at the Big A, and we have Paul LaDuca out there at Hot Springs as we kick off a post parade here in this third race with number 1. That's Primer Dimer.
Blinkers didn't seem to help going back on last time in a similar level. See if he can improve. Son of Haynesfield, 2010 Jockey Club Gold Cup winner.
Here is one name for Anthony, Egomaniac.
You know, you're not the only one that seems to call me that nowadays. Somebody else seems to have taken that nickname to me. I would bet $10 on this horse just because of that.
21-1, why not? 3 is Generator, could be one of the pace presents.
I would imagine that Bejarano is going to maybe put this one on the lead, but he always likes to sit. It worked last race, and he got me.
Big scratch of the major drop down. Number 4, Go On, has led Mulberry Street to be your even money favorite.
Yeah, how you doing, Maggie? This was avoided claim 2 back. Made a big move. Looked like he was going to get the money last time for Chris Hartman. Then he fell apart late. Finished a well-beaten second.
Zoffa, 23-1, longest shot on the board.
Yeah, nowhere to be found in his last 3. Could have used some moisture on the track.
Hanks will go off a blowout score against Lesser. First off the claim for Norm McKnight.
Yeah, first off the claim, he ran big Last time out. Get it? Hanks. Big.
I mean, you're rivaling Richie with your puns. Number 8, Stud Puppy, also named for you.
Yeah. Blink. I don't even. Blinker's off. I don't even know what to say.
He's speechless. Doesn't happen often. Number 9, Georgia Deputy, long shot as well on the outside.
This horse comes from the moon. He's 2 for 54 in his career. 1 win came on the turf. I think that's where he kind of belongs, but they don't have that at Oaklawn Park.
Well, as we do pretty much every Saturday, we have that cross-country Pick 5 sequence, which does kick off with the 8th race here at the Big A. I know that you have a ticket that you can check out at NYRABets.com.
Yeah, you can go to NYRABets.com. We're going to show it later on the program. I won't be here. But, yeah, it's a fun sequence. The Whitmore's in there. The Essex is in there. And then that last race at Rialto Park, the Liz Bracken, I finished my career, my academic career, at St. John's University 25 years. I talk about feeling old. 25 years ago, I interned here in the marketing department for Liz Bracken was part of the simulcast department, and Liz was very instrumental in helping me along and teaching me some stuff, as she was to hundreds of people in this industry. There's a scholarship attached to that last leg of the Pick 5, and everyone misses Liz. She was a wonderful colleague, but more importantly, just one of the best people I was ever around in my life. I was fortunate to be a part of her life. I was fortunate to have her a part of mine. And, as a 20-year-old kid getting ready to get out of college, I was glad to spend some time with her.
I was lucky to know Liz as well, as when I first started here at the Big A. My office was catty corner to her, and got to know Liz well. We'll miss her a lot. The industry as a whole misses her, as we missing Whitmore on the racetrack, but he is doing fine in his second career with Laura Moquette as today's co-feature out there at Oaklawn Park.
Chance Moquette's birthday today, by the way. Happy birthday, Chance. He watches all the time.
A new dad as well.
Yes.
Happy birthday. But Tejano Twist and Miles Ahead, they had to run against
Goodnight
in their last meeting.
Goodnight. Who said goodnight?
Goodnight.
There's no goodnight in here, Maggie.
Correct.
It's a well-matched field of 10 with Goodnight out of here. I mean, Goodnight, who was over in Saudi. Goodnight would have made this a far less interesting race. I would imagine there wouldn't be 10 in here if Goodnight was part of this. It would probably be 5 or 6. So his absence makes this a far more competitive field. It makes it a far more interesting race. There's a lot of speed in here. We talked about it earlier. I think you can make a case for 4 of these horses being in the first phalanx of speed.
And one of them could be edge to edge. 1 or 2, Chris Hartman.
Got him surrounded. Nobody moves. Nobody gets hurt. There's edge to edge on the front end. Tejano Twist coming from the back. Yeah, he's fast. Now, he's won from off the pace. You never really want to take speed types out of their element. You'd rather have them free rolling on the front end. But having the versatility to win from off the pace is always a good thing. You wouldn't imagine all 4 of the speed horses are going to be ding-donging on the front end. That just doesn't make any sense. It's not good. It's not good racing. But one of them has won from off the pace. He's one of the horses that has won from off the pace. So maybe he's the one that uses his noggin and is able to sit there and get first crack at the speed.
All right, we'll see how that one shakes out. Looking forward to it, but also looking forward to the co-featured Grade 3 Essex Handicap, which is your ABR race of the week, as Last Samurai, he's looking to go back-to-back in this division of stakes out there at Oaklawn. And boy, what a meet it's been for the legendary Hall of Famer D. Wayne Lukas, bringing Secret Oath back to the races in impressive fashion last week. But we caught up with Wayne in his barn a couple days ago, and we were wondering, was he expecting that effort going back to the Razorback?
He's been training really, really strong. Again, he seems to have an affinity for this racetrack, and he has done everything we've asked him to do, so we expected him to run a big one, but in that competition, you're never overly confident. You're always wondering if you're going to get that big effort, but he gave it to us, and we might be headed in the right direction for the future. The outside post may not help his cause for Saturday. I always think that when you go 2 turns here, that first turn comes up awful quick. And so given a choice, I don't think I'd take the outside post. I think I might take something a little further down in.
It is a 1.125 miles, so a little bit longer of a run to that first turn. We'll see what Christian Torres, Meet's leading rider, can work out from the start. Looking to save ground is always a premium.
Apropos that the coach in his 80s teams up with Christian Torres, leading rider at Oaklawn, riding, 5 years at this point, if that?
Yeah, 2017, yeah.
Right? Who's looking for his first career riding title.
No, first at
Oaklawn, rather.
Right.
Yeah. And they're looking to do, keep this nice little magical run going, looking for their second stakes win with Last Samurai together.
Yeah, and a horse that loves Oaklawn Park, as he's won 3 there, including last year's Oaklawn Park handicap, as they are heading into line. Quick thoughts here on this race here?
This was a tough race. I thought the favorite was going to be tough. Mulberry Street, like I said, hunch play for me. I bet $10 on Egomaniac. I couldn't take Mulberry. I did. I can't bet Mulberry Street at 6-5.
We'll see what Hanks can do, too, and coming off short rest off the back of the claim from Robertino Diodoro, as we send it out to Jim Byers, who brings you the call of this third race.
And the last in is Georgia Deputy. They're in the gate. And they're off. And from the outside, Hanks is taking the early lead. Generator gets out quickly. Primer Dimer is revved up early on, and he moves into second just behind Hanks as they enter that clubhouse turn. Zaffa now third. Generator to the inside fourth. 2.5 then, and Mulberry Street is racing in fifth as they turn onto that backstretch. He's about 6 lengths from the lead, and 1.5 lengths to the good of Georgia Deputy. Then comes Egomaniac and Stud Puppies at the back end of the field as they race up the backstretch. We got a battle up front. On the inside, Primer Dimer. Isaac Castillo will not be denied the lead. Hanks to the outside. 1/2 length back in second, and Zaffa sits outside of them in third. Back to the inside, it's Generator. He's racing in fourth, followed by Mulberry Street. He's been on hold. He's racing in between runners. He's fifth, but within range. And then to the outside, Georgia Deputy is keeping up with him. Then quite a way back to Egomaniac and Stud Puppy around the turn. It's still Primer Dimer by 1/2 length. And Hanks and David Cabrera to the outside. Mulberry Street begins to make his bid. Mulberry Street is going to come into the stretch here in behind that leading duo. Looks like he's going to angle 3 wide, and he does. Zaffa is just outside of him. They straighten away. Hanks has taken over from Primer Dimer, and here is Mulberry Street, and he inhales them. Mulberry Street goes to the lead and begins to just draw clear, and with a 16th to go, he's drifting out, but he has a convincing advantage over Hanks and Primer Dimer. Mulberry Street by 3.5. Hanks was second, Primer Dimer third, and Zaffa fourth.
Mulberry Street getting the right kind of trip beneath Francisco Arrieta delivers as the favorite.
Yeah, they couldn't have scripted this any better, the connections of Mulberry Street. Primer Dimer from the rail, Hanks from the outside. They refused to budge. They just hit up front. This is what you expect to see at least a couple of them do in the Whitmore later on today at Oaklawn Park. Maybe a bit of a preview, 47 and change to half at this level. Something had to give. They both did. And Mulberry Street was happy to oblige by running on by even money over 8-5, as he may have lost the war, but Hanks was able to survive the speed battle for second.
Back over here at Aqueduct, we see riders getting up on their mounts. It's a claiming 25 to life, 6-5 on that horse ridden by Jose Lascano that just left your screen. That's number 2, Cumberland Blues, as he looks to be the clear speed, you would think, stretching out in distance to this mile.
Yeah, he's supposed to have things his own way on the front end. I can't even. It's hard to make the second speed in here.
Yeah, I mean, another stretch out is it's a little bit funny, but he's pretty slow. He's number 1, too.
Yeah, it's a little bit funny. Lone win came via DQ, and tough to make him here.
And there is your 6-5 favorite leaving our screen. Our son Jake, maybe he applies some pressure?
He could be the only one, I guess. He won in near gate to wire fashion, but it was a slow race going 7/8 last time in January.
Yeah, does wear that extension blinker. As number 4, Cheeky Tico, he's currently 4-1.
He wasn't too far off the pace very early on, 2 back, won by runaway winner Storied Fella.
Rudy Rodriguez sends Ghostly Prince second off the claim.
Yeah, he did not race too well as part of a favored entry that got the job done last time out.
Number 6, French Burrow, he's hoping for some hitting up front.
He's cutting back from 2-turn mile and 70-yard races down at Parks. His one race on the surface back in October was on a sloppy track against Much Better.
That will do it for today's 4th race, which we will get more into on the other side of this break on America's Day at the Races here on FS2.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on, brought to you by America's Best Racing. It's a lovely race. Check out americasbestracing.net today. As we'll check in with Richard Migliori for more on this 4th race from Aqueduct. Taking a look, Mig, at number 2, Cumberland Blues, your 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, Maggie, I mean, listen, he's a short price trying something he hasn't done before.
Evan, I never heard a cue from you.
He's only been been sprinting, but I will say this, from a physical perspective and from a pedigree perspective, you feel like he should be able to stretch out, and frankly, it looks like he's controlling speed here. I do believe he's the most likely winner. I'm taking a little bit of a swing just outside him with the 3, our son Jake. He was a standout in the paddock from a physical perspective. Now, it's a little bit tricky. He has an extension blinker. That's an extended cut blinker on the outside eye. And it's important for the rider to make sure that his eye with the unimpeded vision, right, the inside eye, sees the brake. horses react to the movement of the doors. And if they have their head turned towards the right, they're not going to see the break. And that's when horses have a tendency to break slow or get left. So, the assistant starter, I'm sure, will be very aware of that. You get a young rider, an apprentice who maybe doesn't have as much experience, but that's the one problem with horses with an extension blinker, that sometimes they'll have a tendency not to break as sharply if they're not looking completely straight down the racetrack. And the 6-horse, French Borough, kind of interesting. I think he makes a lot of sense. If things were to heat up or some of these horses show they have distance limitations, I think he could be sitting in the right spot to be a beneficiary of that. Interesting horse, just an observation, and horses come in all shapes and sizes. He's short, but he's long, meaning he's not very tall from the ground to the point of his shoulder, but he's very long. Almost think like a basset hound a little bit, if you will. He looks great physically. His coach terrific. Got a nice warm-up under Dylan Davis. I just thought it was kind of interesting looking at him from a physical perspective.
He is. He's almost like a dachshund, French Borough.
Is he a stud puppy? He's like a
yeah,
stud puppy?
They named him
He's
wrong,
like a stud
or
puppy?
maybe it was already
Yeah.
taken.
Okay.
But, Richie brings up, as you're taking a look at the favorite here, but Richie talking about our son Jake, and exactly what he's talking about happened the first time he ran with that extension blinker, which was back in December at Aqueduct. And then it was resolved last time, and he broke alertly and went nearly straight to the lead. But number 2 in here, Cumberland Blues, I don't think our son Jake is going to be as fast as he was. As we take a look back at his last race, I thought he broke a touch slow in there, and then he was sent up and pressed the leader, and the winner came up from behind. I thought he ran very well in this defeat.
He did. He did nothing wrong. He went fast early, and he just got run down late in the game. It's Linda Rice's barn is going very well. Maddie Ulver did nothing wrong at all last time, but you're getting one of the leading riders on the circuit, Jose Lezcano.
Mm-hmm. He didn't switch leads, though, was the one thing.
So let me ask you this, Maggie. Going the mile, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to help or hurt him? They're obviously going to go a little bit slower.
Right, and 2, sometimes he doesn't break that well.
Right.
I think it does. And
it helps him a little bit, right?
I mean, my notes for him, and this is early on in his career, and it was his first race, I thought he wanted to go long.
Right.
So I mean, he's even money, so he's supposed to get the job done. But that variable of trying this distance for the first time as the favorite, I don't have a problem with it.
I don't either. I think the more distance for him is actually going to help a touch, because it's going to let him kind of settle and throw maybe a little bit slower fractions at him. And his pedigree tells you that a one-turn mile is not going to be.
And Linda's great with this.
Yeah.
I mean, think about Tamama's Got to Run from yesterday, which had never gone beyond a mile. She immediately claimed her and stretched her out to 9 furlongs. She won via DQ that day, ran second, and then won going the mile yesterday. So she's very in tune with what these horses want to do. So we'll see. Cumberland Blues holding strong as your 4-5 favorite. Will he take kindly to this new distance and for the new Hot Barn in Linda Rice, as we send it up to Chris Griffin with the call of race 4.
Low to the outside, all in line. All set. And they're off. Bunched up at the break here, and towards the inside, It's a Little Bit Funny. There's Cumberland Blues is in the early mix with Our Son Jake. That's going to be the leading trio. Lined up across the track here as they get set to come out of the chute, and it's the long shot. It's a Little Bit Funny is in front. It's a Little Bit Funny is up by a length and a half. It's drifting out, is way out in the center of the racetrack. It's followed by Our Son Jake, who's going to track in second. Getting over to the rail is Cumberland Blues, who's now in third. Cheeky Tico is progressing from the 4th position, is well in the clear up on the far outside. In behind them, Ghostly Prince and French Borough is the trailer. 3 lengths would cover them all as they work up the backstretch. 23 and 4 for that opening quarter mile for It's a Little Bit Funny. It's a Little Bit Funny, and a huge number is in front, is approaching the half-mile pole. Down to the inside, here comes the run from Cumberland Blues, is looking for that seam. Our Son Jake is ready to pounce here, is now stalking this pace setter who lets it out. It's a Little Bit Funny starts the sprint for home, but here comes Our Son Jake, who's ready to pounce, and now Our Son Jake has taken the lead. They went 48. .34 for that half-mile time. Cheeky Tico is all in. Cumberland Blues is in behind this tiring pace setter with nowhere to go. Trying to run on his Frenchboro. Ghostly Prince at the back of the field. In hand, it's going to be Our Son Jake with a quarter-mile left to go. Went 1:13.4 for 3/4, and Jason Wyas is looking very confident in the saddle right now. Now he gives Our Son Jake the cue in the clear. Here comes Cumberland Blues, who had that traffic, a furlong left to go. Our Son Jake needs the line. Cumberland Blues is moving in closer down towards the inside, and Cheeky Tico up on the outside. They swarm this leader. Cumberland Blues, not the easiest trip. Cumberland Blues, Jose Lescano, they get the score over Our Son Jake, Cheeky Tico, and Frenchboro in 1 minute 40.75 seconds.
Anthony, the favored winner, Cumberland Blues, never looked like he was going to win this race until the 16th pole.
No, right around the 8th pole, Maggie. Not to argue with you, but yes, around the 8th pole, you said to yourself, "All right, fine." You sweated this one out. You got the heart rate going a little high, but this was not a pretty win.
No, it didn't look like it was going anywhere along the inside around the turn, but Jose Lescano kept him to task, and he picks up a win for Linda Rice here as we will take a pause to welcome in a new audience. Welcome to those just joining us here on America's Day at the Races from Valley SoCal. As I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Anthony Stabile, we also have Richard Migliori and Paul LaDuca out at Hot Springs. As Anthony, we just saw the favorite in today's 4th race from the Big A, Cumberland Blues, eke out the victory here. It looked as though he was in hot water when they came to the 3/16 pole.
Yeah, look, a lot of us thought he'd take this one gate to wire. A big long shot from the rail went to the lead. He looked like he was in hot, deep water around the quarter pole, but the favorite, Linda Rice and Jose Lescano, prevail as your odds-on chalk.
Linda Rice picks up her, 8th win in her last 9 starts?
10, right, because
10 stars, right.
yeah, hot fudge
and
customer experience did not get the job done.
Nope, but still quite a hot streak. The barn is riding Cumberland Blues first off. The claim for owner, trainer Linda Rice, and win the victory by Jose Lescano.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 6 is how they hit the line. Our Son Jake tried to bust things open and around the quarter pole under apprentice Jason Wyas, but was not able to hold off the big favorite.
I will say goodbye, and you will
No,
say
don't
hello
leave
to
me.
Greg Wolf, who he is coming up after this break. Anthony, it's been my absolute pleasure.
Pleasure was all mine, Mags.
Well, I will see everybody in an hour or so down in the paddock, but so much more to come on the program as more live racing from Oaklawn Park as Hall of Fame Day continues here on America's Day at the Races.
Here comes Clairiere on the outside, and it's going to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Outside it's Bonifant coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? Here's the wire. Oh, the wish has come true. That one's for you, Cody.
Welcome back to continuing live coverage from Aqueduct and Oaklawn here on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Bally Sports SoCal as well. Greg Wolf stepping up to the desk here. I get you for a little bit, and then Andy Serling coming up. I get Mig. I get everybody today.
Nice. Smorgasbord.
Indeed. We have our best still yet to come. A couple of real big ones today at Oaklawn.
Sure do. Yeah, the Essex and the Whitmore, always a fun day. The Whitmore, a race that he won 3 times before they renamed it for him last year, the Old Cal Fleet Sprint. He's not going to make it down to Oaklawn this year, as you heard Maggie talked about earlier today. Going to leave him in Kentucky, pull the shoes off of him, let him just relax and kick back this winter. But, yeah, a racing day, Hall of Fame day down at Oaklawn Park. But a couple of real fun stakes races to come your way. The Cicada here at the Big A. All you, my man.
Downtown Mischief, what do you think?
Yeah.
Stays perfect?
I think so.
We'll find out. She started out her career 2 for 2. Thought it might be a little more wide open. Let's go back to the 4th here in New York. Odds on. Cumberland Blues, your winner, Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice. The streak came to an end, but now ready to start another one.
Yeah, we've been seeing it a lot lately. Rob Actress had a streak, Linda Rice had a streak, and Cumberland Blues maybe starts one anew. I'll tell you right here, you didn't think the streak was going to start anew. This looked like big-time trouble at 4-5, but Jose Lezcano persevered. Cumberland Blues put his head down and was able to run down the outboard Jake. It looked like he was going to try and our man Jake was going to try and spring a little bit of an upset, but it was not to be. Our son Jake. I used a lot of euphemisms for a man. It was our son Jake who tried to bust it open at 6-1. Couldn't do it.
So Linda Rice has won with 8 of the last 9 races she has been entered.
10, right? The streak. Oh, just one. The streak ended. Yeah, 8 of the last 9. Wow, big number.
$3.70 for the victory, and the 4th in the books.
Finito. That kicked off the middle pick 4 on the card today, right?
Believe, yes. Setting up race 5 here. Pick 6 begins in this 5th race coming up. 1 turn mile, 50,000 starter allowance. And difficult race is the board reflects right now. Save Grace favored.
Yeah, Saving Grace 2-1, and then you have 5 of the 6 remaining runners between 4-1 and 5-1. I know there's a lot of time left. There's 17 minutes to post. But that's a remarkable tote board. One outlier, Game Theory, at 12-1. But the other 5 fillies and mares between 4-1 and 5-1 right now.
And Game Theory, chance that that's the quickest runner in this field, going to try and scoot away from this group.
Perhaps. Maybe. Yeah, that's what you would imagine that Heman Harkey tries to, with the power of Grayskull, just try to run away. You got that one.
Masters of the Universe. Yeah, used to watch it every day when I got home from school.
I have every piece they've ever made of the
You got to bring it in. I
have
to see
every
that collection.
piece. I have
Battle Cat.
I have every piece of it.
Special day at Oaklawn. Please bring it in.
I will.
Hall of Fame Day. They had their first ever last year. All the big names assembled in Hot Springs. Let's go to Paula Duca for more.
Hall of Fame Day continues here at Oaklawn Park, and I'm just absolutely tickled to death. 2 of my favorite riders here, Alex Solis and Eddie De La Houssaye. We'll go with Eddie first. Sorry, Alex, because he won the Arkansas Derby first. Eddie, talk to us about Olympio in that day.
Oh, in that day, it was I rode the horse for Ron McAnally, and the Winchell's, as we know, he was one of the favorites. I don't know if he was second choice, third choice, but he broke that day sharp. He was on the lead going first turn, and I let him settle back. And as we entered the backside, I dropped back to about 7th or 8th. And I guess everybody in the grandstand must have been going nuts, you know, and I knew I had a lot of horse under me. So we waited till, I waited till about the not the half mile pole, the quarter pole. And when I called on him, And Paul, I mean, he just accelerated. And he won by 4 or 5 lengths, you know, and he was a nice horse. Too bad we couldn't go to the Derby with him.
Yeah, right. He got hurt. And it was an unbelievable ride because you're right. You broke on top and you took the horse way back. Now, Alex, victory gallop. I mean, obviously an unbelievable finisher, and he won in '98. Take us through that ride.
Yeah, he's incredible horse, and I was so happy to ride it because his style that he runs was one of my favorite style to ride. Horses to come from the pace, and that day he settled nice in the back, and when we got to the backside, I felt that I had a lot of horse, and we got to the turn, and I started making my move, and he was all business, and incredible horse. Elliot Walton did a great job with him too. It was a lot of fun.
Eddie, a couple things to you. I mean, what was it like winning back-to-back derbies? I mean, listen, you win your first derby, and boom, you come right back with Sonny's Halo after Gato del Sol.
You know, I got lucky that year with Sonny's Halo. Larry Snyder rode the horse in the Rebel, and they had asked me to come ride, but I was committed to someone else at the time. So Larry Snyder rode him, so I thought we were done, you know what I mean? I thought Larry was going to ride the horse in the Arkansas Derby and then the Derby. Somehow, some way, we got back on him. I don't know what my agent did, but we got back on him, and we won the Arkansas Derby naturally. And then after I rode him that day, I told my agent, I called him that night because we were flying back from here. I said, this horse will win the Kentucky Derby if nothing happens to him. But so I was surprised getting on the second horse to win the second Derby. It was something that no rider ever dreams of. You dream of winning one Derby, not 2 Derbies. So it was remarkable. I've been blessed.
Well, crazy. And this is the last question I'm going to ask. Alex, I've been wanting to ask you this for years because Johar and High Chaparral in the 2003 Turf, it was, I want to say, a 17-minute photo. How long did it seem to you, and did you think you got there? What was going through your head?
Well, it felt like a lifetime, to be honest. And the first 5 minutes, I said, you know, I thought I won the race, and I was confident that I won it. And then after 10 minutes, I was like, oh boy, and I keep looking up and praying to God that I got there. And after 15 minutes, I told the other group, I said, you know what, let's set up for a day heat. And it happened. So it was very special.
Well, the crazy part about it is Eddie commented on Alex. It just shows you how competitiveness, and they all like to watch each other ride. I was talking to Gary. The stories have got to be amazing going around through all you guys.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we're bringing back some memories from guys like us. I've been retired 20 years now. And Alex, he's just retired a few years ago, but the rest of us that have retired a lot earlier than him, I mean, we're bringing back stories that it's been a blast.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been a pleasure for us and for me to interview you guys, and I wish I looked the way you guys look at your age right now. 2 Hall of Famers here, Alex Solis and Eddie D.
Paulie's in heaven right now. I'm envious. 2 of the all-time greats right there, and one of the best to ever do it and time it perfectly, Eddie D.
You've gotten to a certain place in life when you don't even need to say your last name, man. Eddie D. Nobody says Del Uce, right? Nobody says Del Uce.
Nope.
Who needs to say it? It's Eddie D. That's it.
Fourth
Period, end of story.
From Oaklawn. This one, a 6-furlong sprint condition 10 claimer. His great face is good form at Sam Houston. Can it translate?
Hit the board in his last 4 with 1 victory. 0 for 9, though, locally, Greg.
Let's see, Sand Mountain next, the 4, who went gate to wire last time out. Was at Churchill. That was back on November 9th.
Yeah, that was his first start since June, so you see a lot of layoff lines here. I don't know what to do with all the layoff lines. Chelsea Bailey, Hughes climbs aboard, back aboard.
Steve Asmussen with his son Keith aboard the 5 here.
Eric owns this. They had this horse, if I'm not mistaken, they had this horse for 3 Chimneys way back when. 8-year-old gelded son of Tappet back in the Asmussen barn after a long sabbatical.
Espionage drops down in class. Carl Broberg.
Yeah, ran for the waiver last time for 16. Flash speed off the layoff from July. Now he's back in.
Cost basis went by the 7 at one time, would have dominated this group. Those days are long gone. We saw Magic Castle. Here he is.
Yeah, he cuts back from the 2-turn short stretch mile back to the sprint. He was claimed 2 back from Carl Broberg. That's a tough row to hoe. Tried 45 last time, now back all the way in for 10.
And the favorite, there's the favorite outside Ocelot, Carl Broberg.
Yeah, he was claimed from Norm McKnight, 3 back. He hasn't seen a fast dirt track ever. This will be the first time all 3 tries on conventional dirt in his last 3 have all been on wet tracks. He'll see a fast dirt track for the first time. So on a big blue kitten out of a more than ready mare. He's 0 for 6 on the turf too. So all of his races have been on poly, and all the wins have come on poly. He's your 3-1 favorite. I think that's insanity.
Meets leading rider Christian Torres will be aboard. So that's your field for the 4th. Minute to post coming up. You play it with NYRA Bets. Get signed up, started with that offer. $200 deposit match sign up bonus with that code bonus200 for new members. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRABets.com. Time to bring in Jonathan Kinchin for more on this 4th here at Oaklawn. JK, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Wolfie, good luck to your Bruins this evening. Hook 'em horns. I like the 4 Sand Mountain a little bit in this spot. I think the price makes a little sense. There are some horses that are taking money. The horse to the outside, I don't necessarily trust. The 6 horse Espionage, another one, I don't necessarily trust. I feel like this is one of those races I need a little bit of a price. And for me, that was the 4 Sand Mountain. Hasn't run in a little while, but this horse runs well fresh. Depending on what you use as a definition of layoff, whether it be 30 days, 45 days, or more, this horse, regardless, has run extremely well fresh. I think Sand Mountain will run fresh in here. He's got fast pace figures. Last time he kind of got stuck on the inside of a speed situation. Now being drawn in the middle, hopefully can work out a little bit of a better trip towards the outside. So while the 9 Ocelot might make a little bit of sense, Paulie, I thought it was the 4 Sand Mountain.
I'm kind of with you, Jonathan. You know, Carly Hughes aboard the 4 here in Sand Mountain. I think that this gelding can maybe clear this field. The speed figures, like you said, they hold up. And, you know, this horse came into Churchill Downs coming off some turf races, but it's 3 for 4 lifetime on the dirt, likes to win races. So I'm wondering if, you know, if this horse can get to the front end. You're looking at some other horses in here. The 2 is the other horse that I think for value is good. But the problem with the 2 is he just never breaks. And, you know, his last race was good. He came running, but he's had issues at the gate, and that's why you're getting 8-1. Tom Swearington's having a monster meet. If the 2 gets out in somewhat of order, you know, he could be tough. But the problem is the 4 could get away from this group. The 9 on the outside, Anthony made good points. What are we going to see? This horse has never been over a fast racetrack, and the sloppy, you know, going. The horse hasn't got out of the gate 2 out of 3 times. So I don't know what's going on there. Espionage, the 6, they protected the horse, but the horse did no running last time after the horse got bet. Now drops a little bit, but this horse has been in a lot of barns. I don't know. I mean, the more I keep looking at this race, I think the 4 at 6-1 is great value, and the 2 is even better value at 8-1. I think those 2 horses got a big shot. You know, to me, the 9 at 3-1, okay, the horse can win the race, but got to show me.
Couple of alternatives here for Paulie to the favorite. Difficult race coming up here in this 4th. And among those he included Sand Mountain as a player in here. There are a few others that want to go to the lead, like that horse, might make life difficult for that one.
I wanted the 6. I know the 6 was ultimately, it appears the 6 was not a good claim, away a long time. I don't think the 6 handled that wet track for one bit last time, Greg. Espionage. And I think now
it was against better, and it was a long time away.
Yep. Got himself involved in a hot early pace. Those paces on the sloppy sealed tracks at Oaklawn, they get wicked. And I think the key here for him is, with all the speed the 4 Sand Mountain possesses, he's outside the key speed in here. So if Sand Mountain off the layoff breaks and goes running, he can sit off them. If he doesn't, Ramsey Zimmerman calls the shots from the outside draw, which is key to me. He's the co-favorite, so I'm not really, again, a little bit. We got 3 days left of winter, so I'm giving you ice in the winter here a little bit. But I think he's, of the horses getting play, he is clearly the one I want.
3-1 on the 6, Espionage. Second off the bench, Carl Broberg, second off the claim. And back to, as we mentioned, a fast track with this horse, who's been first or second in 7 of 12 starts. We'll see if that speed can last here longer than it did in that return off the bench. Fourth from Oaklawn, Jim Byers with the call.
Sand Mountain. And the last in, Ocelot has the outside post. They're in the gate. We've got one rearing back. Principe Guillermo. Reared back. Unseated Keith Asmussen.
So that's Steve Asmussen's son there, Keith, backed off there with Principe Guillermo. We saw rearing up. Hard to see if he is settled back down from this angle. And, we have riders now, I think, being horses backed out. And we're going to have a slight delay. So let's get to, in the meantime, post parade back in New York while we have a moment. Race 5, 4 minutes away here. And this is Duck Fat who inherits the rail with a late scratch of the 1.
Yeah, Vacatini comes out. Duck Fat came from well back to get the maiden win back in November. Added blinkers last time, was a little bit closer, stretches back out from that sprint.
Game Theory, we said, wants to be forward with a rider that's not afraid to send.
Yeah, Heeman Harkey's an aggressive rider, gets a rider changed to Heeman. We'll see if he's the one trying to set the pace with his 5-year-old daughter of Upstart.
Run Devil, George Weaver barn with Eric Cancel.
Yeah, blinkers went on. This horse has really run herself into form after a 2+ year layoff earlier.
Save Grace, second off a layoff for Mike Maker.
Taking the money, 2-1 favorite right now. She didn't do much running first time going a mile, but that was off a little bit of a break, 3 months in fact.
Dylan Davis riding for Pat Reynolds on Reigning Chick.
Yeah, she tried a mile back in December when she was claimed to no avail. She'll try it again, 0 for 2 at the distance.
3 tries in a row at this level, second, third, second for Diamond Collector.
Yeah, she runs in the allowance races, she runs in minor stakes races, she runs in starter races, she runs in open claimers, and it's the same old song and dance. Second, 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 second.
Let's take a look at Diamond Collector back on February 9th. Most recent races was 6 furlongs. So
guess what she's going to do here, Greg?
Stretch back out. This got slow fractions up front, too.
You know what she's going to do? She's going to run second. Yeah. This is what she does. She's a hard filly to really endorse as the favorite now. She just ticked down to co-favoritism with the 5 Save Grace. She can win. Carlos Martin's having a nice meet here this winter, but I'll tell you what, she'll beat me. If she wins, and she may very well win, she will beat me today. I can't take her at this price. She got beat a little bit by the racetrack and those soft fractions last time. They were cushy fractions last time. I will not say they weren't, but I can't endorse her.
With all this pace in here, does the 2 become a little interesting?
Yeah, the day she won, she beat a hungry bunch of maidens, and that thing collapsed. She came from the moon. I don't know. I don't like her. I like Run Devil. I really, Run Devil, I know Time Dat was off the layoff last time, and she kind of came back to her, but I really think she comes, and assistant trainers don't get enough credit. Blair Golan has been an assistant for George Weaver for a long time, and Blair has done a tremendous job with Run Devil, getting her ready from a 2+ year layoff, running her into shape here this winter. She went from a 48 Beyer fig to a 67 in 4 months. The blinkers seemed to help last time. This filly, even though she looked like she was beat at the quarter pole, she re-rallied. I like her to come back back-to-back wins. She's a square
she
price.
Did it steadily, too. It wasn't some big jump. She incrementally moved up to that number in 4 starts. talking about the 4-run devil.
And she didn't rush to judgment with the blinkers, right? She got beat the head. Then she got beat the half length. She gave her another chance after getting beat the head. It was only her second start off that lung break. Then she got beat the half length, and she was like, okay, now I'm going to see if these blinkers will help. And she looked like she was beat again. And she finally got some racing luck.
Loading back up at Oaklawn. As you can see, but we're going to stay in New York.
Pick 6 time, buddy.
All right, we have time. Let's get it in here. Jim Byers, 4th from Hot Springs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Sand Mountain came out of there well. So did Espionage, and up on the outside, Magic Castle. Cost Basis 4th. Morning Snow 5th. Great Faces is 6th. Ocelot 7th, but trying to move up from the outside. And trailing the field is Carl G as they approach the half-mile marker. It's Sand Mountain shipping in and leading it here by some 3 lengths. To Espionage, Morning Snow on the inside, and Magic Castle to the outside. Now that one is 3rd. Morning Snow 4th. Great Faces in between horses. Races in 5th. And to the outside, Ocelot is wide. He's about 6 lengths off the lead. Then Cost Basis and Carl G. They come to the head of the stretch. Espionage up to challenge Sand Mountain. Espionage, Sand Mountain on the inside. These two head and head off the turn. Magic Castle to the outside is racing next and 3rd. Then Great Faces. Cost Basis down the middle of the racetrack. Sand Mountain game on the inside. Espionage right to the outside. Final 16th. On the inside, Sand Mountain getting the better of Espionage. Sand Mountain wins at 3 parts of a length. To Espionage, Great Faces, and Carl G.
Espionage rolled up on Sand Mountain. Looked like it was going to roll right on by, but that horse digs in. Sand Mountain now 7 for 11 lifetime.
Yeah. 4 for 5 on fast tracks. Has 1 on synthetic. Has 1 on turf. Nice effort off the layoff. The source, he's a little bit by appointment only racing with a lot of layoff lines, but he got the job done again.
Back to New York. So pick 6 pool. You see 52,000 and growing here as we get set for the first leg coming up. And there is our favorite Diamond Collector. Carlos Martin trains. Jose Lezcano will ride. I would not think this is the race where people are going to get brave and try and narrow things down. I couldn't anyway.
No, I don't like the favorite in here. I'm not a fan of the favorite. I went 4, 5, 6, and then now defunct pick 5 ticket. But yeah, this is not the hill to the proverbial hill to die on today, sir.
There's Duck Fat stepping in 8-1. There is a meltdown. That horse potentially could be coming from off the pace. Maybe the 6 Reigning Chick, depending on Dylan Davis and his tactics today. Here's Save Grace. Second off a 3-month layoff for Mike Maker. Favoritism, though, 8-5 outside. Diamond Collector. We're set. First leg of the pick 6 coming up. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Diamond Collector to the outside. All in line. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward was Diamond Collector, is going to be taken back as here in between horses. Run Devil's got early speed. It's Run Devil right out to the front. Mild pressure to the outside here from Save Grace. And at the rail, there's Game Theory. And Game Theory is going to move through here at the rail and take the lead. Run Devil is now back to second as they come out of the chute. It's a very slow tempo early as they're well out in the center of the racetrack with Save Grace. And even wider is going to be Reigning Chick. Finding some room is Diamond Collector. Diamond Collector is now saving some ground, is tucked in between rivals, is now challenging for the 4th spot. Reigning Chick is very far out there on the far outside, and the trailer is Duck Fat. They're now tightly bunched here. It's Game Theory in front, 23-4 for that easy opening quarter mile. Run Devil is right there from second. Duck Fat is progressing at the rail, is moving through to the inside here of Diamond Collector. They both want the same spot. They're 3rd and 4th with less than a half mile to go. 47-4 for that half mile time. They start to turn things up on the front end, and Game Theory has found a length. It's Game Theory who's still there. Run Devil is ready to challenge. Diamond Collector is just looking for room in between horses. Save Grace is up on the outside. Also, Duck Fat is right there. Under a full drive is Reigning Chick at the back of the field as they approach a quarter-mile left to go. They haven't caught Game Theory yet. It's Game Theory who now kicks for home. Run Devil has been there the entire journey. Here comes the challenge from Run Devil to Game Theory, who is very game to the inside. It's Game Theory. Run Devil is just mildly making up the ground on the outside, shoulder to shoulder here for a final furlong. Now Run Devil pushes on by. It's Run Devil, Game Theory back to second, Duck Fat late for third. It is going to be Run Devil. Sprints away, and Run Devil gets the score. Over Game Theory, then Duck Fat, and Reigning Chick. Give 1 minute 40.75 seconds.
Run Devil puts away Game Theory, that big long shot on the front end at 38-1.
Yeah, Heeman Hockey almost pulled off a huge upset to kick off the pick six. Run Devil, good job by Eric Cancel, just being patient off of Game Theory, waiting. He almost waited a little too long because Game Theory, I think he thought she'd go away a little easier, but she didn't. She hung on gamely today, no pun intended, and was able to finally put her away right around the 8th pole, go on to a 3-length win at the end.
5-2 over 38-1 over 9-1. Duck Fat checking in third. But Run Devil the best here. 3 wins now from 13 starts. George Weaver and Eric Cancel team up to kick off this pick six with the Coast second choice on the board.
Yes. Favorites off the board. Both the number 5 Save Race and the 7th Diamond Collector. No real efforts today.
So 4-3-2-6. Logical one. Most still alive. Long way to go in the sequence. Got the late pick 5 coming up. But Run Devil able to get by this long shot front end leader. It's a good effort to hang in there for this 38-1 shot with Heeman Harkey. He did his job.
Yeah, Jeremy Laprida kept the horse along the inside. Duck Fat involved early, finished third.
All right, we'll get to these prices coming up. We'll get into the late pick 5 as well. A lot more coming up on this Saturday afternoon edition of America's Day at the Races. So long to Anthony Stabile. Fun having you for a segment or two.
Thanks, bud. You too.
All right, enjoy the rest of the day.
See you soon.
Andy Sterling joining me. After a short time out, we still have Grade 3 Whitmore and the Essex Handicap coming up. And, of course, this Grade 3 sprint named after a great one of the most popular horses ever in Hot Springs, the Great Whitmore, the Breeders' Cup sprint winner from 2020. We'll be back with a race honoring him still ahead.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
Surprisingly down the outside, Scottish Star here, surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly. It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Honda, 300,000. 275, EDF 275,000. 75, but we get 75, 275,000. 250, Ralph now 250,000. Able to get $200,000.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926.
Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Straight Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Oaklawn's newest attraction is the Mainline Sports Bar, a family-friendly sports-themed experience.
It's top-of-the-line sports bar. We have 3 top golf swing suites that are available for rental. We have 2 axe throwing lanes as well. Everyone who's come in has just had a blast. You know, we have a lot of places will just have it painted on bullseye. Ours is from a projector, so we have different games you can play on that as well. You can play tic-tac-toe. We have a duck hunter. We have a zombie killer, and then we've got our traditional bullseye board as well. I'm a big fan of the golf. I've never had the opportunity to play at Pebble Beach, so here we have a simulated Pebble Beach. It's the exact course. So it's an amazing experience to be able to come and do that here in Hot Springs. We've got a great bar. We got a great menu with some amazing wings, pizzas, burgers. It's really something for everybody. Obviously watching football on a Sunday, and then with all the things coming up, March Madness.
You can watch your favorite game or race on one of over 90 large screen TVs and wager in the all-new sportsbook area. Oaklawn's newest attraction is the Mainline Sports Bar, a family-friendly sports-themed experience.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Bally Sports SoCal with us as well. I got my second of, I believe, 3 partners this afternoon. Greg Wolf alongside Andy Serling joining me on the desk. And we have some big racing coming up. Stakes with the Cicada here in New York, and we have the Whitmore, of course, and that Essex Handicap at Oaklawn.
And you're saving the best for last because the MIG will be coming in a couple hours. So have him to look forward to. And I agree. I'm looking for those races at Oaklawn. I know Richie will be here for those races as well. Both are interesting races. You and I talked about them a little bit. I found the Essex to be a very tough race because I don't trust Last Samurai. He's got that last time was the time look, but he's pretty good. I thought it was kind of open.
Huge race from him last time. Now he's got to deal with the outside post.
I know. He's got to work
try
on
and back it up off the biggest race of his career as a 5-year-old.
Big price last time, shorter price today.
All right, let's get back to New York here. Pick 6 underway. Run Devil saving a lot of tickets. Getting by this 38-1 shot and tried to go gate to wire.
I got to tell you, Run Devil, you felt was like a winner, especially with Diamond Collector, the heavy favorite, doing absolutely no running. But Game Theory and Hemanarchy did not want to give it up until late stages. But Run Devil, who's in good form, did something that's not easy to do, run through these non-winners of 2 lifetime and 3 lifetime conditions. She's found the right fields. Things are going to get a little tougher for her, though, now that she's finished up these conditions, but she is in good form.
Duck Fat there, not wanting to switch leads in the stretch. Chugging along for third. But it goes to Run Devil at 5-2. Coast second choice on the board to start off the pick 6. And returning $7.70 for the win. So third win for that 6-year-old mare in 13 career tries. Pick 5 is next. So here we go. New York Breds, maiden special weight, 7/8 of a mile. And Clover Street, narrow defeat in the 3-year-old debut last time out. And it was a long way back to the rest of that field.
Which included Northway, who finished third in there, who's the number 5 today. And I guess she's somewhat logical. I haven't looked at the multis. I like Ichabod, but I'm not betting Ichabod at 2-1, I'll tell you that.
We'll get back to it while the post parade coming up. Special day in Hot Springs continues after a timeout. One of the all-time greats, Lafitte Pincay Jr., the 5-time Eclipse Award winner, and the youngest to ever win a Triple Crown, Steve Cawthon, just a couple we'll hear from coming up on Hall of Fame Day in Oaklawn.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it He's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in SoCal. Thanks for being with us on a fantastic Saturday with stakes action both at Aqueduct and at Oaklawn. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NYRABets.com to get signed up. Late Pick 5 begins in this race here in New York. 7/8 of a mile, New York breds in this maiden special weight.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Ichabod is taking as much money as she is. She ran down the horse of the rail for Linda Rice, who had her 7-race win streak snapped earlier today before winning the next race. But I thought this horse sort of needed the first race and would benefit a great deal from that first race. But I'm not taking 2-1 to find out.
Yeah, Linda Rice has won with 8, or I should say 8 of the last 9 races she has been entered in. And 2-1 favoritism for a horse who was in an open maiden special weight at the fairgrounds in that debut January 21st, and now drops in against New York Bred Company for start number 2.
Yeah, I mean, these races are hard because it's not like the horses like Dream on Cara. Clover Street ran so well in the races that she ran well in that you're worried about trying to beat him if you have an idea. Maybe Crystal Air, the second-time starter, could be a little bit interesting. Maybe Northway will run better. I like Ichabod, who was entered in a tougher field, but I'm just not really sure that it's worth a short price here.
Now, more on the favorite. Let's welcome in Richard Migliore. Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And, talking about the one-horse Ichiban, horse that ran an open company at the fairgrounds and now gets in with New York Bred Company here, restricted. And to give people an idea, roughly 20,000, bit over 20,000 foals in North America. 1,100 of them were New York Breds in that foal crop, give or take a few. So just being able to narrow down the gene pool a little bit, like what I'm seeing from Ichiban, a really sharp-looking daughter of Street Sense. I'm also of the opinion, and I'd like to get Andy's take on this, that track is favoring horses towards the inside today. Not that they have to have speed, but we've seen horses rally up the inside, and we just saw a 38-1 shot carry the field a long way along the inside, even after being collared. I just feel like the inside is definitely a favorable position to be in. The 5 Northway, who took a lot of money first time, looks fitter to me. I was in the paddock that day. I just think she tightened up a lot off of that effort, and I think she could take a big step forward. And then the 8-horse, Clover Street, well drawn towards the outside. At least should be able to find a rhythm before Trevor McCarthy has to make any decisions about where to tuck in and save some ground. And looks outstanding here in the flesh. She would actually get the paddock check mark just from a physical perspective.
Mig, thanks. And that last out effort, that was her 3-year-old debut. She had the outside post. She broke outward a little bit after hitting the gate there. It didn't help her chances and ran on very well.
Oh yeah, no.
Level.
I have no issue with Clover Street. She's just a perfectly logical horse in this race. I think, and what Richie was talking about the rail, I think the rail might be a bit of an advantage. I wouldn't right now classify. I'm not saying Richie said it was. I think it's one of these tracks where it's not a bad thing to be on the rail. How much it is and how much it's, we've seen an awful lot of logical results. Now we had a long shot, hold on for second last time. Kind of a field that wasn't that strong. We did see a horse make a big outside run for second. I want to see more races, but it's definitely not bad to be inside. That's a certainty.
There's the current favorite. Big drop down. Was, 20-1 in that race. Didn't do a whole lot of running, but this is significantly easier, and a lot of times that first start is a complete throw.
Also, running at fairgrounds in a lower purse against better horses. Now you come up here with a New York bred. You know you're going to ship the New York bred up here. You wonder if maybe this was what they were pointing for. You don't know, but you wonder.
Back to Hot Springs, so 6 furlongs here in race 5. It's an $8,000 condition claiming race. Fillies, mares 4 and up, who have not won 2 since August the 18th. That's the condition here, a 7-5 favorite. That is Time for Gold, Robertino Diodoro. 7-5. He is the meet's leading rider, Christian Torres, aboard.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this horse coming from Turf Paradise. I'm sorry, excuse me. In this spot, obviously dropping down the horse fits, but I'm just not familiar. You don't see a lot of horses come from Turf Paradise. In fact, if you see them at Oaklawn, they're almost certainly going to be Diodoro horses, right?
This one cutting back from a race that was taken off the turf, the 7-5 favorite. And let's start with Cupidol. Kicks off the post parade with Walter De La Cruz.
Would have to improve immeasurably off the return race in the slop. Does have back form to get to last year. Ran 2 races at Oaklawn, would make them very tough here.
There's another one cutting back in distance, Legendary Gift.
Yeah, you know me. I love a turn back. This is a trainer that does not have much in the way of stats with turn backs, but I always find him interesting. She won with a long shot yesterday.
Last time sprinting won. That was in the mud. Here's the 4 Distorted Secrets.
I actually kind of like this horse. I thought this horse was very dangerous. Near 5-1 seems like a legitimate price. It's a big drop down.
Stylin' and Profilin'. Blinkers go on.
At one time, this horse had form good enough. The last 2 races have been atrocious, but is a claim by Jerry Hollendorfer.
Bernadette, very cleverly spelled out here.
I think you create a debt if you bet this horse.
That's been the case so far. Yeah, 3 for 24 lifetime. Here's the favorite, 7-5, Time for Gold.
I don't know, Greg. Off the turf races, it's the Diodoro. You know, it's a Diodoro factor, and maybe this horse will win, but I didn't think this horse was super appealing at 7-5. Did you?
No, that's a short number in here. Mary Alice outside at 21-1.
I hate to knock Mary Alice, but she's in trouble here.
Probably more an indictment of the rest of this field that we're seeing 7-5 on Time for Gold. Paul LaDuca standing by with 2 more legends.
Yeah, I'm standing by just absolutely legends, and legends in my mind too as well. Lafitte Pinkai Jr. and Steve Coughlin. I'll start with you, Lafitte. You know, you go back, and a lot of us as athletes, we remember the good days. And you just told me the best mare you ever rode was Bayakoa, and she put on a show here.
Yeah, definitely. That time when she ran over here, she got really, really nervous that day. The most that I ever seen him get nervous, and she was all washed out going to the gate. And I remember telling the pony boy, I said, she's not going to run today. She's too washed out. You know, she's very nervous. She never relaxed. And I'm telling you, she won. That's the most impressive race that I ever ride on a filly. She won by 10 very easily. And I mean, I don't think there was a filly or a horse that day that could have run with her and would have beat her.
Yeah, and now, Steve, we were talking a little bit earlier. I didn't even realize that Affirmed, obviously. You were telling me that by far the hardest race to win against Halidar was the Belmont. But I didn't realize Lafitte had a little bit with Affirmed that had ridden Affirmed before.
Yeah, well, we shared him, luckily. They gave him to me as a 2-year-old because, you know, they actually both had ridden him and could have ridden him probably in the Sanford, but whatever happened, it didn't work out. And I got the mount, And then I got to, I rode him through the Triple Crown, but then obviously had a bad streak out in California, and things, I got taken off of him, and Lafitte got put back on him. And of course, I think you've said he's the best horse you ever rode?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
He's the
that's
best
one
horse I ever rode.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
That's crazy. So the best mare you ever rode and the best horse you've ever rode too. And Steve, what made you make the decision to go overseas? And I mean, the races you won over there are legendary too. I think a lot of people need to research that as well.
Right. You never know how. I won the Triple Crown in June. I had a fall in August at Saratoga, and just from that point on, nothing was getting. I couldn't get back on the right track. I wasn't getting out in California. Other than Laz, I didn't have anybody supporting me. I was out there for Affirmed. Even he wasn't. It wasn't working out for me. So, I got a chance to go ride in Europe, which at first I thought, why would I want to go there? But then Mr. Sangster said, look, you're going to be big enough, so big eventually that you're going to have to come to Europe anyway. And as it turns out, he was dead right. But once I got over there and I got into the lifestyle and the style of their racing, I loved it, and I knew I'd never come back. I'd ride my career out there, and eventually I even got too big for there. So my weight was really the reason I eventually quit. But I was blessed. I rode a lot of great horses for a lot of great people, and a lot of good trainers. Laz, obviously, Henry Cecil, Barry Hills. I was blessed.
And then Lafitte, I got to ask you. You just said, maybe one of the best horses you ever rode. What is one of the best colts you've ever ridden, or one of the best memories you've ever had?
Well, I rode a lot of good colts. They never. A lot of them they got hurt very, very early, and I mean, just it goes that way. You think you got a horse that is belonging in the Triple Crowns or in the Kentucky Derby, and by the time he gets there, he gets hurt or it's not the same. But I rode a lot of them. Right now I don't come to one to mind that I could mention, but there were a few of them that I say I got a chance with this horse going in Kentucky, and it never happened, And some of the horses that I rode in Kentucky, some of them had a chance, and some of them not, and some of them they were favorite. And I would say that I could have probably won 2 more derbies. I got unlucky in the race. I got bothered and finished second or third. And it's sometimes luck plays a little bit in it.
I was talking a little bit earlier to Eddie De La Hussein. He said the one guy that I knew I couldn't go past was Lafitte Pincay Jr., and the other guy on the turf was the master, was Stevie Cawthon. So you're looking at 2 legends right here, and it's a pleasure. The Hall of Fame day here has just been awesome.
Paul is enjoying every second of this, getting to talk to all these legends. 9,530 wins for the great Lafitte Pincay Jr. and Steve Cawthon. How about his 1977 season? This is his second year of riding. Became the first rider ever to win $6 million in a single season.
I don't think if you weren't around then, and I was young, but I was around enough to understand what kind of phenom he was, front page of the New York Times. I mean, it was incredible what was going on with him. And then, of course, the Triple Crown situation. And he was remarkable. And the other thing about him going over to Europe was he really changed things over there because he was the first rider, I think, riding for Robert Sangster, obviously. And back then, Sangster and the Sheik used to square off for their big duels, the auction sales. He was, I believe he was like the first really aggressive rider to go over there. And he kind of changed the way they rode the races. Similar to how we talk about Wesley Ward, with running those 2-year-olds over at Ascot and changing things. Cawthon was an amazing rider. I was fortunate enough when I first started going to Saratoga in the mid-'70s, 74 and 75, Lafitte was riding there full time. So I saw him as a kid riding a little bit, and I knew enough to know that Lafitte Pincay was like a true legend of this game.
Loading up right now, race 5 at Oaklawn. Hopefully, Paulie continues to get some of these Hall of Famers throughout the afternoon on a very special day in Hot Springs. Even money. Time for gold for Robertino Diodoro. That is the 7. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
7 of them here after the scratches. Mary Alice moves forward. The field is in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, Cupid Doll bursts out of there, heads toward the lead. Legendary Gift in the fluorescent silks is right alongside. Styling and Profiling is moving up after what might have been a hesitating start. To the outside, Time for Gold is positioned only 2 lengths off the lead. Fourth and 4 deep. Back to the inside, it's Distorted Secrets in behind a wall there with a half mile to go in 5th. And then 3 lengths to Mary Alice and Bernadette around the turn. It's still Cupidol with the advantage here. Cupidol by a half length, Styling and Profiling, and Legendary Gift just to her outside. And now Christian Torres is calling on Time for Gold, and Time for Gold is still 3 lengths back and is racing in 4th, is going to swing up on the outside in the white blinkers. Distorted Secrets back in behind them. In the stretch, Cupidol confronted by Legendary Gift, who goes to the lead. Legendary Gift takes over, then Cupidol, Distorted Secrets. Time for Gold is not doing nearly enough. Final 16th, Legendary Gift is stepping clear. Distorted Secrets is chasing her home. Legendary Gift 2.5. Distorted Secrets was second. Then came Cupidol and Time for Gold.
2-4 look like 1 and 7. Legendary Gift, Kylie Jordan, Lindsay Schultz second off the claim.
Yeah, got in good position, and this one was taking the money. We were talking about it before. Ended up second choice, was favored in doubles.
8-5, yeah.
Over the Diodoro, who was a complete and total no-show in this race, and we talked about that. And just much the best in here. A nice suck-up second for the horse that I like, the number 4, Distorted Secrets. But just a good ride and a good trip as Cupidol did all the dirty work.
Back to New York, pick 5 pool, 234,000 and growing. And our first leg coming up here, 7/8 of a mile in this New York bred maiden special weight. Still the favorite right now at Shipper for Linda Rice, who debuted against Open Company at Fairgrounds.
I really wanted to bet Ichabod. I never imagined 2-1. Now, I guess part of it is because the horse didn't enter in a tougher field last time. I like Ichabod. I thought Dream on Kara was the other one in here. I picked it 1-6-8, but they're the 3 favorites, so that's nothing. It's not helping anybody.
Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And you're right, Andy. Steve Cawthon really revolutionized the way they rode in Europe. Think about his first Epsom Derby winner with Slip Anchor when he gave them the slip in reality around the turn for home down Tottenham Corner. But getting back to this race, the one at Ichabod looks great. I wonder if the inside post is something that she's going to have to overcome. She just didn't seem like maybe she needs another race or two to totally lock in mentally, but she looks great. I agree. I thought she'd be the horse I'd pick too, but 9-5 a little short. I'm going to go to the 8, Clover Street, who just impressed me in the paddock and continued to impress me on the racetrack. And I think that she's probably set for her best effort, although she's been taking a lot of the late money as well.
Mig, thanks. He'll wind up with the 8, Clover Street. I would think with that post that it's almost going to guarantee a better break than last time out.
Yeah, it's funny you talk about outside posts with horses with gait issues. You and I were talking about Morello, who's running in the Whitmore later today, and a horse that you and I would love nothing more to see him get back on track. But his gait issues. But I was saying to you, maybe the outside post, maybe getting in there last and breaking outside. Maybe. I'm trying to make a case for him, Greg. Cut me some slack
so
here.
Much talent in the Gotham last year.
I know.
And just has had awful times trying to get out of the gate. Tough field, too. That's going to be a great race coming up in that Whitmore in that sprint division at Oaklawn. 9-5 favoritism here. First leg of this pick 5. Ichiban, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano. And Dream on Kara the 6, who
proved on a wet track.
But Cairo Sugar, who won that race that
Right.
she's coming out of, would come back, would win the Maddie May, 4-1. And there's a couple of horses who just ran once, like the 3, like the
Chris
5, who
Valaria.
certainly could improve second time out.
Totally agree with you, Greg. Totally agree.
Chris Griffin, the call, the start of our pick 5 on the Saturday card from Aqueduct.
Bandaloo Queen. Bandaloo Queen goes in. Bella Soñadora. Lastalo to the outside. All in line. All set. Little movement towards the outside. And they're off. Flying out of the gate, there was Clover Street, who's got early speed. Ichiban is going to apply pressure. They're head and head as they come out of the chute. It's now Ichiban in front. Ichiban is up by a neck. Right there in second comes Clover Street. Crystal Air is in the third position. Shoved along here is Bandaloo Queen is in between horses. Dream on Kara is in that second grouping, is now challenging and takes fourth as they back off the pace. Losing some ground was Good Accelerate, is now being passed by My Angel, who's progressing up on the outside, and in between them is Northway. And far, far back, Bella Soñadora is the trailer. Already 10 lengths the trailer as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. 3 across the racetrack, 23 and 4 for that pumped up opening quarter mile. It's Ichiban in front. Ichiban is right there. Dream on Kara is now shoved along here towards the outside. Clover Street is in the 2 path. These 3 still very well clear of the rest. Crystal Air is alone in fourth, but is 4.5 lengths off the lead as they approach a quarter mile left to go. 3 across the racetrack, and in between horses, Clover Street is now asserted and take the front. It's now Clover Street and Trevor McCarthy. They kick for home. Dream on Kara and Eric Cancel. They're ranging up on the outside and they're ready to challenge this leader. Down at the rail is Clover Street. Battling on his Dream on Kara from the back. Crystal Air is running on. My Angels on the grandstand side, but Clover Street just continues to find up front inside. The final 16th is now drawing away late. It's all Clover Street. Much deserved victory here. She gets it done. It's all Clover Street over Dream on Kara, then My Angel and Crystal Air in 1 minute 27.20 seconds.
Clover Street, she ran a big one last time out, just missed. This time she finishes the job.
Yep, she showed a race off of, I mean, it wasn't much. It wasn't really a layoff. It was just 2 months. But she showed that that race was legit. Lost to a Dave Donk first-time starter today, and that today, coming the stretch. It feels like Trevor McCarthy's really starting to get his mojo back, doesn't it? You know, sort of hard. Missed all that time. Came back, didn't get put up in his first mount back, but he had a winner in the first race today, and this horse was just too strong for him.
Good to see.
Yeah, big Trevor fan.
9-5 did go off your favorite. Mark Hennig, Trevor McCarthy, Sidemen Stables, and maiden breaking win here, start number 5 for this filly.
And I'm very happy that Ichabod was 9-5, 2-1, because I didn't bet. And it was a bad pick on my part. There'll be plenty more of those.
Formful beginning here to the pick 5. Long way to go in the sequence. 8-6-7-3. Here in the 6th from Aqueduct. We're going to have the prices for you when we come back. We'll take a timeout. We'll set up the pick 4. And the best still yet to come on this card here in New York with the Cicada. And back-to-back graded stakes at Oaklawn as well. But with the Whitmore and the Essex. Stick around. More America's Day at the Races coming up.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hardworking people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And we are here today to ask our state legislators to support Governor Kathy Hochul's executive state budget proposal to modernize Belmont Park at no cost to taxpayers.
On Monday, March 13th, hundreds of diverse representatives from the horse racing community and beyond made their way to Albany, rallying behind Governor Hochul's plan to create funding for NYRA to build a new Belmont Park, which was last renovated in the 1960s. The rally drew the support of many key elected officials representing a variety of regions throughout New York State.
This industry is important for us statewide. It is hotels, it's restaurants, it's small businesses, and that's what horse racing supports.
The modernization of Belmont Park would complete the revival of a historic property on the border of Queens and Nassau County, which brings world-class events and tourism revenue to the region.
With the UBS Arena, the transportation hub, and now a new Belmont racetrack, are you kidding me? This is a jewel for New York.
And can you imagine how great it would be if we got the Breeders' Cup back in New York?
So what's good for Belmont is good for Elmont. What's good for Belmont is good for Long Island. What's good for Belmont is good for New York State. And so ensuring that we have a modernized facility is what we are here standing united. And there's a lot of us, right?
And it would be tremendous. Obviously, that happens. Belmont Park's going to have a Breeders' Cup back. Economic impact for the Lexington area with the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland last year, over $81 million.
No, I agree. It's a great event to get there. And also, you think about all the New York trainers. I mean, there's a lot of New York trainers, owners, participation jockeys in the Breeders' Cup races and having to ship for as long as they have. So to get it back there, it's been 2005. It's been in New York an awful lot. You know, it's been in New York, Belmont 4 times. Aqueduct was the second Breeders' Cup, but hasn't been there since 05. And Belmont Park is as important a cog in the entire industry of horse racing, not just in this country, but the world, because there's no NYRA without Belmont. People who think Saratoga is existing without Belmont Park don't really know. And without New York racing, there's probably no race in this country. And without the racing industry in this country, that's going to greatly affect the industry, the racing all over the world. So Belmont Park and revitalizing it, it's been almost 60 years, Greg. It's time.
Time to make it the grand place that it is, and so much history there. And so many people did such a great job at that rally, including our own Richard Migliore, who was one of the speakers.
The MIG spoke. I unfortunately had a doctor's appointment. That's my story. I'm sticking with it, which is true. I couldn't go, but the MIG was there. It was great to see our friend Naja. Started out, Naja Thompson, of course, the New York State Breeders. Kerry Warner is such a great supporter of ours. People from Elmont there, just everybody that was there being supportive of it. And it's really nice to see everybody coming together with this. So many people supporting something that's great for New York State and great, important for horse racing as well.
Yeah, we thank everyone for their support and helping to get this
Very
push
much.
through. Let's get back to live action. That 6th at Aqueduct, start of the late pick 5. Clover Street, Trevor McCarthy with a couple on today's card. Teams up here with trainer Mark Hennig.
Yeah, no, Mark's been having a nice winter, and Clover Street was just much the best here. As we said before, tough break for Trevor, missing so much key time in the winter, such a good time for him. But it's good to see him back, and it's onwards and upwards for Trevor, who's a terrific young rider, a terrific guy as well. He puts up with me, so he must be okay, or he's deranged maybe.
He's a saint. In addition to being a great thinking man's rider.
Yeah, he is. He's a very thoughtful rider. He's a rider that really pays attention to the track is playing and, constantly thinking, is the rail good? Do I need to be inside? How's it playing? And what's the best way to ride races? And I think he's a very, very terrific rider. We've got a lot of them here, but he's one of them.
$5.70 for the win, the 7th race. Up next here, 1 turn mile. It's an $8,000 claiming race. So lower level group in this spot. And 9 to 5 Forever Wicked.
What?
Right now, David Jacobson. This has become your favorite. A horse who did have some bigger races a few back, but the last couple were not great.
This feels like an aberrant situation. I can't believe that this horse is actually going to be favored. The 7? No. The 8 is the favorite in doubles. The horse that I prefer, the 8 over the 10. 8 over 10 and 4.
We're taking time out. Whitmore still to come. Chris Hartman looking to end a long drought in graded stakes. He's got a nice 1-2 punch. Dahano Twist will be coming from off the pace and edge to edge. 2 back-to-back gate-to-wire scores, and now trying to get his first stakes win. We're back on America's Day of the Races on our Saturday coverage on FS2 and Valley Sports SoCal. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Oaklawn, race 6, $40,000 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint. Everybody looking for that first win of their career in this spot coming up. In the favorite, the 6, Jumpin' Judy, looks like the confirmed speed of the field.
Really?
No?
Oh, I thought Oh, I'm looking at the 7th race. Greg, I just went right over it. Yes, I agree with you. Does look like the speed in here. I thought what do you think of the 4? The 4 is 16-1 here?
Yeah, I mean, you got to give a pass to that debut, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if the horse can run it anymore, but I'm going to fool around with that guy at that price. No problem. The 6 is the worst to beat, though.
Yeah, did not get a fair chance after that start, and so this effectively will be the debut for Plus Power, the 4, 16-1.
Yeah, I'm going to lose a few dollars in that horse.
And let's not forget, he still is the hottest trainer on the grounds. He's cooled off a little bit, but Norm Cassie with a first-time starter as well. The 7 debuting at 7-1.
$12,000 Weanling by Union Rags debuting at 6 furlongs. It's really not much dirt pedigree. Not taking any money right now, but as you say, Norm Cassie has been very tough to beat so far at this meet at Oaklawn.
And you got Steve Asmussen on the rail with Tapacita debuting, and some quicker works at Louisiana Downs prepping for the debut.
Yeah, I always wonder, does he have good horses down at Louisiana Downs? A homebred from Calumet Farm, Mucho Macho Man. Is that a new bugler? That's
I don't know, that was flawless. Called a post.
They don't normally have one, Mitch?
We're going to see Tapacita at first for Asmussen to kick things off here in a moment. So right at that 6-1 morning line, he's got Isaac Castillo to ride. You got a Kenny McPeak first-timer as well that taking some money, Pink Ace.
And that one is bred by Calumet Farm as well. Was sold Magdalena Racing. I think that's Kenny McPeak's stable, right? I think that's his stable. I believe. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Kenny is a big
filly, the 5.
Kenny a big day with Classic Causeway coming back in the Essex.
Yeah, he's got to be excited with what he saw from Smile Happy.
Yep.
the other day in his 4-year-old return to the races in a winning effort. Here's Tapasita to kick things off.
Not taking much money. Half to 2 foals that did very little running.
Alan Milligan sending out a pair of runners. They break right next door to each other. 2 start sprinting on turf for Greek Eris.
They were terrible. There's as much pedigree really for dirt as there is for turf on the dam side. And sometimes the Cassie runners do better when they switch to dirt, but this one also gets a trainer change.
First timer, stablemate, does have a bullet 3 furlong drill.
Yeah, first foal from an unraced dam. European second family. $8,000 for an Into Mischief. That's got to be the low in 5 years, doesn't it?
It does. Plus power, I would take that wager. Mark Cassie, this is the one who balked coming out of the gate and dwelt.
Yeah, I'm going to fool around with this horse a little bit coming back after that. Seems like lost all chance first time out. I want to throw this one in.
Here's the McPeak debuter, Pink Ace with Christian Torres.
Taking some money. Probably a good sign. The most live one, a first fall from an unraced dam. Aconites. Don't see a lot of Aconites.
Favorite Jumpin' Judy dropping to the lowest level been at yet, and this one will be out in front. Hasn't been able to last so
right.
far.
Unless a firster has a lot of speed, because this horse is quick. So that firster will have to be fast to be in front.
Collected Glory to the outside here. Cipriano Contreras trains.
Plenty of chances, but probably the most logical second horse if you like the 6.
Yeah, and that's 7 for Norm Cassie, that debuter. We'll have Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. 7-1 on the board. We're going to take a timeout. This race kicks off to pick 5. It includes the Grade 3 Whitmore and a showdown for older horses as well in the Grade 3 Essex Handicap and D. Wayne Lucas's Last Samurai. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to get Take Charge Indy back.
Here comes Malatha. Here comes Clariere on the outside. And it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Outside it's Malatha coming to the wire. Who's it going to be? Here's the wire. Oh, the wish has come true. That one's for you, Cody.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, program brought to you by Number Bets. Take advantage of this offer for new members, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. That's the code to punch in. Bonus 200. Again at NumberBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the late pick 5 coming up at Oaklawn next. 40 maiden claiming, 6 furlong sprints. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchin on how to get us started here. JK.
Yeah, you know, this is one of those situations where I'm going to kind of default to the first-time starter because these horses that have run haven't shown me much. They've had lots of opportunities, been very inconsistent, not very fast speed figures. And like Andy mentioned, Magdalena Racing is Kenny McPeak's barn. It is his operation. And when trainers own horses and run them for tags, I always feel like they are putting horses in positions that they need to be in. Sometimes trainers find themselves in tough spots trying to tell an owner that their horse isn't very good. It's like telling a person their kid's not very smart. It doesn't always work out well, and sometimes owners have unrealistic expectations. They want to run horses in maiden special weights. But I think sometimes when you find a trainer who owns the horse and they show up for a tag for the first time, I always have a little bit more confidence. I'm going to go with the 5, Pink Ace.
JK, thanks. First time out, Kenny McPeak. Filly by Aconite with the meet's leading rider aboard. Right-hand side of your screen. Look at Aqueduct, 7th race. 7 minutes away. And that's the current favorite. Well, I'm sorry, that's not the current favorite. I have the odds switched up here. That's Scotty, who has a long shot look for Gregory DePrima.
You love those horses with people's names. He looks a little bit overmatched in here. Listen, I did think the 8 was an interesting player in here. Trying to find it. Dropping down. You look at the Revenger, number 8. The last 2 times, this horse has faced much, much, much better horses, and at least did some running, was engaged in the paces before falling apart, and is now dropping the absolute bottom. And, you know, one thing to remember when horses run, especially for the first time in the bottom level, if the bottom level is 8, as it is here in the winter, if you run for 16,000, you're worth 16,000. You run for 12.5, you're worth 12.5. You run for 10, you're worth 10. You run for 8, the field is full of horses that are worth between 0 and 8,000. And that kind of drop the bottom for the first time is a significant drop. And with Revenger, as well as the number 10, Swift Tap, both dropping, I think it makes them the 2 logical horses in here. To me, Swift Tap is a better bet at 6-1 than the 8 Revenger is at 5-2. But I did pick Revenger, and I can't change my picks this late in the game.
All right, meanwhile, at Oaklawn, this Pick 5 pool up and over 200,000.
You getting involved, Greg?
Yeah, I thought it was a good one to attack today.
Okay.
But I thought Widmore's so wide open. Looks like so much speed lined up.
Yep.
You know, edge to edge in just incredible form, but a big step up, and a horse who seems to need the front end but has stalked before. Looks like it sets up for a closer, but who is that closer?
Well, you were also reading me some stats on Chris Hartman in graded stakes, where he's had no success in
0
graded
for
stakes.
22
That was fascinating.
in graded stakes over the last 5 years for Chris Hartman.
And I think that shouldn't be ignored because I don't think he was running just a bunch of long shots in those races. And you're talking about a trainer that's winning at over 30%. He's a very, very successful trainer. I think that's telling. Is there anybody you leaned on in the sequence? If you don't mind giving it away. I don't want to destroy your value, Greg.
No, I think Capuna is going to be very tough in the next race.
Really?
But
Okay.
I didn't lean heavily.
But isn't it going to be a much different scenario? Because I don't think with Thomas Shelby, he's getting the lead. He has 1 rating, and he did 2 back. But I worry he's been on 2 straight sealed tracks. Big thoroughgraph figures for him, Craig?
He looked like he's going to be very tough in that race.
All right. Well, I'll be rooting for him for you. I always enjoy rooting for you in your picks. You've hit some big ones. I don't like doing the last leg because that's when you get a little testy. Unlike the rest of us who never get testy when we're involved for possible scores.
I do not take defeats well.
You do okay. It depends the amount of money.
So Collected Glory becomes the 5-2 favorite in this spot. You'd mentioned the 4. Interesting. Give another shot. Didn't get that really fair shake in that debut. JK likes the 5.
I'm a little surprised that Jumpin' Judy's not favored here. I think should be favored.
I'm with you.
I mean, I know nothing about the 5. The 5 is obviously taking money on the board. I suppose that makes the worst possible. Kenny McPeak certainly is a trainer who can win with first-time starters.
There's that 4 plus power.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with plus power, the start's very important. If he refuses to come out of the gate and see how he's acting behind the gate. But if he breaks the field, I think he could be an interesting horse to price. It's not like it's going to take a Herculean effort to win this race. Did we give Paul LaDuca this race off? I'm not sure I approve of that.
He's been
Did
working
you get the
overtime
okay?
on Hall of Fame day
yeah.
for us. Pick 5 starts here. Favorite, the 8, Collected Glory. This is start number 9 for this 3-year-old filly. Let's go to Jim Byers.
Dankafur Alice and Mischievous Me. Plus Power. And Collected Glory to wrap up the loading. Collected Glory heads forward under Francisco Arrieta. All in line, Oaklawn 6th. They're off. Jumpin' Judy heading out quickly for the lead. Tapacita on the inside. Pink Ace from between, and Collected Glory up on the outside. Tapacita, Pink Ace, and Collected Glory make up the second flight behind the speedy Jumpin' Judy, who leads it down the backstretch of length. To Pink Ace, Tapacita on the inside. Collected Glory is racing fourth toward the outside. Plus Power tucked in. In between horses there, a tight fifth. Length and a half then, and it's Greek Eris who's running in sixth, and a big break back to Mischievous Me, and Dankafur Alice is trailing the field as Jumpin' Judy has gotten 3.5 lengths clear of Pink Ace. Tapacita is dropping back on the inside. Collected Glory is moving by her, along with, from the outside, Greek Eris as they swing off the turn. Jumpin' Judy the one to catch. Pink Ace is still trying hard. A length and a half back and closing. Jumpin' Judy put to the test. Pink Ace, the debuter. Farther out, Greek Eris, final 16th. And as they come to the finish, Pink Ace and Christian Torres chased home by Greek Eris. Pink Ace, 2.5 lengths to Greek Eris. Jumpin' Judy was third, and Collected Glory fourth.
Pink Ace debut win for this Kenny McPeak filly with Christian Torres, the meet's leading rider.
Got a soft trip sitting right behind Jumpin' Judy, who blew out that big lead. But you and I thought 7-2 seemed like a gift with that lead in the turn, but didn't turn out to be the case. And Pink Ace, the first to prove best over the improved Greek Eris coming off a layoff.
Back to New York, this $8,000 claiming race, 1-turn mile. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll start off with the horse that is your current tepid favorite, who is an absolute standout physically, and that's number 8 in here, the Revenger. As you heard Andy say, he was close to paces that were very, very hot, going back to those 2 allowance drives here at the Big A. And I just feel like as the company gets softer, the easier it's going to be for him to assert himself in a forward position here. Warmed up beautifully, very energetic in the paddock, and like I said, physically from a coat, flesh, energy standpoint, he was hands and heels above the rest of this field. But I do briefly want to mention 2 huge long shots that could wreak havoc on his chances here that got very aggressive warm-ups, including number 5, American Lincoln, who was literally sent from when they turned around here from the wire, as well as number 3, Marco Island, with Trevor McCarthy aboard. He was aggressively handled, though he's moving very well out there. If there was any kind of bomb that kind of caught my track, it was him, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 3-1 favorite here. The 8, the Revenger, tough race.
Yeah, I didn't expect Revenger to be in front. Maggie's talking about the warm-ups, but also, I mean, Kumar's going to go, and isn't his Swift Tap on the outside going to go? I thought they were kind of naturally faster than the number 8 Revenger. I mean, once again, Revenger's a 5-2 favorite. I'm just not enamored with betting these kind of drop-downs at 5-2. I do think he's very much the worst to beat in here, but I think 5-2 versus 9-2, I'd probably rather bet Swift Tap.
I thought Crypto Cash, too, part of the entry, was interesting dropping down.
I don't disagree. I think Crypto Cash is the only one you want on the entry. The problem is that entries take too much money, and I think Crypto Cash would probably be 6 or 7 to 1 if he was on his own. And so to me, I just can't accept bad value. You know, it's tough enough to overcome the takeout, but when you're getting bad value to boot because of an entry, and the sooner they get rid of entries and allow us not to have them in New York, the better it will be. If they want to do something for the fans, for the bettors, they should get rid of entries.
Pick 4 pool. Close to 110,000, and still time to grow here as we get set for post time coming up. There's part of the entry stepping in. Kumar, post 6.
He just seems like he's sort of reached the end of his rope, and I also thought there would be pace in here, and there's just better speed horses in the race. He might help his entry mate out, though.
He's got races 2, 3, 4 back where he's much the best, you would think, against this group. Last time out, though, did not show up at all. But that was against tougher. The 8, the favorite, the Revenger. We're set. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin to kick off this late pick 4 on the Saturday card.
Late pick 4 does begin here. Scotty moving forward. Crypto Cash. Next top, Swift Tap. All in line. All set, and they're off. Kumar breaks well, so does Vintage Hollywood down towards the inside with early speed. Marco Island is going to be in the early mix, and the Revenger is out wider. It's the Revenger with Swift Tap up on the far outside. Again, well, spread out here as they get set to come out of the chute. 4 across the racetrack. It's a battle for the front. The Revenger with a nose in front for Kendrick Carmouche. Well off the rail there with Swift Tap. They're 1-2, and they battle head and head. In between runners there is Kumar, loses some ground as Vintage Hollywood is now going to sprint through, and Vintage Hollywood, Jason Wyas will assert, and they kick clear. They're up by a full length. Action-packed first quarter. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Vintage Hollywood is in front. Swift Tap is to the outside here. The Revenger is third. Then comes Kumar. Further back in the field is Icy Storm. Very strung out field here. Marco Island. Then towards the back end of the field here, X-Top is back there with Crypto Cash. Forever Wicked is in the red cap. Second to last, that's Icy Storm, and the trailer is Scotty. Well into the far turn now, and Vintage Hollywood is in front. The Revenger is ready to challenge. His in between horses is right there. Swift Tap is joining that party. 3 across the racetrack, 46-3 for that half-mile time. They approach a quarter mile left to go. They are 7 lengths clear of the rest. Looks like these 3 to decide it right now, looking for the closers, but 3 across the racetrack. Vintage Hollywood is still there. The Revenger and Swift Tap is trying to push on by. Neither giving an inch here. Vintage Hollywood is still in for the fight now. Swift Tap and the Revenger, they try to dispatch of Vintage Hollywood, and doing just that. Approaching the 16th pole, Swift Tap is grinding away. Vintage Hollywood says, I'm coming back for more to the inside. The Revenger in between horses. Here comes Vintage Hollywood. Very game. Vintage Hollywood and the Revenger look like Vintage Hollywood got back up for the win. The Revenger. Then came Swift Tap for third, and a photo for fourth in 1 minute 40.70 seconds. It's a photo in race 7.
3 of them in a stretch-long duel. Vintage Hollywood, the 8, the Revenger, and the 10 here, Swift Tap. It looks like it. Ooh, I don't know.
I'm not so sure that the 8, the Revenger didn't. He may have got his revenge at the wire. He got the bob before it. He was starting to lose it. Guys, is there any chance we could show that one more time? Yeah, we'll try to get. This is the slow motion of the other one. The other one is a much easier one to see. I tell you what, Greg. This turned into one heck of a horse race.
It really did.
I mean, the 3 of them basically battled. It was like a mini version of the 1976 Suburban with Foolish Pleasure, Lord Rabot, and Forgo. Oh. He definitely had him before the wire. The question is, he lost it. I think the 8 got him. Oh, I don't know. Oh, man. Man, that's
only
close.
1 point before the wire that the 8 was in front. Did it land on that line or not?
That was something. That was something. It's very rare to see a slow-mo and not be fairly convinced of who won. You know, I love that slow-mo camera. It's nice that Oaklawn put it in as well.
4-1 if it's a 4, 8-5 favorite if it is the 8.
That was some good race. That was Kendrick on the number 8 and Jason Wyas on Vintage Hollywood. Listen, the 10 Quick Tap ran well in here. It's not quite good enough. Swift Tap, excuse me.
In between horses, the 8. You wouldn't think this is the one who would be
the
involved
8 gets
late.
it there. The question is, did he lose it? This could be a heater. Could be. Boy, the 8 was 8-5. 8-5 in the Revenger. Wow, that seemed a little short, huh?
Indeed.
The Dead Heat's beginning to become the favorite here. What do you think? We need LaDuca. He's the king of calling the Dead Heat, isn't he?
Tough to try and call this one. Yeah, I really feel it was just that one moment, that one bob where the 8 was in front. The rest of the time it was a 4, but was it at the right moment here?
It was before, for sure. He was starting to lose it. The question is, did the wire come in time for him with the bob? Man, this one is close. If you have the 8 got it. Look at that.
It's the Revenger.
Wow.
Kendrick Carmouche. Able to time it perfectly.
And by the way, X-Top was 4th at 99-1. I think he got left. He just needed the 99-1 4th to crush that super.
That is
with the 3 chalks.
A brutal beat for Vintage Hollywood. Both these two ran too good to lose. It goes to the Revenger. Jeremiah Engelhart. Kendrick getting the victory here in the 7th as the 8-5 favorite to start this late pick 4. We'll have the prices when we come back. Stay with us.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
$160,000, thank you.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Drama here to kick off the Pick Four. Hold on. Photo finish that goes to the 8, the 8-5 favorite, but now we have an objection.
All right, well, we're looking at another camera at the head on it. We'll get it there. I don't know. Kendrick did come in a little bit to be. Oh,
yeah, late, severely.
Was that at the wire? Another one of those. We had one in the last race yesterday, right?
Yeah, we're looking off camera. We'll try and get this to you here in a moment. The stewards are actually looking at these angles as we speak.
Yeah. I mean, this is a jockey's objection. It's not a steward's. But I think it's certainly legitimate to look at it from what we've seen. Whether or not it's a deserved claim, and we will get those videos up there
did
for you.
Come out a little bit as Kendrick came to meet that horse.
I agree.
Initially.
I agree. And I think that's important.
But then the 8 does come in severely late. Let's take a look. Keep
Look at
your
the bottom
eyes on
right.
the bottom right, yeah.
The problem is keep in mind where the finish line is. Okay, they're going to go back too far.
So the 4, green cap on the inside.
The 8 in the middle. They're all green. It's like St. Patrick's Day out there. Okay, now the 4 comes out into him.
That's
I would
the
say, that's the one.
Yeah.
But that was right at the wire, man. Kendrick's not happy? Well, he probably already took the photo, right?
They both kind of bumped each other. What do you think?
It kind of depends on where they feel the 8 when he came in the last time. I would be surprised if it comes down, which it didn't. But I think like yesterday, it's not an unreasonable situation. I think it's good the stewards are looking. I'm sure there are people on Twitter who are saying this is the worst call of all time. That's the beauty of racing with inquiries. Every day, there's a new worst call of all. The worst call of our time was Alamuse at 7-1 coming down at Saratoga, winning by 5 lengths. And an hour later, they announced that they took down the wrong horse. That's the worst DQ of wrong time. That's the bar.
Okay. Well, look, and this is how you're supposed to ride. Kendrick Carmouche on the 8. He comes in to meet that challenge to get a little extra out of his mount. Jason Hueyas, though, comes out a little bit extra, initiates that contact, and then the response from the 8, so it's sort of they both did it.
I wish that riders would keep straight paths and not be so concerned with that. But if you're going to race ride, one thing you have to remember is if you cut it too close and you come in and you hit the horse, then you've taken that risk, and that's when I think you should be, if not disqualified, depending on the situation, at least fined for it. I'm not saying always, but if you try to cut it close and you cut it too close, you're the one who initiated that.
It's a fine line, 8-4, 10-9, so that victory upheld 8-5. Kendrick Carmouche, the Revenger, and Jeremiah Engelhardt. Back at Oaklawn, back-to-back graded stakes still to come. Grade 3 Whitmore, named after the 2020 Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. And Chris Hartman has got a tough duo in here of Teano Twist and Edge to Edge coming off back-to-back dominant victories, but against easier competition and doing it on the front end in a race that looks like it has a lot of speed and probably better speed than his speed.
And you and I had talked a bit about this race off camera. He doesn't need the lead to win, but he was able to set a ridiculously slow pace last time. To be fair, he also beat CZ Rocket, who was second in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, so we're not talking about some sort of bump. But he had everything his own way. I got to tell you something. That stat, that graded state stat, Greg, that scares me.
Oh, again, those just joining us. Chris Hartman, 0 for 22 in graded stakes over the last 5 years. We'll see if that can change with Edge to Edge and Teano Twist coming up. Let's go to Chris Hartman for more.
He's controlled the pace the last couple of times he's ran, but the horse is really sharp, and he's been making his own pace. So, he can run slightly off the pace, and we're comfortable with where he drawed also. So, he's a horse that's in his 5-year-old career, and it's 5 years the best. The 5th year is the best year for most racehorses, and he's proven that. He's progressed. I think he's a cool weather horse, and a horse that enjoys the cooler temperatures. So I think that has helped Teano. He's a horse that runs from off the pace, as you say, and it don't really matter where he draws because he's going to be at the back of the show early, and he's going to make his run. And it's up to the jock to find a spot to go, either inside or outside, which he doesn't care either way either.
So Teano Twist, this is one of a few that can certainly benefit from a hot pace up front. The other part of that duo for Chris Hartman, and he beat everybody except for Gunite last time out on this wet track, one of the best sprinters in the country.
Yeah, I would like Gunite in this field. I think he'd be very tough. He finished second, subsequent start in Saudi Arabia, and he's running next weekend in Dubai. We'll see how that goes for him. He makes a lot of sense. He's sort of the logical closer in a race packed with speed. How good he is overall, not really sure. Is he really that much better than Flash of Mischief? Well, Flash of Mischief has his days, doesn't he, the number 7? And he feels like a horse that could pick up the pieces as well, and I think he'll probably be a slightly better price. And maybe it's just a sentimental play, but I think Morella's going to run okay today.
Can he get out of the gate? He probably will not. But look, even though he didn't last time, too, he was in contention for a bit, and then he just dropped out of it.
Tough field to spot any lengths.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping he gets back, and I think he's a good example. It's almost like whatever happened at the start of Wood Memorial left a mental mark on him.
Looked so good, so much promise after that Gotham win last year, and just has not been able to move forward since then. Back to New York, and wow, this horse had to survive a lot, as did these connections. A photo finish, then an objection. That's how close it was. And looking at it here, it's a clear-cut nose.
Yeah, he was managed to just hold on with that, get the bob, and then he was losing the bob. Tough beat if you had Vintage Hollywood at 10-1, though.
He ran a very good race
he really
in
did.
defeat. $5.40. Favorite kicked off the Pick 4. The Revenger gets the 4th win of his career, so 2 legs in, still a long way to go. And this Pick 5 from New York with just shy of $300,000 in the pool.
And we've seen favorites winning the first 2 legs, and going to have a very heavy favorite, I imagine, in race number 8.
This is the 8th one-turn mile, state bred allowance optional claiming field. And this entry, Full Moon Fever, Ouster, looks like doubly tough, but Sundays with Sandy coming off a huge race last time out. Welcome to those just joining us on SNY. Those already with us on FS2 and Valley Sports SoCal. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get set for still to come that feature in New York here, the Cicada, and out at Oaklawn. Big one in the sprint division in the Grade 3 Whitmore, and the older horse division in the Grade 3 Essex Handicap.
Yeah, we have really good stakes. The Oaklawn Stakes they've come up really strong, and considering the older horse division, they've even got some new shooters coming in for that race. Horse coming in from Florida for Bill Mott, an ex-Bill Mott horse, Torres de Oro as well, who was sort of disappointing with an easy trip last time, and the Whitmore as well, honoring a horse that one of your favorites, him and Garhole.
He actually is one of my favorites.
I know
that
he
was
is.
one of the worst beats in my career. Greg Wolf, Andy Sterling, by the way, with you. For those just with us on SNY, introduce the rest of the crew throughout the show here. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 8 through 10 still to come in New York on the fast going. And Oaklawn, they are fast as well. And back-to-back graded stakes on the card coming up. We're looking forward to it. Hope you are as well. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. With that offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus, new members punch in that code to take advantage. Bonus $200 at NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Let's go back to Hot Springs. Race 7 is next. Mile and a 16th in this allowance optional claiming field. And we're going to continue with Paula Duca, rounding up some of the all-time greats in this game on Hall of Fame Day in Hot Springs. Paulie.
Yeah, Greg, and I can't be more privileged to introduce Ramon Dominguez. Ramon, one of my favorite jockeys of all time, and I always used to say he's got the best hands in the business. And one of your best days, it was here, was the Havre de Grace, and I was talking to you a little bit. You had to work a little bit that day, but you said you kind of knew you had the race won.
Well, I was pretty confident because I knew that she was extremely fit. Larry Young did an amazing job with her. And I just was waiting. The pace wasn't quite fast. So at the same time, I was very pleased with how comfortable and how relaxed she was. And when it was time to go, she gave me a great kick. I mean, she had to overcome a filly that was pretty hard in front, but she was a superb filly.
And, you obviously your career got cut short, Ramon, and you see all these legends that are around you that you grew up. I'll never forget Angel Cordero mentioned something to me. I asked Angel, I said, who is one of your think the best jockey is? And he said, you know what? For his size, Ramon Dominguez might be the best jockey I've ever seen ride. And I know Angel was one of your mentors.
Well, I mean, look up to all of these guys. I mean, he's so kind, and he's somebody who is incredible. I mean, the icon of the jockeys of racing. Now, but here I have to tell you that I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to pinch myself, surrounded by all of these guys, hearing their stories is amazing. I'm having a blast here.
Okay, and I got to ask you about two best rides ever. Better Talk Now. A lot of people don't realize you beat Kitten's Joy and Powers Court in that race. Little Mike, which one was a better ride for you?
Well, both of them were very gratifying. Obviously, with Better Talk Now, my first Breeders' Cup, he overcame some adversity in the race, and also he was the underdog. But then with Little Mike, I mean, going farther than people thought that he could, and also going against his proven racing style, which was going to the lead. So he overcame those two big things that were not easy to do. Yes, and came winning, which was really my biggest race in terms of the biggest race money-wise in the last year that I rode.
And Ramon, last question. I know the fans here are amazing, and I know you love that. You're so involved in horse racing with the PDJF and a lot of other things. Tell us some more.
So yes, I mean, once you are part of racing, regardless of in what capacity, whether you are an owner, a breeder, a jockey, a trainer, I mean, you can help to continue to be involved. I mean, my days as a jockey came to an end, but I love the industry, and whether it is helping the permanently disabled jockeys fund or anything to do with aftercare for the horses and improving the sport itself, I mean, something that I will forever be passionate about.
Well, Ramon, thank you very much. You're a legend and a Hall of Famer, and to me, one of the best riders I've ever seen in New York, and I would think the guys back in studio would agree.
No question. One of the all-time greats, still holds the record single season for victories in the meet at Saratoga.
Yeah, not only a great rider, and there's a lot of great riders there, and Paulie's been talking to some of them, but a great guy too. Really, just I mean, I still see him, and I look forward to talk to him quite a bit, but used to love seeing him in the jocks room playing chess between races or before the day started.
And of course, should have had a much longer career.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was really just such a unfortunate situation. Unfortunately, he's okay, but he just sort of disappeared from sight coming in the stretch that day. You just lost him, and fortunately he's okay. But we do miss him riding. But we love to see him as well. And he and his wife Sharon are terrific people, and racing is better for having people like the Dominguezes.
7th, meanwhile, coming up. Let's get a chance to dig in here a little bit. This kicks off the Pick 4. Capuna is the favorite right now, coming in off back-to-back wins for Brett Calhoun, and obviously a lot of intrigue with Ain't Life Grand, an Iowa bred who showed up in last year's Travers.
Yeah, he's a wild card in here. What do you do with him? Is he really good enough? Do you trust those races at Prairie Meadows? He got a big fig in the Travers, but sometimes the also-rans that deep, and those races just sort of get bigger figs because of it. I'm really interested to see what this Iowa bred does. He's kind of an interesting horse. I'll tell you, I know you like the one, Capuna, and I have great respect for your opinion. Do you think Thomas Shelby has a chance to wire the field?
I like Capuna. I thought this race was wide open, though.
Yeah, I'm going to bet a couple dollars on Thomas Shelby. I feel like 8-1 on him is worth a couple of dollars.
And Capuna's getting a little overbet here too, isn't he?
I agree. He's not getting the lead in all likelihood, and he's got to get back to a fast track. Now he has a good figure though, 3 back on a dry track.
Let's get back to Paul.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I understand the one can win this race. I don't get the price a little bit. And Andy, I think, makes a good point. The David Jacobson horses have not run well. He's only had one winner, but Thomas Shelby might be clear in this race. I actually think he's going to be clear, and it's just whether he can keep on going and improve his position. And right now at 8-1, I think he's not an awful gamble. When you look at the 4 Frosted Grace, the race that this horse came back and won at 4-1, Diodoro had another horse in that race, and that horse actually went to the front. This horse came from off the pace with Orlando Mojica. Then last time out, he lost to Caddo River, who we hadn't seen in a while win a race, but Caddo River got the job done, and he took that horse down to the wire. You look at Frosted Grace, there is 7 wins, but there are 13 seconds as well. So do you want to take 5-2 on that type of horse? And then you also have the 6 Ain't Life Grand. Like Andy was saying, you're looking at a Iowa bred for Kelly Von Hemel, won by 13 lengths. Tried the Travers, obviously that didn't work out, but got some credentials. You just really don't know what you're going to get with the 6 in here. I thought it was just a really tricky race. So, if I had to make a bet, I thought this race was so wide open. I used many in here in my pick 5. I would probably make a bet on the 2 at 8-1 and take a shot that maybe Thomas Shelby can go gate to wire, just because 8-5 on the 1 is just too small.
So Thomas Shelby 8-1 for Paulie here, and a horse he believes is going to be the horse in front.
If I'm going to lose, I want to lose with my friend Paul LaDuca, and I like Thomas Shelby as well. I don't know that he's necessarily good enough, but he's supposed to be able to be the speed in here. And I thought his Queens County was a decent enough effort. He's got fast enough races. So I think at 8-1 in this field, he's very playable. I wouldn't bet him at 3-1, but at this price, I would bet him.
What about Mystic Knight? This is a horse who just a few starts back was in against Art Collector. He didn't run all that bad. He had some big efforts further back, just not the same horse to you?
I don't think he's the same horse. I don't think there's anything with Riley Mott getting him. He just was falling apart for Chad Brown. And he's a discard for Peter Brandt and Chad Brown. And I think his best racer behind him. He obviously has some races good enough, easily good enough. But I think they're behind him.
This horse right here, the 6, obviously very interesting. Can he move forward in his 4-year-old debut coming up? An Iowa bred who is a multiple stakes winner. That obviously is a 3-year-old, and they thought enough of him to put him in that Grade 1 Travers last year. He's 26-1. He did not run well at all in that race, but obviously he has talent. Excited to see him come back.
Yeah, no. He's kind of a cool horse. And you always like these. I know Richie always, sorry he's not here for it. Richie likes these odd horses like that. As he always says, a good horse can come from anywhere, and he's dead right.
Here we go with the 7th start of the Pick 4. Jim Byers, the call.
Spa City being led forward. Ain't Life Grand a little jumpy in there. There, all in line. And they're off. Excellent start. Spa City rushing up from the outside. Background was away well. There goes Kapuna along with Thomas Shelby. Kapuna to the lead of neck to Thomas Shelby. Background, Frosted Grace in the pink on the inside. And now Spa City has had to back off a bit here, and he's racing in fifth. Followed in between rivals by Ain't Life Grand. And at the rail, Mystic Knight, the late runners, trailing the field, only about 7 lengths front to back. Kapuna, Nick Juarez, shows the way a length and a quarter onto the backstretch to Thomas Shelby and Frosted Grace. Background and Spa City in the red and black on the outside. Wide but close to contention. Ain't Life Grand is in and among rivals, and along the inside is Mystic Knight, still in a fairly tight pack as they race into the far turn. Kapuna is leading them along here by still a length and a quarter to Thomas Shelby. Frosted Grace sits tucked in and pocketed behind the leader. Up on the outside is Spa City. He has raced into 4th position now. Background has dropped back. Mystic Knight by him. Ain't Life Grand is 7th and last as they take the midway point of the turn. Frosted Grace gains on the inside of Kapuna. And Frosted Grace is up to stick ahead in front. Kapuna to the outside set the pace. The rail was open. And Frosted Grace came through. Kapuna, though, is still working very hard to the outside. Then a good gap back to Thomas Shelby, Mystic Knight, and Spa City. Final strides, Frosted Grace and Kapuna. What a battle to the wire. Frosted Grace, 3 parts of a length to Kapuna. He's second by about 8. Looked like Spa City over Mystic Knight could be a photo for show.
Frosted Grace crossing the wire first. There was a little bumping here in the stretch. This horse who just missed a Caddo River last start.
Yeah, he did drift in the stretch. You know, whether they made contact or not remains to be seen, but he definitely drifted. I don't think it was anything significant. And maybe Kapuna shouldn't have drifted off the rail, but he did. And maybe it helped the number 4, Frosted Grace, get the win. Foolish, unaggressive ride in Thomas Shelby. Whatever chance he had was eliminated by trying to rate him.
Back to New York Post Parade here for the 8th. This is Full Moon Fever for Mark Hennig.
Yeah, he's the weaker half of the entry, though not bad in his own right, but you can't bet him if you like him because the other half's taking all the money.
Here's Ouster, that other half with Dylan Davis.
He was good in the dirt with bad trips early in his career, and he's improved with distance as well. He's in great form. He's the horse to beat.
If this horse can repeat his last race, the entry is going to have to come up with something much better.
Yeah, I picked the number 2 Sundays with Sandy. I don't trust that he'll repeat it, but just send him and hope for the best, right?
1 number horse, but it was a huge number. The 4, Hush of a Storm for Bill Morey.
I think he's really a better synthetic horse, though. He didn't run that badly off the layoff last time.
5-1 here in Whittingham Park. Kendrick Carmouche looking to go back-to-back.
If you don't like the 2 and you feel like the race is going to fall apart and you think Ouster's going to win, he's probably the most logical horse for second.
I like the look here in the warm-up. The 7, Late Night Larry with Manny Franco.
I'm absolutely mystified how this horse is second choice in here. I have no idea why this horse is second choice. To me, he looks like a pretty random, not impossible, but
looking for a 3rd win in a row. And then Son of an X on the outside, 18-1.
He would need a huge collapse to get any piece of it. He has no speed.
3 minutes away, race 8 on the card. Here at Aqueduct, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Smells like chicken tenders and french fries out here. I'm getting hungry, but this feels a little bit like a Mark Hennig charity race as he looks for his 2nd win on the card, as he does send out Ouster as well as Full Moon Fever in here. But let's talk a little bit about Ouster. He is a horse that always shows up looking so good, as if every day of his life is the best one. Dappled head to toe no matter what time of year it is, great energy, and he is a very big horse. And last time around the turn, I just don't think he was ever really comfortable, and those bigger types will react a bit when they kind of get in tight. And once he was switched out, he did run on again. So look, and he finished behind Overstep, who looks to be a very quality horse for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. So Ouster makes a lot of sense to me. But yes, his main rival arguably would be number 2 Sundays with Sandy. And I was talking with his new trainer, Jamie Begg, who said that, oh yeah, we're sending here. And as he said, he's a horse that cannot take dirt. He just reacts extremely to it. He even said when you kind of go to pet him, he'll kind of, flinch and take himself back a bit from your hand even. So we see Jaime Torres giving him an aggressive warm-up. So he'll be the one that's trying to play catch me if you can. Now, a horse that continues to improve throughout the year, I should say, that he's come back to the racetrack. That's number 5, Whittington Park. He just gets stronger with every subsequent start, moving really well out there. I like what I'm seeing from him. Now, last time he was well back behind the pace in that overstep race, which they did go fairly quickly that day. He rode the rail and then he found some run in between horses kind of late in the game. He was a big price that day as well. And I just feel like if he can get a little bit of a setup once again, he's going to come calling, and maybe he's the one that you want picking up the pieces. As JK, I know you're dying to talk about Whittington Park for the colors he's wearing, right?
Well, look, it's a little early. Well, it's 4:58. That's appropriate to say 10 strike at this point. I actually like the 1A Ouster when I first looked at this race, and I wanted to pick the 2 Sunday with Sandy. But the issue is that I do respect Ouster. I do think Ouster is the most likely winner. And because Ouster is drawn outside of Sunday with Sandy, I just couldn't pick Sunday with Sandy. I feel like Ouster will be able to kind of sit to Sunday, and Sunday with Sandy's outside. Now, if Sunday with Sandy was drawn to the outside, I think that you could make a case that she could end up working out a nice trip. He could work out a nice trip, work out a nice trip. But he's just going to have the pressure of a horse that I think is better to his outside at all times, and I think that's going to be the thing that kind of does him in. I'm not crazy about the even money. I think you're getting probably a little bit of a lesser price than you would if it wasn't an entry. People love a 2-for-1. But I think the 1A Ouster, the most likely winner, if you can envision a way for the 2 Sundays with Sandy to work out a better trip, I wouldn't talk you off at all. I just think it's going to be tough being drawn inside of the 1A Ouster.
Isn't Sundays with Sandy going to be 5 to 8 lengths clear of Ouster in this race? I mean, Ouster may well win. He might just be the better horse.
We heard Maggie said the game plan, get to the front with this guy right here.
I don't think it matters where they're. We just saw it differently.
And it can be problematic, ran out of this world.
Right. Last time was the time, It was a fair track.
But
he didn't ride a bias, but.
Maybe he's coming into his own. If he is, the rest of this field could be in trouble.
Great claim if he is.
But it's 3-5 on the entry right now. And the majority of them because of the 1A Ouster. Let's go to Chris Griffin. Here's race 8 from Aqueduct.
All in line. All set. And they're off. Good break towards in between horses there is Hush of a Storm. Also in the early mix is going to be Son of an X on the far outside. Son of an X has got the lead, but is way out there in the center of the racetrack. And behind that is going to be Late Night Larry, as Son of an X is going to try and cross over here for Homage. But here comes pressure to the inside. It's Full Moon Fever who wants to be in the early mix, and there's Sundays with Sandy. Sundays with Sandy and Full Moon Fever. Now they're 1-2. Just off of them is going to be Son of an X, who's now taken back to third. Didn't want to be on the front end, as Ouster is going to challenge for that spot. Late Night Larry is out in the center of the racetrack in 5th. Then, second to last is Hush of a Storm in the trailer. Whittington Park, 23.38 for the opening quarter mile. Sundays with Sandy takes it right to Full Moon Fever. They're still 1-2 as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Ouster is watching the action here. It's Ouster right off this pace stool, is now within a length and a half of those leaders. Hush of a Storm is trying to follow that move. Late Night Larry, there's a seam for Whittington Park, is going to push on through, and Whittington Park, Kendrick Carmouche, they're on the move. They've taken 4th. Still in front, it's Full Moon Fever and Sundays with Sandy, 46.60 for that half-mile time. Hush of a Storm is in gear. Ouster, Whittington Park is bottled up in behind rivals. They reach the top of the stretch. Ouster now kicks for home. It's Ouster in front. Immediately going to be pounced upon here by Whittington Park out in the center of the racetrack in Hush of a Storm. Ouster's got plenty right now, is a length and a half now, 2 lengths clear for a final furlong. Ouster is now drawing away late. Whittington Park is a clear second, and Hush of a Storm back to third. Then Sundays with Sandy, but Ouster, a nice trip, and Dylan Davis gets a big winner on Ouster in today's 8th. Whittington Park for second, then Hush of a Storm, and Sundays with Sandy in 1 minute, 37.78 seconds.
Mark Hennig gets another win on today's card, this time with Dylan Davis. Ouster the victory.
And also a very shrewd move by them. They used the other half of the entry, and there's nothing wrong with it. a horse that's owned by the same people. They use that horse as a rabbit. Now, I don't think it mattered. I don't think it would have mattered at all. Yeah. Ouster's just in great form. It's a very fast race on this track, and Ouster keeps running like this, he's going to be heard from the New York Bred Stakes. The New York Bred Stakes, they need some new blood. They're going to get it from Ouster. This was a perfect trip, but he won fastly. Nice horse.
3 wins now his last 4 starts. 5-year-old son of Outwork, Windy Leaf Farm owns. And he was pretty dominant here. 137-3 final time.
Yeah, that's a quick time on this racetrack. This is going to come a fast race. This horse is in great form for Mark Hennig. Onwards and upwards, Mark.
You're still around, right?
Oh, I'm staying. You can't get. Are you trying to get rid of me?
Not at all. I want you to stay.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little self-conscious. I'm not sure I'm laying the MIG in. He looks a little eager over there.
With a victory in the 8th, the feature Cicada coming up next at Aqueduct.
Standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop. He leads all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector. Gunrunner.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Bally Sports SoCal, SNY with us as well with the feature. Coming up next in New York, the Cicada. We'll get to that in a moment. 2 big ones, graded stakes out at Oaklawn still ahead. Ouster impressive. And Andy, as you said, it looks like stakes in his immediate future.
Right. I mean, I guess at this point, Mark could try him in a non-winners of 1 open company race. No reason not to look at those, but those New York Bred Stakes, they're looking for a horse like Ouster. And after this performance, I mean, I'm going to just guess here, this buyer figure is going to be in the low to mid-90s at least. This horse is looking like a horse that we're going to see in some of those races going forward. Nice horse. Nice job by Mark.
2 today for the barn. Dylan Davis, the victory here. Again, Windy Leaf Farm, winning owners. This now 3 wins in the last 4 starts. Getting good as a 5-year-old now. Cicada is next. And we're going to honor the legend when we come back. The Whitmore to be run. Coming up next, named after the great Breeders' Cup Sprint champ. Stay with us.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
But Whitmore looms large in the center of the racetrack. Here comes Whitmore outside of Hidden Scroll. Share the Upside still very much part of this battle, and Whitmore has put his head in front. It is Whitmore now a length and a half in front of Share the Upside. Then to the inside, and Manny Waugh, he's going to do it again. Look at this race horse. Flagstaff just ran into second. It is Whitmore.
One of 3 wins in the Count Fleet for the great Whitmore, who retired tied as the all-time leading Oaklawn horse by stakes wins with 1965 Arkansas Derby winner Swift Ruler.
He was just a neat, honest racehorse. We were talking about yesterday, the kind of horse that always showed up with a good effort. He may not always won, but he always seemed to run well. And horses like that, when they do it in good company, things are going to break their way in a big race at some point, and it did in a couple races. The Breeders' Cup, where he ran absolutely terrifically, and his win over City of Light.
And that was Breeders' Cup victory, the 4th time in that Breeders' Cup sprint where he finally got that win. Became an Eclipse Award winner as a result, and gets a barn named in his honor and a race named in his honor. He is one of the most popular horses of all time in Hot Springs. Just a look at him. Leading the post parade in last year's race. We welcome in Richard Migliori with us on set now as well. And just great to see him have that big moment in that Breeders' Cup win and to continue to be celebrated in Hot Springs.
Oh, absolutely. One of the most popular horses from there. And like you said, consistency was his benchmark. And I loved seeing him lead that post parade because he acted so cool. And he was a horse that had a lot of personality, a bit of a character.
He did, but he also danced all the dances. Came to Saratoga. Ron McQuett wasn't afraid of anybody. And we're talking about him being City of Light. I'm not sure, but that might have been City of Light's only loss that year. Is that possible? I know he beat eventual Horse of the Year Accelerate in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, Whitmore, like you said, too, when he got his setup, things broke right. He was a horse that would run through traffic. He looked to me like a horse that would have been a lot of fun to be associated with. Certainly, longevity leads to these horses having that following.
Unless you were part of the starting gate crew, because he would fire those back legs out and get out of his way.
He was quite
he had
a
a
horse.
personality, no question. We had so much fun covering over the last few years. We have the running of the Whitmore coming up next, and this is a really interesting edition of this race coming up. So many storylines, so much speed lined up. Which horse is it going to set up best for in here to maybe, if there is this hot pace up front, to close into those fractions?
I mean, the logical one, I guess, if you think the race is going to fall apart, is Teano Twist. It was just okay. But, you know, you gave that stat earlier, Greg, of Chris Hartman having no success. 0 for 22, did you say?
22 last 5 years
stakes.
in graded stakes.
Well, we're talking about it with edge to edge, but, of course, applies to Teano Twist as well. So a trainer that has great success but has not been successful at all in graded stakes, the ones he's been in. And I think 0 for 22 is a big enough stat that it matters.
All right, we'll dig in more to this race. Grade 3 Whitmore up next. Back-to-back graded stakes on the card on this Saturday at Oaklawn. Still to come, the feature at Aqueduct as well. Downtown Mischief, 2 for 2 to start her career for Lady Sheila Stable and Linda Rice. Can she make it 3 for 3 in her stakes debut coming up? Open Company debut coming up.
The Kentucky Derby Bankroll Builder is back at Naira Bets. Bet a $50 win bet on a selected Derby prep and get $20 for your Derby Bankroll, win or lose. Opt in each week to play at NairaBets.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Back on America's Day of the Races, and Grade 3 Whitmore coming up next. We're going to see a few OBS grads in the two big ones to come.
Richie, you have a little interest in these sales, right?
Absolutely. And, it's always trying to, it's like being a scout, trying to mine that nugget of talent.
Don't you have some horses in your game of silks?
In the OBS March sale.
That's to come. Yeah, sale's coming up next week. Silver Prospector, Vittorio La Samurai. I thought those were actually the three to beat in the Essex Handicap.
Really? Silver Prospector moving up a little bit. Did draw well in the rail. They're certainly, those sales have produced a number of good runners every year.
Tejano Twist right now the favorite, and Cogburn for Steve Asmussen, part of the speed picture in his 4-year-old debut. Gate to wire win. Second choice at 5-2.
Boy, he's going to have to run hard. I mean, he does draw well on the outside, Cogburn, but there's a lot of speed in this race.
Dwayne Lucas going to send out Spankster, and of course, he's got that Razorback winner Last Samurai as the morning line favorite to come in the Essex. Let's go to Paul Duca for more.
Yes, Greg, I am with the legend here, Dwayne Lucas. Got Spankster and Last Samurai in the next two races. Let's go, just start there. How are they both doing, Dwayne?
They're doing good. You know, this horse has never been in stakes company, and so he's run well enough here the last couple of times. I thought he earned a chance to maybe try these on. I might be overmatching him, but I think he'll close. I think he'll get a piece of it, and it's a nice spot.
Now, Last Samurai, are you tiny bit worried the horse is going to regress, or has he been moving forward since that last race?
No, I think he can handle it. He's a big, strong horse, and he thrives on, I think, training. I don't feel like we're, pushing the envelope here or getting back that soon or anything. I think we're going to get a good effort.
Let's get to the Hall of Fame day. How cool is this? I mean, there's got to be like 20 or 25 riders that have ridden for you that are here, that are in the Hall of Fame. It's got to be pretty cool to catch up with some of these stories and a lot of these guys.
Well, they're great guys too, and your friendship increases when they are retired. After they retire, then you start finding out things that happened and what some of the things that went on. But there's some great riders here and great people that have represented our sport so well. This is kind of a nice thing. It was, I think, a privilege for us to sign that many posters this morning, all of us, and give these people a chance to meet firsthand. I wish that instead of the signing that they would have opened it up and let them, let the public mingle a little bit. But that's what Arkansas is all about, really, when you talk about it. They mingle here. They'll come right up to you. If you're in a restaurant eating, they'll just come and sit down with you and start talking like you've known you all your life.
Well, they want all your knowledge. That's the thing, Dwayne.
They want my terrible handicap, and they better listen to you, because I don't even read the form.
Well, hopefully we get Spankster home and Last Samurai for the legend, Dwayne Lucas. And this whole day has just been a pleasure.
So many greats assembled in one spot. It's got to be a tremendous afternoon in Hot Springs for Hall of Fame Day. And, of course, the coach, not just one of the all-time greats, he has really had a resurgent last couple of years.
And he and Paulie have really, they're really becoming fast friends. I love that.
I'm just amazed at Wayne Lucas's resiliency to be at his age, take a fall from his pony, break his ribs, and then still be getting back up on his pony now. And I don't know if you guys are
That was in December.
That was in December. I mean, but it's just remarkable, and how sharp he is, and it just what a tremendous, dedicated horseman to this moment. And I don't know if you guys are Yellowstone fans. I am. He reminds me more and more of John Dutton, the ranch owner.
Andy, you a fan?
I don't know who he is. John Dutton.
You don't watch Yellowstone at all? No.
No.
I like it.
I know it's popular, right?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Kevin Costner?
Yeah.
9-5 favorite here. Tejano Twist, part of that duo. As you see the other half of that duo for Hartman, edge to edge. That's the one who's going to try and be part of the pace. But has been able to sit in stock. He's probably not as fast as some of these others, and Tejano Twist, the one who's going to be coming from off of it.
Wow, they're really not betting edge to edge at all, huh?
No, very cold on the board.
That's wild. Wow, they're betting him like he has no chance. That's bizarre.
8-1 edge to edge from a 4-1 morning line, and a lot of money on Cogburn for Steve Asmussen, that speedster from Post 9. Back to New York, feature on the Saturday card here at South Ozone Park. The Cicada were Downtown Mischief, the 2-5 favorite, trying to move her mark resume to perfect 3 for 3 to begin her career. Let's go to Maggie.
Stand out on paper, stand out in the paddock, Downtown Mischief, as we'll take a look at the horse who is currently taking the second most amount of money, and that's number 2, Hot Little Thing, as she will come in from out of town after primarily facing fellow Indiana breds, and she's also going to have to come in off of a layoff. And look, if I was in the paddock at Horseshoe Indy that day, I'd have said there's no way she is getting a 1:70 because she is about as short, stout, and compact as they come. So that indicates all sprinter. But if I also had to guess, I would say there hasn't been that much development from 2 to 3. And furthermore, she just looks a little bit on the softer side. Now, you could say I'm absolutely crazy because why would they ship a horse into New York from Kentucky that looks like she needs a race? You're right. But it just kind of emphatically stamps the fact that number 3, Downtown Mischief, is much the horse to beat. Now, one that it seems maybe a little bit light on figures, but surely knows how to win. That's number 1, Tappin' Josie. She's 5 for 10 lifetime. She's won her last 3 starts, 2 of which have come for the Horacio de Paz barn. And she's just the other alternative, at least from the physical perspective of things, that looks as though she's training well heading into this. She does have a little bit more of a long tubular frame, which doesn't scream, I'm very, very quick. It just looks to me like she could be the one that's sitting right off of them to come and pick up the pieces. And Greg, I always like a horse that knows how to win, but so does the favorite.
I agree. I think she's interesting. She's won 3 in a row. She returns in just 12 days' time. 2 wins at Laurel and a win at Parks for Tappin' Josie last time out. And she is at 10-1 on the board right now. Let's go back to Hot Springs. Grade 3, Whitmore. Get to the post parade. We heard from D. Wayne Lucas, and here's his Spankster, who is coming off a win in the slop.
He's a horse who's a huge price. The horse that should be able to take advantage of a hot pace, but he's going to have to run his best race to win it.
9-5 favorite. Part of the duo for Chris Hartman, Tejano Twist.
Well, a horse that needs pace and looks like he gets ample pace in here to set up his late rally. Deep closer.
Going to have some issues getting out of the gate as well. Miles ahead, who was behind Tejano Twist last time out.
Right, but not that far behind him, and he is a big price, so he's not unusable in here.
The other Chris Hartman runner, edge to edge, trying to win his 3rd in a row in his stakes debut.
Yeah, complementing styles to the other Chris Hartman, Tejano Twist. This horse more of a speed type.
Nick Juarez will be aboard, 8-1 right now. Empire of Gold, 35-1 on a 7-time winner.
Yeah, I don't like that his okay-looking races are out-of-town tracks. I'd be surprised if he's effective. Big price.
Baytown Bear we'll see next at 41-1.
Yeah, another big price. Just feels like he'd have to run faster than he's ever run before to be competitive here.
He had a dominant win in Mountaineer. Did not back it up on a wet track at Oaklawn. It's the 5-year-old debut coming up. Here's Flash of Mischief, 9-1.
He ran very well on this track, on a wet track. Can he do it on a dry track? He's an awfully big price for a horse that's good enough to have a chance.
Here come the speeds. Pirate Rick, we know he is quick for Lynn Cash.
Yeah, well-traveled Pirate Rick making the 5th start of this year, and another horse that should be a part of the pace.
Cogburn, he is quick as well. He just went gate to wire in his 4-year-old return for Steve Asmussen.
He's going to be moving up front, but he's going to be moving with Pirate Rick. He has the right post to do it, but not for me at 5-2 in this spot.
And former Gotham winner Morello, who cannot seem to get out of the gate.
A horse that's just showed so much promise early on and stopped being able to break, doesn't push off well. Outside post probably helps him, so at least he won't get pinched between 2 horses.
That's what I thought. I'm going to give him 1 shot. Second time he's been run for Steve at Oaklawn. I want to give him 1 more chance.
At 8-1 too.
Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, I actually had kind of an agreement with you on the 10. I think the 10's a little bit of an overlay. Now, is the horse going to have to run one of the better races? Yeah, he's going to. But, you know, he did not have a great trip in his last race. And you get to the favorite in here, Tejano Twist. I think a lot of people are playing this horse off of, the second to Gunite. And Gunite came back and ran unbelievable in Saudi. And he came home in 11 and change in that last race. So it wasn't like Tejano Twist was kind of hanging. But Greg just made such a really good point. He just has really bad gait issues. He really gets left. So do you want to take odds on, or not odds, or your favorite on a horse that's going to be dead last, and you need to have the pace develop. The pace is going to develop in here, and this horse has been able to overcome, but is he being able to overcome these type of horses? It remains to be seen. I will say this, though. Edge to Edge, not getting a lot of play. He came out here breathing fire. He looked tremendous on the racetrack. I think he'll fire a big shot. I think he just likes this racetrack at 7-1. The outside horse we talked about, and then the 9 Cogburn. I don't know. I kind of don't see it. I think the 8, the New York horse Pirate Nick, might be quicker than Cogburn. So is Cogburn going to have to press from the complete outside, or is he going to rate at 5-2? So I think that the 2 is a little too short, can win the race at 9-5. I think the 9 is way too short at 5-2. So, gosh, I like Tejano Twist coming into this, and it seems like everybody else does. I think Edge to Edge is going to run another big race, considering everybody's going to think, okay, there's going to be a big speed duel. I just love the way the horse appeared on the racetrack.
7-1 on the other Chris Hartman runner, who, again, we've talked about how he won the last 2 starts. He did it on the front end. He won't be able to do it with those kind of fractions because there's better speed in here. But he has been able to sit and stalk in one in the past.
I think this is a race where if you want to get a little creative and you think 2-1's a little bit short on Tejano Twist, which I do, or 5-2 is a little bit short on Cogburn, which I do, there's a lot of different horses that you can land on here that you're getting paid on if you're right.
I'm looking for a closer. I think there's enough speed to set up for a closer. I mean, Tejano Twist is the deepest closer and
the obvious one.
The obvious one, but I think Morello is the less obvious one. A horse that showed us firsthand that he does have ability. It's just his gait issues have stopped him.
I bet him. I may want him too much. Jonathan, where are you going here?
Guys, this is a situation where in New York, we talk about it all the time, and I want to explain it a little bit. We talk about how these paces don't materialize in New York. The reason I think that is, I'm just being 100% honest. I think we have all of the biggest riders in the world they ride for a lot of these connections. They ride for a lot of different owners, and they're not going to go out there on ridiculous missions to make it hard for their opposition if they don't think that's their best chance of winning. I think other places, other racetracks, I think the riders are a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more, if I'm not, you ain't winning. I think they ride each other's horses at other racetracks more than we do in New York with the high level kind of celebrity riders that we have. I think this pace will be fast. If this race was in New York, I'd have lots of questions. I think Tejano Twist is going to pick up the pieces. And the other thing, when you have a bunch of good forward type horses, they're all good too. None of them are really cheap speed, that is. Even if they don't go too fast early, they do make each other work earlier than they might work if they were dealing with a lesser horse running at them. So think about it on the far turn. Instead of kind of getting a breather, they're going to have each other looking down each other's, in each other's eyes while Tejano Twist kind of sits behind and picks up the pieces. Look, I don't like the price on Tejano Twist, but I can't tell you which one of these speed horses might get loose without just saying it as a guess. If you feel like one of them will, cheers to you, but I think Tejano Twist is going to pick up the pieces. I think this race is going to collapse.
See if that's how it plays out. It certainly appears there is the speed for that to happen. And Tejano Twist, that 3-race win streak, the only reason it came to an end is because he faced one of the best sprinters in the country last time out.
Yeah, no doubt. And I agree with Jonathan. I think the pace will show up here. Just to expound on what he was saying, too, the other thing that you got to take into account in New York is the way horses are trained. Almost every single trainer wants to go off in the morning trials, their first quarter in 25, and come home in 23. So to always just put the onus on the riders, horses are trained to start slower and finish faster in New York. I went to California And I worked horses the way I would in New York, and I got yelled at. Was something wrong? Why'd you go so slow early?
Should have told me I'd have come out there and taken care of that.
No, but you understand the point.
I totally agree with
think
what you're
that,
saying.
You know,
and
you
certainly
want a
would
horse
know.
to have speed. You got to train him to have speed too.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of factors taking place, and the game has also changed. So much turf racing in New York also, I think, plays a role, and I
Sure.
think that goes hand in hand with what you're saying.
Yep.
You know, we didn't used to run turf races like we did. We didn't use all these turf courses. We're old enough to remember when they didn't use the inner turf for anything other than jump races in Saratoga.
They wouldn't have turf sprints.
Yeah, no turf sprints. So the game has really changed a lot here. And you think about the way people look at racing. You look at a guy like Chad Brown, you know, who's had so much success. He's not a trainer, maybe sometimes, you know, as a fault, but, you know, but not been so aggressive. I'm rooting for Morello.
The 8, the 9, they are ultra quick. The 4, the 5 want to be forward as well. The favorite, though, Tejano Twist, part of a duo of runners in here for Chris Hartman. D. Wayne Lucas with Spankster. It's the Grade 3 Whitmore. First of back-to-back graded stakes from Oaklawn. Let's go to Jim Byers.
Cogburn moves forward. All in line for the Whitmore. And they're off. Edge to edge, moving out from the middle. And there goes Cogburn up on the outside. He's going to grab the lead to edge, Baytown Bear, and outside of him, Pirate Rick. Pirate Rick into third now. Followed by Miles Ahead. He is raced into a contentious fourth. Baytown Bear, one of the grays, settles outside in fifth. And Spankster is riding the rail. He's racing in sixth. Empire of Gold is outside of him in seventh. 2.5 then to Flash of Mischief. Tejano Twist is at the rail and well back here. Tejano Twist now is starting to launch a bid for Arrieta, and he is angling him outside. Trailing the field is Morello. They come to the head of the stretch in the Whitmore. And it's edge to edge on the inside by Ahead. And Cogburn is right to his outside. Followed by Pirate Rick. He is racing in third, and here comes Tejano Twist. He is in high gear on the outside. Tejano Twist gets up to edge and goes on by. Back along the inside, Miles Ahead is running a big one. Tejano Twist and Francisco Arrieta by 2. Miles Ahead second. Edge to edge was third. It was a blanket for fourth in the Whitmore.
Good for Chris Hartman having a tremendous meet and putting that slump in graded stakes to an end.
And this horse actually broke pretty well for him today, and didn't give himself as much to do. And you could see Andy leaving the 3/8 pole. Francisco Arrieta angled out to the clear. He had a lot of horse underneath.
He was the one running when they were starting to come back a little bit. Nobody else was making big moves in there. Nice close for second by the number 3 down on the inside, Miles Ahead. But the favorite was the best.
Post parade for the Cicada, and here's Tappan Josie's won 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, the going's going to get tougher for her, and she's going to have to improve. But I don't think Maggie's wrong. If you're looking for a price in here, she's the right one.
Hot Little Thing, Indiana bred.
And she's fast. They tried to stretch her out last time, getting back to what she wants to do, sprint.
First time against Open Company for the undefeated New York bred Downtown Mischief.
She's obviously talented. I think she's overbet at 3 to 5. I prefer Hot Little Thing, the horse inside of her.
Fabulously Funny for Tony Dutrow.
First time getting on a fast racetrack. I thought she improved first start to second start. Could take another step forward.
Music Man Sandy, Lynn Cash.
This might make the Lynn Cash upset in the Kelso look like a favorite. This horse on paper is way too slow.
Fancy Azteca for Linda Rice, her other runner with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, stepping up in class off of back-to-back victories. This is a much deeper spot, though.
Helping make the race go, though, for Downtown Mischief, the other Linda Rice horse. And
And
maybe
if
you
she
get
hits
third
the
or fourth.
board,
Yeah, absolutely.
Enhance her value.
Yep.
I think has a better look than that. We'll see. 10 to 1 right now. We're still sorting out who all these 3-year-old fillies are.
I agree. There's a lot of racing left to go, and there's been no standout whatsoever, at least from what we've seen. I'm not familiar with the California horses, so if I'm slighting somebody out there, I apologize. But what we've seen, we're just looking at a group that's just sort of okay, right?
To make Downtown Mischief 3 to 5 off 2 wins against New York bred company.
Yeah, I think
seems very short.
I think they're going overboard on her. I get it, but I think they're going overboard. I do think Hot Little Thing is going to be very dangerous. If she breaks sharply, I think she's going to be tough to catch.
Tough to run down. I agree. I thought Fabulous Funny had a little bit of a look as well. Anthony Dutrow closing in on 2,000.
Is Tony one away from?
I think he's one away.
From
Yeah.
2,000 wins.
2,000, yeah.
The more we talk about it, the less it's going to happen.
Big number for a trainer.
Yeah, good man.
Tappan Josie, too, from the rail, trying to win 4 in a row, returning on just 12 days rest, but become a win machine of late. Saturday feature, the Cicada. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Fancy Azteca. Fancy Azteca moves in. All in line, all set for the Cicada. And they're off. And it was a slow start for Hot Little Thing. Who's the trailer? Speed from Fabulously Funny right out to the front. Music Man Sandy is up on the outside, is going to challenge in second. At the rail tightly there is Tappan Josie. Downtown Mischief is in between horses. Very tightly bunched. This Hot Little Thing does not want to be behind rivals. It makes it 4 across the racetrack here, and they all take it to one another in the Cicada as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. The one that steers clear is Fancy Azteca. It is now the trailer, 2.5 off the lead. Downtown Mischief and now Hot Little Thing. Down to the inside is Fabulously Funny. These 3 across the racetrack, 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Downtown Mischief at 1-2 has got a head in front. Fabulously Funny is to her inside. Right up alongside is still Hot Little Thing, who had to work to get to that spot. They approach a quarter mile left to go. Downtown Mischief is still in hand, and Jose Lescano has not given her the cue. Fabulously Funny is down towards the inside now. Tappan Josie's got a rally, is splitting rivals. Downtown Mischief is now opening up. Tappan Josie looks like the main danger. It's still Downtown Mischief, tiring late a little bit. Here comes Tappan Josie. She's green, but she's chasing. Downtown Mischief is still well in control. Downtown Mischief gets it done. It's Downtown Mischief in the Cicada over Tappan Josie, then Fabulously Funny, and Fancy Azteca in 1 minute 13.72 seconds.
It's the New York bred filly in the Cicada. Downtown Mischief now a perfect 3 for 3 for Linda Rice.
Yeah, complexion of this race changed quite a bit at the break when the 2 Hot Little Thing got left at the start and then kind of rushed up. But listen, Downtown Mischief is talented, but she certainly got the right kind of trip. The 1 Tappan Josie ran well, kind of shifted ground in the stretch here, ran a little bit green, sort of duck out there, lost a little momentum, but undefeated now, Downtown Mischief.
Yeah, no, listen, she got the job done, and no knock on her. And the 1's a nice horse, Tappan Josie. How good Downtown Mischief is, I guess we'll see as the year progresses. You know, you don't need to be any definitive opinions on her. We'll see what kind of figure the race gets. She had the run of it. Once the 2 was her chief competition, got left, she had no chance. Whether or not she would have been effective, who knows? This is a very nice horse that's won 3 straight races. Not an easy thing to do. We'll see how good she is as they go forward.
And importantly, too, she gets her first win in her first try against Open Company. The previous 2 wins, those were against New York breds. So good for her.
And Sheila Rosenblum's had some good horses, and not just, of course, La Verdad. Hot City Girl was a very, very good horse that she had as well.
This filly's got a pedigree, too, into Mischief, out of a Spikestown mare. She hasn't done anything right, and she has every right to continue to improve as well.
No, absolutely. Listen, she's done a lot in a very short period of time. There's no reason to knock her. We'll see how good she is going forward. Right now, you want to have a 3-year-old filly that can run a little bit, and she's one for sure.
Back to Hot Springs, grade 3, Whitmore. And it goes to Tejano Twist for trainer Chris Hartman. Big win for this barn, ending that 0 for 22 streak over the last 5 years in graded stakes. Got to feel extra special. Francisco Arrieta aboard for the win. Let's go to Paul.
With winning trainer here, Chris Hartman with Tejano Twist in the Whitmore. Both your horses ran great here, Chris, but this is a horse that's been waiting and waiting and finally broke out of the gate today.
Yeah, he broke well, I mean, for him anyways, and and he kicked hard today. Ran a really good race.
And Nick came off his horse edge to edge. He thought he was home.
Well, at the top of the lane, I thought, I mean, he looked like he hadn't moved on him, and I thought we were going to run 1-2 for a second, but he ran a good race. He got a little tired, I guess.
I hate to ask this question, but if they come back to the barn and everything is go, where would you go with both of them?
We'll probably come back in the count fleet. That'd probably be there this early. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good series. They got a good series, so we'll probably go there most likely.
Well, congratulations, first and third here in the Whitmore as Tejano Twist rolled down the center of the racetrack.
Yes, he did, Paul. He had plenty of finish in here and made no doubt about it. 7th win now for this 4-year-old son of Practical Joke.
And just a nice closing sprinter, a horse that you could tell early on he came with his game face on today.
Right. You know, we'll see if there are new shooters that come for the Count Fleet, which is obviously a big sprint as we get to later in the meet. They're all happy that Gunite decided to go over to the Middle East. Elite Power as well, though he's not going to be running in the Dubai Sprint. These are some nice horses. Whether or not they're horses we see in bigger races down the road, I guess we'll find out.
Graded Stakes action continues from Hot Springs with the Grade 3 Essex handicap and even money on D. Wayne Lucas's Razorback winner, the 5-year-old Last Samurai, who just ran the race of his life in that victory last time out.
Yeah, but the problem is he just opened up at even money, breaking him an outside post, and he paid a much bigger price last time. He, to me, is the quintessential last time was the time horse, win or lose. Not saying he's not a major player, but a bad gamble at even money.
See if he can do it again here. It seems like a bit of a big ask running that big of a race in your 23rd career start to come back and do it again.
And the post, I think you make a great point about that. It's just not an easy post. I know he's not a horse that is going to show speed, but he's not that slow either. He's going to have to work out some sort of a trip into the first turn.
And Torres gave this horse an absolutely sensational ride last time, which made the difference. Because, I mean, as you know, if you don't get that position in the first turn, the horse is not necessarily that likely to give you the kind of kick he gave.
No, and he made a long sustained run.
Back in New York in the Cicada, it's Downtown Mischief. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Fasig-Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com.
That was a mouthful, Greg.
But she's a good-sized Scopy filly, too. I mean, she's sprinting right now. I wonder if she won't stretch out successfully.
Lady Sheila Stable, Linda Rice together again with Jose Lezcano. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Downtown Mischief 3 for 3, and Linda, she was able to throw it down on the front end today. Talk a little bit about your impressions with this victory.
Yeah, I was, it wasn't the cleanest trip. It was a little complicated on the backside. The other speed horse didn't break. The horse on the inside of her, we had initially talked about maybe stalking in second to the little thing, and she broke poorly, and then she came rushing up on the outside. So it was a complicated trip, but Jose Lezcano is such a professional. He didn't panic, and he used her when he needed to, and she withstood some pretty fast fractions. So.
And Linda, talk a little bit about the success and relationship that you've had with Lady Sheila Stable. La Verdad, obviously a fan favorite and very successful race mare, but is it good to get back winning these stakes with her?
Yeah, Sheila and I have had a long relationship, and we've campaigned an Eclipse Award winner together. We went to the Breeders' Cup together, and and in this game, there's always a lot of valleys, hills and valleys in this game. But we've had some wonderful times together, and it's great to share it with her. And we actually raced her mother together.
So special, and congratulations. You're getting 3 for 3 with Downtown Mischief.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, a daughter of Into Mischief, as Linda was saying, and Downtown Mama. Remember her on the racetrack as well, Greg.
Yeah, out of Downtown Mama, homebred for Lady Sheila Stable, makes it feel extra special for these connections. And she has talent doing this against Open Company. We'll see how she continues to progress.
Yeah, I mean, things will get a little tougher for her going forward, but there's room for her. We'll see what kind of figure it was. And I think Liz right. It was a quick pace early. It's not like they weren't moving, so she ran well.
Wins at 1-2. With the nightcap still to come, here's our late pick 5. It has been formful to this point. So spreading the wealth. This last race, though, maybe the most wide open race of the sequence.
I thought the last race might have been the most interesting betting race of the entire day. There is we've seen a lot of short-priced winners on today's card, and there's no really short-priced horses in here, and a lot of horses with one start, a lot of horses. I think there's some interesting things to say about going forward. I'm interested in the 3 Art of Courage, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, faced a horse who off that maiden win went to the Gotham. Didn't run that well in the Gotham at a big price, but Art of Courage start number 2 coming up. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Bill Mott, he has been hot as can be of late, the Hall of Famer. Got a big shot as well coming up in the Essex Handicap with Vittorio Off that runner-up finish, off a long layoff against the talented Charge It. Can Mott get it done?
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was third in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of six-figure yearling sayings, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS2, regional networks across the country as well. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Grade 3 Essex Handicap in the older horse division. Next up at Oaklawn, mile and a 16th, purse of $500,000, and Last Samurai for D. Wayne Lucas. Grade 3 Razorback winner last time out, looking to put together back-to-back wins for the first time in his career.
Yeah, that. I think, Greg, that sort of sums it up, right? Whether or not you trust that he's a horse that can run back-to-back. He ran his career best figure last time out, at least looking at the Beyer figures. Got an exceptional trip to do it, but can Torres get that position from what now is the 9-post in this field? And I think that's the biggest question. If he can find a way to get good position in the first turn, he should be okay.
Well, and that's it. From that post, if he gets in a position where he loses all that ground on the first turn, you've got to save ground on the second turn. It's always been my contention. You only can be wide on both turns in a 2-turn race if you're much the best.
What do you think of Victorio, a horse who finished a game second with a good trip to Charge It, but Charge It came back and lost his next start? I mean, what do you think of him, Greg? Are you?
I'm intrigued by him. That was off a really long layoff. He got a really big figure doing it. But again, you get scared potentially. Does he regress off that? From this barn, very good chance he moves forward.
And a first time for Bill Mott. Maybe he's just an improved horse with him. And interesting seeing Bill Mott ship and go over there. It's not easy to do, but the purses are good.
You bring up a good point, too. Even though Charge It got beat by Endorsed in the race you're talking about, he still ran a good figure. It's not like he flopped.
No, and he's a very good horse. I mean, he's potentially one of the better horses in the country this year if he can stay sound, and I hope he does. He's obviously very, very talented. He's the wild card in here and kind of the most interesting horse. The horse I do not like at all, if you want horses that I'll put in the winner's circle, and he's 8-1, is Forza Dioro. If he couldn't win saying that slow pace last time, how is he possibly going to win?
Formerly Bill Mott horse. Let's go back to Vittorio, though, and this incredible hot streak that one of the great trainers of all time, the Hall of Famer Bill Mott, is on. Obviously, those 2 wins over Breeders' Cup weekend with Elite Power and Cody's Wish, and that's just a couple of the big wins he's had recently.
A guy that's had great success and is just white hot right now. And at 45 years old, he supplanted Alan Jerkins as the youngest trainer ever inducted in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean, you think about we're old enough to have been around when he had all those Paulson horses, and he was so dominant. Not just Cigar, but a lot of turf horses as well. And he was successful, but lately he's just on fire. I mean, his Breeders' Cup, he had the best Breeders' Cup of any trainer, didn't he? I mean, Todd had a good Breeders' Cup, but it felt like Bill may have had the best one.
Bill had a really good one, and just what they're doing coast to coast now, or internationally.
And his runner's getting no respect right now. 12-1 on this one
Are
here,
you
Vittorio
surprised?
Vermont.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
One thing about Bill, Bill's never been afraid to ship. He's always been a trainer that's gone to California quite a bit, and he's done it successfully.
Grade 3 Essex Handicap to come. We'll have the post parade in a moment. Favorite, the Razorback winner for Dwayne Lucas. Looking to put together back-to-back graded stakes victories. We'll have it for you when we come back.
Here comes Malatha. Here comes Clariere on the outside, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Outside, it's Malatha coming to the wire. Who's it going to be? Here's the wire. Oh, the wish has come true. That one's for you, Cody.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Back on America's Day of the Races. Program brought to you in part where you can play all the action at Nara Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NaraBets.com to get signed up and started. Nightcap on the Saturday card here in South Ozone Park. New York Freds. Maiden special weight, traveling 7 furlongs. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
They can't get enough of Lifetime of Chance, who I'm not enthralled with, especially as a favorite. But let's take a look at a second-time starter for the Horacio de Paz barn in number 3, Art of Courage. Now, he comes out of a race in which it looked as though it could have been, it could have been a racetrack that was tilted to inside runners, and he was tracking wide. He didn't break that well, then he kind of went up a little bit. I thought he looked more like a turf horse. I still think he might be a better turf horse at the end of the day, but he's tighter, he's more focused, he's striding out really well here in the paddock, and he'll get Kendrick Carmouche for this second try at the races. I think he's an interesting contender, but possibly the best looking horse of this lot physically is a first-time starter, and that's number 7 in here, I'm Just. Now, he's a full brother to Listen to Your Heart, who was supposed to run back in today's 8th race, but listen to your heart. He won first time out as a 2-year-old, and it's so funny, this dam, Je T'aimais, she's every horse she throws, it looks completely different, and they all want to do different things. Listen to Your Heart, Big Bay. This guy is a well put together chestnut. Very strong, as he's done most of his preparations down in Florida, has shipped up here for Christophe Clement, and I don't love the fact that he's wearing blinkers first time out. Never a great sign, but he's really physically well prepared, and mentally too. He's been very professional for this try at Aqueduct. Greg?
9-1 on the first-time starter there. He is for the Clement barn. Favorite, though, is the 9, Lifetime of Chance, Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do with this horse because obviously the prior 4 races were all good and good enough to be the horse to beat in here. The last race was atrocious. Did something go wrong that day? I mean, it was 5 weeks after the race before it, and it's very hard for me to take a favorite of an inexplicably bad race. Not to say she can't win, or he can't win here, but that was a terrible performance by him.
And he really had no visible excuse. He broke sharp. He was in decent enough
He was on the
position.
inside, which was the place to be that day. I agree. I just don't get it. Doesn't mean he can't win. Maybe something went wrong, but I'm not taking short-priced horses, especially in a race that's as competitive as this one. And I wonder a little bit if he's one of these horses that sort of had his chance, and he didn't get it done when he was supposed to.
And then you have a couple of runners who are very lightly raced, who only have a start, or in the case of this horse, 2 starts under their belt. This is Run and Score. Run Happy for Mattress Mac. James McInvale just ran second last time out in the mud.
And only 1 start in the dirt. Now, that start was, as you can see, a sloppy, muddy, sealed track. This horse really ran, though. I mean, you could say the race coming apart. I don't know. So first-time starter from Todd Pletcher won the race.
Hard to believe he gets second here.
It's amazing. I mean, he is really running this horse. I'm not going to be shocked when he runs well today.
No, he finished. He gets another 1/8 of a mile to work with. He gets a fast track today. I thought this was a tremendous finish from him. He was the horse I was most interested in. I think 4-1 is a very fair price.
Well, that's the thing about this race. Because it's a wide open race, you're going to probably get paid if you're right. I mean, obviously not necessarily with a 9. I think the 9 is very vulnerable here, and there are a lot of different possibilities, especially these second-time starters, or in this case of the 4-horse, second time in the dirt.
Power of this barn, though, Linda Rice winning just about everything she sends out right now.
Well, she had 7 straight wins. She lost the 3rd race, and I think she's come back. Has she come back with 2 straight wins since then?
9 of the last 10 races she's been in, she's won, yes.
Right. In fact, she had 2 in the one and she lost, or she would have set the record for 10 straight.
Starting a new streak.
Yeah, to be fair, there have been a lot of short prices in that sequence. You know, it's not like she's winning there are not horses winning that you're going, how did that horse win? I mean,
still
1 to 2 last.
incredible streak.
It's very impressive, but they are not surprising winners.
Meanwhile, right-hand side of your screen, Oaklawn, Grade 3 Essex Handicap. And 6-5 favoritism still with Last Samurai. Vittorio just went by for Bill Mott, the 2.
They get spring a few weeks before us, and when they open up the infield and start saddling for the stakes races, it feels like spring is around the corner.
The turf course is looking good, actually.
And I love this, that they open it up. There's a look at the 5, Classic Causeway. We are shocked that Classic Causeway 3-1 right now for his 4-year-old return.
I think it's really unfortunate that Classic Causeway has never run a dirt sprint. The fastest Beyer figure he ever ran in his career in the dirt was his debut at 7 furlongs on the dirt at 90 Beyer. He has potential to have enormous value if he can win a Grade 1 in the dirt. And that's not an easy thing. Though I think if he does it, he'll be going shorter. He's one of the horses from the last crop of Giants Causeway. There are only 3 horses in that crop. So if he could get that Grade 1, I think it would make him extremely sexy as a stallion.
We got to say goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports SoCal. Going to be leaving us here in just a few moments. You can continue to watch over on FS2, on our YouTube page as well, New York Racing Association. And you don't want to miss what happens in this Essex Handicap. Should be fun.
Competitive field and 2-turn race like this. Talk about trips. I will say, looking at Last Samurai on the TV, looks like he took a step forward physically. He looks even bigger and stronger than he did from last time.
That is true. I mean, the number he ran in that race, he'll win again if he can do it.
Kenny's been pretty live this week, too, and lately at Oaklawn. He's not impossible. I just don't think he's a good gamble at 3-1.
Or we're we talking about Last Samurai.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I have Classic Causeway in the brain. I just want him to try sprinting in the dirt.
So he was actually giving them a hard time there as he was getting handed off to the pony, kind of ran backwards and wasn't acting very settled about things.
He's mad he's not running at 7 furlongs in the dirt.
Forza d'Oro, there's the 7.
Yeah, Forza d'Oro is a talented horse that probably just so many issues over the years kept him off the racetrack too much, and it eventually catches up to you. Even money on Last Samurai. That's tough to...
Here's Silver Prospector Steve Asmussen coming off a win in the mud at Oaklawn.
He is. He drew well in here, but he beat up, in my opinion, on an inferior field last time.
Here's Vittorio for Bill Mott, runner-up to Charge It off a long layoff.
I think he's a player. I thought his race was good against Charge It. He has a race under his belt. Bill Mott ships there. 9-1. I like the price.
Fan favorite, 10-year-old millionaire, rated R superstar.
He's a very cool horse, but he's starting to show a little bit of signs of age at 10. He's allowed.
Call Me Fast wants to be on the lead.
Yeah, certainly a pace player here and a horse that's shown an affinity for Oaklawn Park, but this is much tougher than he's faced previously.
Classic Causeway, when he was winning Derby preps early on in his 3-year-old campaign, he was doing it on the front end.
He has that Grade 1 in the dirt in the Belmont Derby, and he's proven to be effective on the turf, but I still think there's a chance that going a little short in the dirt, we'll see if he ever gets that chance.
Necker Island, Chris Hartman just had a big win.
Yeah, this one's stretching out. He did win going a mile earlier in his career, but out of a mare that was more of a sprinter and a sibling that was a sprinter, will he get the distance?
Forza d'Oro, a horse who at one time looked like he was going to be the now horse up and coming in the older horse division.
Favorite in the Jockey Club Gold Cup in 2021. His last race, a massive disappointment. He set a ridiculously slow pace and still couldn't hold on.
Tawnyport, we saw him in last year's Kentucky Derby for Brad Cox.
I thought he actually ran pretty well in the Kentucky Derby, or Ohio Derby winner, and has a race under his belt. Could he take a step forward? He'll need to.
And D. Wayne Lucas, he has this 5-year-old in the form of his life, Last Samurai.
Well, tough post. He's going to have to, work out a trip. Christian Torres has been very impressive, a rider that I thought was a lot older than he was, a young guy who's really making a splash.
Paula Duca continuing to line up some of the all-time greats on Hall of Fame Day. Paulie?
Yeah, and I got the great Pat Day next to me, and it's just an honor again. This Hall of Fame Day has been amazing. Pat, I've been able to talk to Eddie D, Alex, a lot of guys you rode against. I'm sure the stories have been just unbelievable.
Oh, it's been a great weekend. It really has. Oaklawn Park, Mr. Sella, and all the folks here at Oaklawn have just been, they've rolled out the red carpet for us, and just been great to get together, renew some old acquaintances, make some new ones, and yeah, you're right. We've shared some good stories for sure.
You were always, I guess your motto was patience was a virtue, because you always sat chilly on a horse, and you were just telling me the best colt you ever ridden was Easy Goer.
Oh yeah, he was spectacular. I know the record. I think it was a better colt than Sunday Silence, but the record doesn't bear that out. But certainly the best horse I ever rode.
And you talked about Little E.T. too, who ran well here at Oaklawn too. I mean, he was another little nice colt too, huh?
Yes, he was, and certainly I love the connections. Mr. Kelparty, a man from here in Arkansas, and Lynn Whiting was a dear friend of mine, and to collaborate with those two and Little E.T. to get the Derby in '92 was a highlight of my racing career.
And again, the last thing, what does Oaklawn mean to you, Pat, through your career?
Well, we've had great success here. We were here for 14 years and phenomenal success all 14 years. Rode some really good horses, won some major races here, but it always set the stage for the rest of my year. We would get off the ground running here at the Oaklawn meet. We'd leave here, and just every year we rode here and started our season here, our racing season. Ultimately, it played out we had great years, and I think that was a major part. My daughter was born here in Hot Springs, Arkansas. We love the people, love the area, and loved Oaklawn, and it's just wonderful to come back.
Well, it's a pleasure to speak to you, pleasure to see you. Glad you're doing well, and thanks for everything. And another legend here on Legends Day here at Oaklawn Park, Pat Day.
So many big moments in that career, and of course he was part of a team for so long with D. Wayne Lukas. So many big wins together.
So many big wins, and he's so known for that ride on Wild Again. And I will say this. I don't know that any other rider would have won on Wild Again that day. Think about a $3 million race, the magnitude of it, and a horse trying to drift out, and he never even picked up his crop. He just held them together. I don't know any other rider that would have been that cool in that situation.
Okay, Richie, I'm going to test your memory. Who was the horse that he rode for Wayne Lukas that he fell asleep on in the Hempstead at Belmont and got beat in the wire by Ms. Eloise?
Wow,
and Wayne put him on.
Northsider.
You're the man.
North
You
side.
are good. Yeah, Greg, you didn't think he was going to get it.
Big never fails to impress. Post time coming up for the Essex Handicap. JK, where are you going to wind up here?
Well, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I think I'm doing pretty good at Oaklawn. So hopefully I can pick this one up here. We'll see. I like Forza d'Oro. I think that the first race, the horse was bet. The first race in Brad Cox's barn, the horse was bet and didn't run particularly well. I'll give that excuse. The trainer, the rider, getting more familiar with the horse, trying to understand what they have. Then they come back in Louisiana, and they don't run that well again after getting, setting a slow pace. I'm going to forgive that performance too because, sometimes some horses just don't run well like that, getting loose on the front end and then turning it into a sprint for home. Maybe Forza d'Oro is more of a grinder type and some of his success going a little bit longer. Maybe that's who he is. I'm going to give him one more shot at a nice price. Switching surfaces, now that Brad Cox has 2 races under his belt with Forza d'Oro, Florent Geroux has 2 races under his belt with Forza d'Oro, and maybe now they've figured this horse out, and I've got no problem with the price, paying that price to try to figure it out. If it's not Forza d'Oro, for me, it's the 10 Last Samurai, so give me the one with the much better odds. I'll take the 7.
8-1, Forza d'Oro the 7 made an exceptional appearance. I'll say that. Now with Brad Cox, the former Belmont runner.
Not for me, but at one time he was a very promising horse, and we were talking about it. It's just so unfortunate that he had so many of those issues over the years because he could have been a really good horse.
Let's get back to Paul.
Yeah, as you can see, I am sporting a Whitmore hat. It was just handed to me by Chance Moquette, by the way. It's his 30th birthday, and he said, this is Whitmore Day. So I decided to wear the Whitmore hat. And he showed me a video of Whitmore earlier this morning just romping around in the yard, kicking and bucking like his good old self. So good to see. Happy birthday to Chance Moquette. Let's get to the Essex. This is a salty race. I'm in agreement with Mig. Wow, the 10 looked amazing on the racetrack. Your worry is there going to be regression like we were talking about when I talked to D. Wayne. He thought that the horse is still doing well. Even money, kind of tough to swallow in this group. I do get it. Classic Causeway, they said, has been training unbelievable. That's got to be why the price is at 3-1 in here. I thought the 2 at 8-1, it's a ridiculous price. I mean, I think this horse can improve in here. The 10's the horse to beat. I'll take a little bit of shot with the 2 at 8-1, guys.
Paulie, thanks. Yeah, Classic Causeway 3-1. He has not run a race that fits yet in the ballpark of the 10, the 2, even the 1 the last couple of starts, but maybe he'll take a big move forward here as a 4-year-old in his debut. Grade 3 Essex Handicap. Last Samurai for D. Wayne Lukas. They're going to go back-to-back in graded stakes. Jim Byers, the call.
And they're off. Classic Causeway and Vittorio on the inside came out fast, and here's Forza d'Oro up from the outside. Classic Causeway by a length into that first turn. Then Forza de Oro, and on the inside, Vittorio races in third, and there is Last Samurai. The favorite fourth on the outside and well positioned. The bright gray silver Prospector fifth on the inside. Rated R Superstar is next in sixth. Necker Island is awkward in between horses. Outside of him is Tawny Port, and Call Me Fast on the inside is trailing the field as they move up the backstretch in the Essex. It's Classic Causeway, Flavian Pratt with the lead by a length. Forza de Oro chasing right to the outside. And Last Samurai with a forward position on the outside. Back to the inside, Vittorio. Then comes Rated R Superstar. He's fifth into the far turn. Just outside of Silver Prospector, the back end of the field are Necker Island, Call Me Fast, and Tawny Port. 3 furlongs to the finish. And Classic Causeway has been carving out the pace. Vittorio has been a chasing second. Forza de Oro under vigorous urging. Outside of him is Last Samurai. He's catching a wide journey, but now Last Samurai is engaging for Christian Torres on the outside. 1/4 mile to go. Last Samurai looms up on the outside of Classic Causeway. These two go head and head. Last Samurai, the outside. Classic Causeway tries to fight back as Last Samurai puts a neck in front. Classic Causeway is racing in second. As they come to the finish, Last Samurai. He's going to win another stakes race in a row. He takes it 1.5 lengths to Classic Causeway. It was tight for third, Vittorio or Forza de Oro.
Last Samurai, he goes back-to-back at graded stakes for D. Wayne Lukas, wins the Razorback, wins the Essex, and extra credit here for running down a horse who was alone and loose on the lead.
Yeah, no, I thought he ran terrific. This was somewhat of a merry-go-round race. Classic Causeway, with the 4 not being involved, we don't know if he didn't break. We don't know exactly what happened. Was able to waltz along on the front end, and he looked home, but Last Samurai was just a better horse. He was wide. He came and got him. It's a very, very nice effort by him. Boy, does this horse love Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, and maybe he's just gotten better. The way he looked on the racetrack, the way he finished into no pace whatsoever, this was a very nice performance.
Totally agree with you.
Comes and gets a horse all alone on the front end after the 4, who we expected potentially to be even faster than Classic Causeway, but certainly being a duel, those two, he was near last early on in this race.
Yeah, I mean, something obviously went wrong. He was supposed to be the speed in this race, and it would have probably been a different race, but it would not have been a different result. Best horse.
Nevertheless, yes, Last Samurai comes and gets Classic Causeway. Big performance. He is in very sharp form now as a 5-year-old for the legendary D. Wayne Lukas. What a win. We'll get back to it. Let's go to New York. The nightcap happened just moments ago. Here it is. Chris Griffin, the call.
And they're off. Lifetime of Chance broke beautifully from the outside and is quickly up by 1.5 lengths. Tunnel Vision is hard sent as they're well out in the center of the racetrack. Art of Courage is going to join that early mix. These 3, and they move quickly up front. Z Dancer is at the rail, is in the 4th position, followed by Zealous Legacy, who's in 5th. Then Run and Score is in between horses, is traveling right there with Mudville 9. Progressing is October Bliss towards the tail end of the field, second to last. That's Who Me. And the trailer, they move up the backstretch and to the inside here. Art of Courage has got the lead, is up by 1/2 length. 22.67 for that pressure opening 1/4 mile. And here comes Lifetime of Chance is re-engaging towards the outside with Tunnel Vision 3 wide. Z Dancer is a little green here, is trying to get out as they move into that turn. Zealous Legacy is trying to run on from the back. So is I'm Just with Run and Score. 46.42 for that 1/2 mile time. Lifetime of Chance at 8-5 is trying to shake loose now. And Lifetime of Chance is getting the cue. Art of Courage is back to second. Lifetime of Chance is now opening up on the field. Lifetime of Chance is just striding away here, opening up in the final furlong. Lifetime of Chance is going to crush here in the finale. Might be double digits. Lifetime of Chance, Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice. They'll do it again. A Lifetime of Chance in the finale. Lifetime of Chance over Z Dancer, then Run and Score. And I'm Just in 1 minute, 24.9.
10 wins in the last 11 races entered for trainer Linda Rice.
This is a stakes performance.
This horse ran gigantic.
This is
just widened at will.
Huge figure, 124.9 for these horses. I mean, I don't know what happened last time, but my gosh, he looked like a stakes horse. What a performance.
The stake went 113.
Oh, he would have
Change.
destroyed those horses.
No, I
They're
mean, I know they're Fillies,
yeah.
but I'm just trying to
No,
put
no.
in context to how slow the
Well,
race
he ran a race. He ran a race that was a similar time to Ouster.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Very similar to Ouster's performance, and I think Ouster got a figure in the 90s. A little slower maybe, but not much. And he just galloped. Wow. They had no fear, 8-5. A lot of short
Breaks
prices today.
His maiden career start, number 6 here, is the 8-5 favorite, 54 to 1 shot underneath. No doubt about your winner, though, and no doubt about your winner back in Hot Springs as well. Last Samurai. D. Wayne Lucas has this 5-year-old as sharp as can be. What a performance. Running down the lone speed in the Essex Handicap under Christian Torres. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Blaine, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His recent top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Litigate.
Litigate going to go on to win it here.
As well as Kentucky Oaks hopeful Wet Paint. Also an emerging broodmare sire, his stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion and Kentucky Derby favorite Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Valley Sports SoCal as well. This was a dominant win by Lifetime of Chance to close things out in South Ozone Park.
My jaw dropped. I mean, this is a wild. It was a fast pace. You saw her did the 3, who probably ran okay, just got buried by this monster. Who was this horse? Where did this race come from?
This was a gigantic performance coming off a subpar effort last time. He found his stride today and just wide that will. And you can see why he brought so much money at the phase he tipped in Timonium sales, because he's got an absolutely beautiful stride. His mechanics are tremendous.
His sire stands for $5,000. He's the son of the lieutenant, sold for $135,000, and puts it all together here at start number 6 in a big way.
Oh, scary.
And again, 3 wins today for Jose Lezcano, but Linda Rice, last 11 races she has entered, she's won with 10 of them.
And how about all the Riding Davis clan underneath? Jackie Davis at 54 to 1 second, Katie Davis 3rd, and Dylan Davis 4th.
Absolutely unbelievable how well these horses are running. It really is staggering. You know, that's not true, Greg. We missed one. Ichiban. Ichiban in today's 6th. It's 10 for 12.
10 of 12.
I saw Dave Grenick tweeted that, so I figured we missed somebody somewhere.
Barn's going cold.
That's it for you, Greg.
Thanks
You're
for
done.
correcting me.
You're done.
This late pick
You go.
5 payout $122.25 for this chalky outcome.
This horse is in razor sharp form. And, you know, I don't know who ends up coming for the Oaklawn Handicap. Maybe some guys will ship in. But this horse right now, he feels like the horse to beat. He just wins.
He's in raging form. And listen, horses don't fully mature till 5. Maybe we're just seeing that bigger, stronger version of Last Samurai. And listen, hats off to Wayne Lukas. What an incredible job.
Big week for him, huh? The Zari last week with the filly.
Sacred Oath,
And,
last year's Kentucky
Samurai.
Oaks winner, looked incredible coming back. This division, obviously with Flightline gone, wide open again.
The good news is Wayne will bring this horse to New York. If he's sound, we'll see him in the Woodward. We'll see him in the Whitney. We'll see him in the Jockey Club. And we'll see him all over the place. Wayne does not shy away from running. We love that.
And great not to just see a big performance from this horse, but to see him put together back-to-back performances like this.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
And not a perfect trip. It's not, not a bad trip, but it's not an easy trip. It was wide. It's much the best.
Let's go to Paul for more.
Yeah, I'm with winning rider here, Christian Torres, for the 48th, I think, interview of this meet, but he got the job done with Last Samurai. And you were telling me he is just a long striding grinder that you just got to get going.
Yeah, he's a grinder, and he have that big long stride in him. And I talked to Wayne before the race, and we draw the 10 hole, and we were hoping for a good break and safe draw in the first turn, and he broke beautiful, and we as soon as I hit the first turn, and I was in the third path right there, and I knew he was gonna give me everything.
Were you a little bit surprised that the 5 was loose on the lead, or there was a loose leader? Were you a little worried?
Yeah, I was a little surprised that he was in the lead. I thought the 7 was going to be in the lead. But when I saw La Ferrangeroux sit, and I just sit beside him, and my horse was so relaxed during the race, I knew he was going to give me everything when I asked him.
It's Hall of Fame day. All these great jockeys around, and you're riding for probably the best trainer maybe of all time. How unbelievable is to win something like this for D. Wayne Lukas?
Oh, man, it's... Like I said before, it's like a dream, for any jockey to win a stake for him, and especially this day that is, a Hall of Fame day, and with all the Hall of Famers being here, and it's unbelievable. It's a great feeling.
And D. Wayne Lukas is a Hall of Fame person. Christian will tell you, he had about 60 to 70 people in that winner's circle. He's just pulling kids out from the crowd that just wanted to take a picture of this man and Last Samurai, the winner of the Essex.
It's been an incredible meet. Nice job, Paulie, for Christian Torres, and it's continuing to be a great meet for the legend, D. Wayne.
Yeah, it was talked about winning the Azari last week, winning with this horse, and he's in great form. He's going to be probably the horse to beat in the Oakland Handicap.
Yeah, and it's really been a coming out for Christian Torres. I didn't realize he was as young as he was. He's an impressive young rider.
25.
Yeah.
3 years he's been riding. Amazing. Oh, he's
Incredible.
a very, very good rider.
We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. More to come. Final segment ahead, and we're going to show you, of course, next Saturday. You don't want to miss this. Dubai World Cup coverage. We will have it for you live on FS2. We'll be back right after this. Stay with us.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Bet the racing action at Aqueduct, Oaklawn, and Santa Anita to score a $15 bonus each Sunday in March. Bet $50 on each track to take home $15, win or lose. Opt in at NYRABets.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1 mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1 mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and this is coming up next Saturday. Live coverage, Dubai World Cup on FS2. And we'll see Country Grammar back in the race.
Coming off a big effort in the Saudi Cup, and a horse that looks like he's tough to ride, Andy. If you're not pedaling, he's not running, a true bicycle kind of horse.
Well, he's the only horse in the Saudi Cup that made up any kind of ground. Now, maybe there's just sort of nobody else in the race, especially with Taba not showing up at all. But basically, it was a merry-go-round race, except for the race that he ran. Oh, a crazy horse looking to win this race 2 years in a row.
So, road to the Kentucky Derby on Fox. We'll have UAE Derby coverage, part of that undercard on Dubai World Cup Day. Sunland Derby on Sunday over on FS1. Arkansas Derby, that 100-point race to come on April 1st. That's when all the big ones happen. You'll see that on FS2. And the Wood Memorial, big one here in New York. That'll be on Big Fox April 8th.
Looking forward to that.
Waiting to see who's going to show up, obviously, for that Wood's going to be interesting. And by that point, you get into these April races, that's when this picture starts to become more clear.
Yeah, I know that Chad Brown mentioned that Blazing Sevens, who won the Champagne here last fall in the slop, he's going to come here and see if he can get back together because he was terrible down in the Fountain of Youth.
Well, and the final prep is a 1 1/8, and you're getting a better idea if they're actually going to get that 1 1/4.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of room here. I mean, Forte is the horse to beat now, but there's plenty of room, and we'll see what the California horses, what they can do as they go a little bit farther, and we'll see what we get in those final preps. Looking forward to seeing some of those horses from the Rebel. I thought that was a better race than people were giving it credit for.
Yeah, confidence game, very impressive for Keith DeSormo. We're playing, of course, this Game of Silks, virtual horse racing merged with the real world in a couple just recently sold in Miggs Stable.
Yeah.
Horse coming up, I guess, selling its week at the OBS sale.
Well, but they had their sales work, you know, so it gives people an idea or to watch them work. Now, watch this distorted humor filly here. I mean, look at her action, her animated action. Look at how she covers ground, reaches over the ground.
Wow.
And you're going to see this wild left lead change. Look how high her legs come off the ground here, right there to her left lead. And she's flying, she's smoking. This filly's got a lot of leverage. She went 10 flat. Her gallop out was big. I know you're not a gallop out guy.
Well,
but
people do look at the gallop outs. The 2-year-old sales, they look at the gallop outs a lot.
I'm just busting your chops.
No, I mean, it's a deceptive thing, but the sales is important.
By the way, for that work.
Got a funny way of going.
Here's the midshipman. That wasn't the most efficient.
No, but it was a lot of exuberance, a lot of energy. Midshipman filly didn't go quite as fast. Thought it was a good, solid, professional kind of work. She was a little green starting the work. And sometimes with these babies, when they ask them to pick it up from, you know, kind of a gallop into that full-out sprint, it confuses them a little. And you saw that with this filly. She switched leads back and forth a couple times before she finally found her stride. She's grown up nicely from her yearling walking video.
And the sale, again, happens Monday through Wednesday. That distorted, you know, that was a violent work. It was just,
Midshipman is a very, very good under-the-radar sire.
Really is.
You know, if you're looking for a sire that's not super expensive, I don't know what he stands for, but he gets winners. You rode him.
I did.
You won a return race at Belmont with him, right?
6.5 furlongs and 1:15. Ran well that day.
He must have been a good
You want to get involved with Game of Silks, horse racing in the virtual world, go to silks.io for more information. We, of course, have our stables. We're playing for charities. We're looking forward to seeing these horses get onto the racetrack.
I'm excited after seeing that. Just seeing them,
It's
get
cool
to that
as we
stage.
get closer to seeing them. At least they're working now, and we won't see them for a little while. Maybe some will show up at Keeneland, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that.
I want to report on the gun runner filly that Seth Klarman owns.
Well, I'll look what I can do. I'll see what I can do. I'll send some feelers out.
Please do.
How impressed were you by Last Samurai?
Very. I always say I like to see the speed figures, but he backed up, like you said. He showed the last race wasn't an aberration. He didn't have a bad trip, but he didn't have as easy, as good a trip as last time. He was just the best horse in the race.
We are back tomorrow, 3 Eastern start time. That's on FS1. Hope you can join us in the Cicada. This New York bred filly stepping into open company for the first time and getting a stakes victory. Now perfect 3 for 3 for Linda Rice. Lady Sheila stable, a big day for Jose Lizcano as well in the Whitmore. What a performance, Tejano Twist. Chris Hartman ending that 0 for 22 streak in graded stakes. And Last Samurai goes back-to-back in graded stakes at Oaklawn for D. Wayne Lucas. We'll see you tomorrow.